Body of Lies by David Ignatius, narrated by Dick Hill. Copyright 2007 by David Ignatius. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with David Ignatius and the Sagallon Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2007 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Body of Lies. For Eve. To mystify and mislead the enemy has always been one of the cardinal principles of war. Consequently, ruse de guerre of one kind or another have played a part in almost every campaign ever since the episode of the Trojan horse, or perhaps even earlier. The game has been played for so long that it is not easy to think out new methods of disguising one's strengths or one's intentions. Moreover, meticulous care must be exercised in the planning and execution of the schemes. Otherwise, far from deceiving the enemy, they merely give the show away. Lord Ismay, Foreword to The Man Who Never Was, 1953. It took nearly a month to find the right body. Roger Ferris had very particular requirements. He wanted a man in his 30s, physically fit, preferably blond, but certainly and recognizably Caucasian. He should have no obvious signs of disease or physical trauma, and no bullet wounds either. That would make it too complicated later. Ferris was on assignment in the Middle East most of the time, so it fell to his boss, Ed Hoffman, to manage the details. Hoffman didn't trust his colleagues to locate a body without thinking they had to notify a congressional committee or otherwise botching the job. But you could find someone in the military who was willing to do almost anything these days. So Hoffman contacted an ambitious colonel on the J-2 staff at Special Operations Command at MacDill Air Force Base in Florida, who had been helpful on other matters. He explained that he needed a favor, and an odd one at that. He required a white male, approximately 6 feet tall, early middle age, muscular enough to be believable as a case officer, but not so muscle-bound that he looked like a trigger-puller. The ideal candidate would be uncircumcised, and he had to be dead. The colonel found the body 3 weeks later in a morgue in South Florida. He had tapped a network of retired officers who were working private security and claimed they could get anything done. The dead man had drowned the previous day while windsurfing off the Gulf Coast near Naples. He was a lawyer on vacation from Chicago. He was physically fit, brown-haired, disease-free, and in possession of a foreskin. His name was James Borden, and he was, or had been, 36. The body was altogether suitable, except for one detail. It was due to be cremated at a funeral home in Highland Park, Illinois, in 2 days. That presented a challenge. Hoffman asked the colonel if he had ever staged a black bag job, and the colonel said no, but he was game for anything. That was a sentiment Hoffman rarely heard at CIA. They worked up the body snatcher's version of a 2-card Monte. One corpse went into the cargo hold of the airplane in Fort Myers, and another one came off at O'Hare. The coffin was the same, but the man inside was now a 78-year-old retired insurance executive who had died of a heart attack. The colonel sent an NCO to the funeral home in Highland Park to make sure nobody decided at the last minute on a public viewing. They had prepared a cover story in case something went wrong, about how the airline had made a terrible mistake and confused 2 coffins in transit, but now it was too late because the other body had been cremated in Milwaukee. But they never needed to use it. James Borden's corpse wasn't perfect, but it was close enough. The upper body was muscular, although the tummy had begun to sag, and he had a bald spot at the crown of his head. It turned out that he had an undescended testicle. The more Hoffman thought about these imperfections, the more he liked them. They were the real, human details that would make the larger deception believable. Perfect artifice includes mistakes. To this corpse, Hoffman now attached a legend. He became Harry Meeker, not James Borden. They rented Harry Meeker an apartment in Alexandria and got him a home phone and a cell phone. Using the picture from Borden's Illinois driver's license, they obtained a Commonwealth of Virginia license, and then a passport, and then a man in support dummied up the right stamps and visas. For the passport photo, Hoffman's colleague Sami Azhar hacked into the website of Borden's law firm and got a portrait of him that had been used in the firm's promotional mailings. Harry Meeker's cover job would be with the U.S. Agency for International Development, so they got him a USAID identification card. They had business cards made up, too, with Meeker's private phone extension. It had the right prefix, 712, but when you rang the number, the recording sounded hollow, not quite the voice of a real secretary, but more like someone who was covering for Meeker. They gave Meeker a parking space beneath AID's headquarters in the Reagan Building on Pennsylvania Avenue, with a reminder card for his wallet in case he forgot the number of the space. This was the easy stuff, no more than the agency usually did in building integrated cover. Now they had to make Harry Meeker a real person. Harry needed clothes. Hoffman was oblivious to fashion and wore whatever his wife picked out at Target, so he was the wrong person to go shopping. Azhar was dispatched to Nordstrom's. That seemed to have the right, upwardly mobile, Northern Virginia feel. Stylish, but also safe. The mental picture they had developed of Harry Meeker was of a rising CIA officer on the staff of the Counter-Terrorist Center at headquarters, a mid-career guy trying to make his bones, a guy with smarts who had some Arabic and the savvy to handle a sensitive case. They didn't know yet exactly where the body would end up, but it would probably be somewhere along the northern frontier of Pakistan, where it could get cold. So Azhar bought a medium-weight blazer, a pair of pleated Dockers woolen slacks, a white shirt, but no tie, a pair of rubber-soled shoes that would be suitable for trekking and city wear. He took the clothes to the cleaners several times until the sheen was gone, but the shoes were a problem. They looked too new, even when they had been deliberately scuffed. Shoes needed to feel as if real, sweaty feet had been in them. Azhar wore them for a week, with an extra pair of socks so that he wouldn't get a blister. And what of the inner life of Harry Meeker? Ferris had already decreed that he should be divorced. That was the one biographical detail anyone would assume about a CIA officer, that he had dumped his first wife, and now he screwed around. To suggest the divorce, Azhar drafted a letter from a lawyer representing Meeker's imaginary ex-wife, Amy, directing him to send his alimony payments to a new address and warning him not to contact Amy in person. Was Meeker a shit, or had his wife taken up with someone new? It worked either way. Now Harry Meeker needed a girlfriend. She should be pretty, sexy even. Everybody had seen James Bond movies, including jihadis, and people would just assume that a real American spy must be banging a hot chick. Hoffman wanted a picture of a blonde with big tits in a bikini, but Azhar said that would be too obvious, the Pamela Anderson thing. They should make her sexy, but someone who could work for the agency, too. Ferris had a clever stroke. The girlfriend should be African American. That was just unlikely enough to be totally believable. Hoffman suggested his secretary, a cocoa-skinned beauty with a dazzling smile. He asked if she would mind posing for a picture in a low-cut blouse. Her name was Denise, which seemed about right, so when the picture was developed, Hoffman asked her to write on the back, "I love you, baby, Denise," with a little heart. Ferris wondered about a love letter, but decided that would seem phony. People didn't write love letters anymore. They sent emails. Harry Meeker wasn't going to be carrying a computer, but Azhar suggested text messages on Meeker's cell phone, and that seemed perfect. They sent two from Denise's phone. One just said, "Sweet sugar." The other said, "Baby, come back. I miss you too much. XXOOD." Sexy, not slutty. Hoffman said Harry should have a condom in his wallet to suggest that maybe he was getting a little on the side while he was away from home. The cell phone was a challenge. Azhar programmed Denise's number and the headquarters number at USAID, and then added a number for an imaginary other girlfriend he called Sheila, and one for an imaginary friend, Rusty, whose number was actually Ozhar's home phone. To throw in some raw meat, Ozhar called the Meeker cell phone from several different extensions at CIA with the recognizable 482 prefix. He put some other teasers into received calls and dialed numbers. A couple of restaurants in McLean near agency headquarters, several Pentagon numbers, one from the U.S. Embassy in Islamabad, another from the U.S. Embassy in Tbilisi. Everyone's cell phone is a digital record of his life. You wouldn't have to spend much time with Harry Meeker's phone to suspect that this man was leading a secret existence. They dressed the corpse one day in late fall in a cold room Hoffman had built specially for the purpose under the CIA's north parking lot. Harry's skin was yellowing ivory, the color of a fading neon light, ice cold to the touch. The hair was a little shaggy, so they trimmed it almost to the scalp to give him a Bruce Willis look. Harry lay naked on the gurney, undescended testicle and all. "Jesus, put some fucking clothes on this guy," said Hoffman. He suggested briefs, but Ozhar cocked his head and said, "I think not." So they found a pair of well-washed boxers and pulled them up around his waist. They pondered for a minute whether Harry would wear an undershirt and decided, no, too prissy. Putting on the shirt and trousers was easy, but the shoes were difficult. The feet were rigid from death and the cold, and they didn't bend at the toes or ankles. Hoffman sent a secretary out to buy a portable hair dryer, which he used to warm the feet just enough to make them pliable. Finally, they added the pocket litter, the little bits of paper in the pockets and the wallet that would make Harry Meeker convincing or give him away. They had a charge slip from Afghan Alley, a restaurant in McLean frequented by CIA officers on their lunch break, charged to Meeker's Visa card. Hoffman added a second charge from the agency's favorite expense account restaurant, Kincaid's Colvin Run Tavern in Tyson's Corner, nearly $200 for dinner for two. Maybe Harry was getting serious about Denise. Ferris supplied the card of a jewelry store in Fairfax with the handwritten notation, 2 carat, $5,000? Harry was thinking about getting engaged, but worried about the money. Ozhar suggested a receipt for dry cleaning at a Parks Fabric Care in the McLean Shopping Center. People always forgot to pick up their laundry before going on a trip. And a receipt from the Exxon station on Route 123 just before the entrance to headquarters. That was a nice touch. So was the coupon for a free car wash at a gas station in Alexandria, near Harry's apartment. Hoffman wanted to give Harry an iPod, and they debated what sort of music their imaginary case officer would like. But then Ozhar had a brainstorm. They shouldn't download music onto the iPod, but an Arabic language course. Whoever found the body would spend hours puzzling over the phrases, wondering if they were a secret code, and then realize it was just a language lab for spoken Arabic training. That was precisely what an ambitious, self-improving case officer would be carrying with him, so earnestly, annoyingly American. Hoffman had an old ticket stub from a Washington Redskins playoff game, and he put that in one of the jacket pockets, too. They would add the finishing touches later, the documents Harry Meeker would be carrying to his contact in Al-Qaeda, the photos and cables that would explode like virtual time bombs as they made their way up the network, the evidence that the enemy's cells had been turned and betrayed. What they were constructing with such care was a poison pill, one wrapped so believably and tantalizingly that the enemy would swallow it. The poison pill was Harry Meeker, and he could burst every node and capillary in the body of the enemy. But first, they had to swallow the lie. Chapter 1. Berlin. 4 days after the car bomb exploded in Milan, Roger Ferris traveled to Berlin with the chief of Jordanian intelligence, Hani Salam. The message traffic back at Amman Station was a digital blizzard, with the 7th floor screaming for anything on the Milan bombers that the director could take to the president. But they were always screaming about something at headquarters. and Ferris thought the trip with Hani was more important. In this instance, Ferris turned out to be right. Ferris had heard stories about the prowess of the Jordanian intelligence service. CIA officers called them the Hearts, partly because of their cryptonym, QM Heart, and partly because it fit their style of operations. But it wasn't until the Berlin trip that Ferris really saw the Hearts in action. The pitch wasn't anything very fancy. The setup had taken months of planning, but in the moment of time in which it played out, the operation was simplicity itself. It was a question that had only one answer. Ferris didn't give much thought then to the complexity that lay beyond his vision, the maze that was so perfectly constructed you didn't think to ask whether it was perhaps inside a larger maze, the exit path that was so brightly lit that you didn't think to wonder whether it was really an entrance to something else. They made their way to an apartment building in the eastern suburbs of Berlin, a district that had been mauled by the Red Army in 1945 and never fully recovered. A pale October sun gave a faint metallic wash to the clouds, and the cityscape was the color of dirt. Mud-brown plaster on the walls, oily puddles that filled the potholes on the street, a rusted old Trabant parked along the curb. Down the street, some Turkish boys were kicking a soccer ball, and there was traffic noise from Jakobstrasse a block away, but otherwise it was quiet. Ahead was a grim block of flats built decades ago for workers in the nearby factory. They were now urban ruins inhabited by immigrants and squatters, and a few aging Germans who were too dazed or demoralized to move. The smells coming from the few open windows weren't of cabbage or schnitzel, but garlic and cheap olive oil. Ferris was just under 6 feet, with bristly black hair and soft features. His mouth fell into an easy smile, and there was a sparkle in his eyes that made him appear interested even when he wasn't. His most obvious flaw was a limp, which was the result of an RPG that had been fired at his car on a road north of Balad in Iraq 6 months before. Ferris had been lucky. His leg had been raked with shrapnel, but he had survived. The Iraqi agent driving the car had died. They say that good intelligence officers are gray men, the people whose faces you forget in a crowded room. By that measure, Ferris was in the wrong profession. He was hungry and impatient, and looking for something he didn't yet have. Ferris followed behind Hani and his assistant, Marwan. They stepped carefully around the trash overflowing the dumpster in the alleyway and made their way toward the back door. The wall was smeared with fat block letters of graffiti written in a mix of German and Turkish. The word next to the door looked like Allah, or maybe it was ABBA, the Swedish rock group. Hani put his finger to his lips and pointed to the windows on the 3rd floor. Through the stained brown curtains you could see lights. The target was home. But that was no surprise. Hani's men had been watching the place for several months, and they didn't make mistakes. Hani Salam was a sleek, elegantly dressed Jordanian. His hair was a lustrous black, too black for a man in his late 50s, but the mottled gray in his mustache gave his age away. He was the chief of the General Intelligence Department, as Jordan's intelligence service was known. He was a commanding, well-spoken man, and people usually addressed him by the Ottoman honorific Hani Pasha, which they pronounced with a B sound so that it came out Basha. Ferris had found him intimidating at first, but after a few weeks he began to think of him as an Arab version of the lounge singer Dean Martin. Hani Salam was cool, from the glistening polish of his shoes to the smoky lenses of his sunglasses. Like most successful men of the East, he had a reserved, almost diffident demeanor. His smooth manners could seem British at first, a remnant of the semester he had spent at Sandhurst long ago. But the bedrock of his character was the generous but secretive spirit of a Bedouin tribal leader. He was the sort of man who never told you everything he knew. Hani had joked once, when he was giving Ferris his first tour of the GID in Amman, that Jordanians were so scared of him they referred to his headquarters as the Fingernail Factory. You know, these people are very foolish, he had said, with a dismissive wave of his hand. Of course, he didn't allow his men to rip people's fingernails out. It didn't work. The prisoners said anything to make the pain stop. Honey didn't mind that people thought him cruel, but he hated the idea they would think him inefficient. Honey explained to Ferris at that first meeting that when he had a new Al-Qaeda prisoner, he would keep the young man awake for a few days in the interrogation room the Jordanians called the Blue Hotel, and then show him a picture of one of his parents or a sibling. Often that was enough. The family can do what 1,000 blows from the prison guard cannot, Honey had confided. They undermine the will to die and reinforce the will to live. People back at Langley always described Honey as a pro. There was something condescending in that, like white people describing a well-spoken black man as articulate. But the plaudits for Honey masked the fact that the agency had come to depend on him more than it should. As acting chief of station, Ferris was supposed to establish rapport with the head of the liaison service. So when Dean Martin himself had personally invited him 2 days earlier to join him on an operation in Germany, it was a big deal. The paper pushers in the Near East Division had objected that he should stay at his desk and answer cables about the Milan bombing, but Ed Hoffman, the division chief, had intervened. "They're idiots," he said of the subordinates who had tried to block Ferris's trip. He told Ferris to call him when the operation was over. The Jordanian eased open the back door and waved Ferris and Marwan forward. The passageway was dark. The walls smelled of mildew. Creeping on the toes of his German street loafers, Honey ascended the concrete stairs. The only sound was the smoker's wheeze of his lungs. Marwan went next. He looked like a street tough who had been cleaned up for Ferris's benefit. He had a scar on his right cheek next to his eye, and his body was as lean and hard as a desert dog's. Ferris followed. The limp was almost imperceptible, even though his leg still hurt. Marwan was carrying an automatic pistol, its outlines visible under his jacket. As they climbed the stairs, he took the pistol out of its holster and cradled it in his hand. The three stayed close, moving in unison. Honey froze when he heard a door opening on the floor above. He motioned to Marwan, who nodded and steadied the gun against his leg, but it was just an old German woman heading out with her cart to go shopping. She passed the three men on the stairs without looking at them. Honey continued up the stairs. All he had told Ferris back in Amman was that he had been preparing the operation for many months. "Come and watch me pull the trigger," he had said. Ferris didn't know if Honey and Marwan were actually going to shoot someone. That would be illegal, technically, but headquarters wouldn't mind if he wrote the report the right way. They weren't so fussy about that kind of thing anymore. America was at war. In wartime, the rules are different. Or at least, that was what Hoffman was always telling him. The Jordanian motioned for them to stop when he reached the third floor. He took a cell phone from his pocket, put it to his ear, and whispered something in Arabic. Then he nodded for them, and the three crept toward the door of the apartment marked 36. Honey knew that Mustafa Karami would be there that afternoon. Indeed, he knew nearly everything about him. His job, his habits, his school friends when he was a boy in Zarqa, his family back in Amman. He knew what mosque he prayed at in Berlin, what cell phone numbers he used, what hawala wired him funds from Dubai. Most of all, he knew when Mustafa Karami had gone to Afghanistan, when he had joined Al-Qaeda, who trusted him in the organization and who communicated with him. Honey had gone to school on him, so to speak. And now it was graduation time. Marwan raised his pistol as Honey approached the door. Ferris remained in the shadows a few yards back. He had his own pistol in a shoulder holster under his coat, and now put his right hand on the pebbled metal butt. Upstairs, in another apartment, he heard the faint jangle of Arab music. Honey raised his hand to signal that he was ready. He knocked once loudly on the door, waited a moment, and then rapped again. The door opened a crack, and a voice grunted in German. "Bitte?" Karami had a chain on the door, but he peered warily through the opening. He tried to slam the door when he saw the strange faces, but Hani quickly wedged his foot in the way. "Hello, Mustafa, my friend," said Hani in Arabic. "God is great. Peace be with you." Marwan poised his legs so that he could kick down the door if he had to. "What do you want?" answered the voice inside the apartment. The chain was still bolted. "I have someone who wants to talk to you," said Hani. "Take this phone, please. I promise you, it is only a phone. Don't be afraid." He handed the cell phone slowly through the crack in the door. Karami didn't touch it at first. "Take the phone, my dear," said Hani softly. "Why? Who is calling me?" "Talk to your mother." "What?" "Talk to your mother. She's waiting on the telephone for you." The young Arab put the phone to his ear. He listened to a voice he had not heard in 3 years. He had trouble understanding at first. She was telling him that she was so proud of him. She always knew that he would be a success, even when he was a boy in Zarqa. And now he was doing great things. He had sent her money and a refrigerator, and now even a new television set. With the money, she would be able to find a new apartment where she could sit in her chair and watch the sun set over the hills. She was so proud of him, now that he was a success. He was a great son, thanks be to God. He was a mother's dream. He was God's blessing. She was crying. When she said goodbye, Mustafa was crying too. From the joy of hearing his mother, certainly, but also from the torment of knowing that he was caught. "You are your mother's dream," said Hani. "What have you done to her?" Mustafa brushed the tears from his eyes. "I did none of the things she said. You tricked her." "Let me come in, so we can talk." Mustafa waited, as if trying to imagine some means of escape, but already he was in Hani's power. He unbolted the chain and opened the door. The 3 men entered the room. It was eerily empty of furniture or decoration, with only a mattress against the wall and a prayer rug angled toward Mecca. Mustafa's gaunt body was slack and crumpled, like a discarded suit. "What do you want?" he asked. His hands were shaking. "I have helped your mother," said Hani. He loomed over the younger man. He did not have to state the obvious corollary that he could hurt her, just as he had helped her. "You tricked her," repeated Mustafa. He trembled slightly as he said it. "No, we have helped her. We have given her many gifts, and we have told her that these gifts come from her son, who she loves. This is a hasana that we have done, a good deed." Hani let the words hang in the air. "Is she in prison?" asked Mustafa. His hands were still shaking. Hani handed him a cigarette and lit it. "Of course not. Did she sound like she was in prison? She is happy, and I would like her to remain so, all her days." Ferris watched wide-eyed from the corner. He didn't move a muscle for fear he would break Hani's rhythm. His employers had paid for this show, in a manner of speaking, but he was just a member of the audience. The silence stretched for many seconds as Mustafa contemplated his predicament. They had his mother. They had made him a hero. They could destroy him and his mother if they chose. These were facts. "What do you want me to do?" Mustafa asked at last. Ferris strained to hear the Arabic, to make sure he caught every word. He had a feeling that he was watching the one-time performance of a masterpiece. Hani had not touched his target, or threatened him openly, or even pitched him, really. That was the beauty of the operation. Hani had built a sluice down which his prey was being carried involuntarily, inexorably. "We would like you to help us," Hani said. "And it is very simple what you must do. We want you to continue your life as before. We do not want you to be a traitor or a bad Muslim, or to do anything that is haram. We only want you to be a friend and a good son. You want me to be your agent? No, you misunderstand. We will talk about all this later, but first, I would like to give you a special phone so that you can contact me. Hani handed him a small wireless phone. Mustafa stared at it warily as if it were a grenade that would detonate. I will meet you tomorrow in a safe place so that we can talk, Hani continued. He passed him an index card with an address in a Berlin suburb. Please memorize that address and then give me back the card. Mustafa looked away, wanting somehow to escape the net that was closing around him. What if I refuse? He asked. There was a tremor in his voice. Your mother would be unhappy. She is proud of you. You are God's blessing for an old woman. That is why I know you will not refuse. The words were gentle, but the look in Hani's eyes was not. Mustafa could see there was no escape. He turned back to the index card and studied the address for 10 seconds, then closed his eyes. Give me back the card, if you are ready, said Hani. The younger man scanned it one last time and returned it. His hand was still trembling. Good boy. Hani gave him a smile of reassurance. So it is agreed. We will meet at 114 Handelsstrasse tomorrow at 4. You should knock on the door of room 507 and ask if Abdul Aziz is there. I will answer by asking if you are Mohsen, and you will say yes. That is the recognition code. I will be Abdul Aziz, and you will be Mohsen. If you cannot come tomorrow afternoon, go to the same address at 10 the next morning. Use the same names. Do you understand? Mustafa nodded. If you try to trick us and run away, we will follow you. If you try to contact your friends, we will know. We are watching you day and night. If you do anything stupid, you will hurt yourself and those you love. Do not be stupid. Do you understand me? The young man gave a second nod of acceptance. Repeat the names, times, and the address. Abdul Aziz and Mohsen. For tomorrow afternoon, or if I cannot come, then 10 the day after. The address is 114 Handelsstrasse, room 507. The Jordanian intelligence chief took Mustafa's hand and pulled him close. Mustafa obediently kissed the older man on both cheeks. May God protect you, said Hani. Thanks be to God, said the younger man, so softly that you could barely hear him. That night, at a quiet table in a nearly deserted restaurant off the Kurfürstendamm, Ferris asked Hani a question. Part of him didn't want to say a word and just savor the last notes the maestro had played in the silence after the music stopped. But he had to ask. Is your guy going to help us with Milan? That was the only thing the Near East desk officers would care about. Well, I certainly hope so. And if not this Milan, then the next one, or the one after. This is a long war. There will be many attacks. We have a new piece of the thread in our hand now. We will follow it. And when we see where it leads, perhaps we will understand all the Milans. Don't you think so? Ferris nodded. That wasn't really an answer, at least not one the Near East drones would understand. They would ask why Ferris had accompanied the Jordanian all the way to Berlin if he hadn't learned anything. And it would be a reasonable question. Why did you invite me along anyway? Ventured Ferris. I was just baggage. Because I like you, Roger. You're smarter than the people Ed Hoffman usually sends to a man. I wanted you to see how we operate, so that you would not make mistakes, like the others. I do not want you to be arrogant. That is the American disease, isn't it? I do not want you to die from it. Hani was veiled in the filmy blue smoke of his cigarette. Ferris looked at him. The worm was turning. A month before the Milan bombing, there had been one in Rotterdam. They were using car bombs regularly in Europe now. These attacks should have made the members of the network easier to catch, but they had become more elusive. The enemy had changed its order of battle. There was a new intensity in its operational planning, the hand of someone new. Ferris was sure that Hani saw it. That was the thread, wasn't it? That was what had brought them to Berlin that day. "Who are you going after?" asked Ferris quietly. Hani smiled through the tendrils of smoke. "I cannot tell you, my dear." But Ferris thought he knew. Hani was chasing the same man Ferris was, the man whose presence Ferris had first sensed months ago in a safe house north of Balad, a few days before his left leg was ripped by shrapnel. When Ferris closed his eyes, he could see a flickering image in his retinal camera of the man who was sending the bombers into the capitals of what people still wanted to believe was the civilized world. There wasn't a photo. There wasn't a location. There wasn't even any certainty he existed. There was only a name. And when Ferris's Iraqi agent had spoken it that day near Balad, his voice had been a furtive whisper. "Suleiman," the Iraq agent had said. He had almost swallowed the word, as if it would kill him if it became audible. Suleiman. This was the name of terror. Chapter 2. Amman. Amman seemed prickly and anxious when Ferris returned the next day, but most places had the jitters these days. America had kicked over a hornet's nest in Iraq, and they were buzzing into every souk and mosque in the Arab world, and soon into every mall and shopping center in the West. The analysts back at Langley called this proliferation of Iraqi terrorism bleed out. On the Royal Jordanian flight back from Berlin, Ferris overheard two well-dressed Arabs in the row ahead of him in Crown Class talking knowingly about the Milan bombing. The car bomb was just like the one in Rotterdam. No, it was bigger, and there were propane cylinders in the car to enhance the blast. It was the work of Al-Qaeda. No, it was the Shiites pretending to be Al-Qaeda. No, it was a new group, more terrifying than any of the others. They had no certainty about anything, except that it was America's fault. Even the flight attendant seemed skittish. She was dressed in a red skirt that hugged her ass, a fitted red jacket, and a red pillbox hat, the kind you never saw anymore except on flight attendants. That was the endearing thing about Royal Jordanian. Like Jordan itself, it was caught in a time warp. For she hadn't responded when Ferris tried to chat her up, and she had looked away with a slight grimace when she served him his meal. Her manner said, "This is your fault, you Americans." Ferris could feel the hostile stares as he went through passport control in Amman. The flight from Tel Aviv arrived at the same time, and the Jordanians were glowering at anyone who looked Israeli or American. The Jews, the Crusaders. For the Arabs, they had become interchangeable. Ferris wanted to get to work, to do something useful that might keep all these angry people from wreaking even more havoc. It was late afternoon, and most people at the embassy would still be at work. He could call Hoffman, look at the message log, answer the cables that had come in, think about how he was going to answer when people asked him what he, Roger Ferris, was doing to stop the car bombers before they arrived in Peoria and Petaluma. The airport highway into Amman was lined with billboards that might trick you into thinking that the world was still on the upswing. Advertisements for competing cell phone networks, for beachfront real estate in Dubai, for Citibank and the Four Seasons Hotel and the whole cornucopia of services that the global market had arrayed across these dry hills in the Arabian desert. It was only when you saw the giant roadside posters of the young king, looking faintly comic in Arab tribal clothes he would never have worn in real life, or embracing his late father in photographs that had become national amulets to pretend the old man was still alive. It was only then that you realized how nervous everyone was. This was still the land of lies and secrets, where survival was the only true aim of politics. Ferris liked Amman for all that. Its chalky white buildings gave the city a monastic look, that dizzying, arid purity of the desert that every millennium or so drives people so crazy they invent religions. Even at high noon in midsummer, Amman felt like a bracing sauna as opposed to the wilting steam bath Ferris remembered from Yemen or the pitiless furnace of Balad. And it retained many of the quaint folkways of the Arab world. Even here on the airport road, young boys at makeshift stands were hawking fruit and vegetables and dispensing fragrant, bitter Arab coffee in tiny cups. Herds of sheep wandered onto the highways, attended by shepherds in flowing cloaks as if they had fallen out of a time capsule. However much it tried to look like the West, Jordan was still the East. Hidden away in its markets were spice merchants and fortune-tellers and arms dealers, a whole secret life that was wired into a different set of circuits from those of McWorld. Living well might not be the best revenge, but it was the only one currently available for the Palestinians who were now a majority of the population. They came back from Doha and Riyadh with small fortunes, which they used to build huge villas in Amman where they could entertain each other, hatch business deals, and show off their wives, Western style. Cosmetic surgery had become a leading industry in the new Amman. A woman hadn't arrived until she had had her nose fixed or her breasts done. It was like Los Angeles, without the ocean. Amman even had a magazine called Living Well, with ads that told young Arab women where to shop for bikinis and Sex in the City DVDs and retro furniture. The recent Iraqi refugees had added their own acrid flavor to the mix. They were bidding up local real estate and providing work for thousands of thugs to protect them from the other thugs. The young king seemed to understand that cupidity was Jordan's national glue. Under his reign, the nation had graduated from the petty corruption of the old days to a Baroque Lebanese-style corruption, where every minister had his own bagman. The leading operatives were so well known that their identities were an open secret, gossiped about around town, but never published. Hypocrisy was mother's milk here. And Jordan had Islam, the secret inspiration and torment of every Arab country. That was the Amman station's biggest concern, other than ministering to the young king. The Jordanians were Sunnis, and the state-run network of mosques here was as ossified as the Church of England. The big pink and white striped Husseini mosque in the old downtown was nearly empty on Fridays. Religious people went to little mosques in the slums and refugee camps outside of town, or to Zarqa, the big industrial city just north of Amman that was the prime recruiting ground for the underground. Sometimes it seemed the fundamentalist sheikhs were the only people who told the truth in this society. They mocked the corruption and decadence of the new elite, voicing the anger everyone felt when they saw the Mercedes-Benzes and BMWs driving by, but could never express openly. The young king might be hosting the titans of the World Economic Forum down at the fancy resort hotels on the Dead Sea, but in the back alleys of Zarqa, they were selling carpets bearing the image of Osama bin Laden and listening to cassettes of his declaration of war on America. Ferris had called it the pipeline in a cable to Hoffman that he sent a few weeks after he arrived. There was a jihadist network that passed through Zarqa, carrying people in and out of Iraq, slipping them into the lymph nodes of the Arab world and then into the global bloodstream. Ferris was looking for a network that had a name, the name he had bought at such a high price in Iraq, and which he had been tracking since he arrived in Amman 2 months before. He knew the location of the safe house in Zarqa where his Iraqi agent had been recruited. He knew the names of a few people who traveled between Zarqa and Ramadi. Those shards of information had nearly cost him his life, but they were a starting point. From his first day in Amman, Ferris had been brandishing these few facts as a chisel that might break into the underground cavern. He had established fixed surveillance at the safe house in Zarqa. The NSA was listening to all the phones and computer links of anyone who had ever been near the house. Overhead reconnaissance tracked cars that left the villa. Ferris didn't tell Hani who he was targeting, but he suspected he didn't have to. In Berlin, he had become certain that they were chasing the same man. The American embassy sat like a tarted-up fortress in the neighborhood of Obdun, outside the city center. It was a facade of white marble that opened in the middle to a crescent-shaped courtyard decorated in salmon-pink stone. It was pleasing to the eye, but forbidding. Jordanian armored personnel carriers were parked out front, manned by hawk-nosed members of the Jordanian Special Forces in their blue camouflage uniforms. It looked like the embassy of a nation under siege, which was about right. The embassy car took Ferris into the compound, and he made his way upstairs to the top floor and the secret precincts of the CIA station. Most people were still at their desks when he arrived. Perhaps they wanted to impress him, but to Ferris it was a sign they had nothing better to do than sit in the embassy. Ferris closed his office door and called Hoffman on the secure phone. He had sent a cable from Berlin, but he hadn't had a chance to talk directly to his division chief. He had learned over the past several years that it was a mistake to assume you knew what Hoffman wanted. Like the agency itself, he was a series of compartments. You could be in one box, thinking you understood the big picture, and then suddenly discover that what really interested Hoffman was in another compartment, which you might or might not have known about. Ferris had learned to call the watch officer when he wanted to reach his boss. The folks at Near East Division often seemed to have trouble tracking him down, although it wasn't clear whether they were being deliberately unhelpful or really didn't know. The watch officer put Ferris through. "I've been waiting," said Hoffman. "Where the hell have you been?" "On a plane, then in a car, but I'm here now." Ferris had expected that he would have to give Hoffman an oral summary of the Berlin operation, but from Hoffman's abrupt tone, that evidently wasn't necessary. "What's Hani after? That's what I want to know. Is this Berlin thing going to get us inside the tent?" "I'm not sure yet. Hani won't tell me much. You know him better than I do, but my sense is that he moves at his own speed. He doesn't like to be rushed." "Hani has two speeds, slow and reverse. But that isn't going to work now. This slowly shit has got to stop. We have to move him into a different gear. The Milan bombing has everybody spooked. The president is screaming at the director, asking why we can't stop these guys, and the director is screaming at us. Or at me, to be more precise. We have to break this network. Now. You tell Hani that." "He's not back yet. He's still in Berlin." "Great! Oh, that means he's working his new boy without us. That's not going to fly. Who does he think is paying the bills?" Ferris debated a moment, and then decided to share his suspicion with Hoffman. "I think he's after my guy. I can't be sure, but I think that's what his Berlin op is about." "Suleiman?" "Yes, sir. Otherwise, I can't figure why he would work so hard to set it up, or why he would invite me along. It's got to be the Suleiman network he's trying to penetrate." "That settles it," said Hoffman. "I'm coming out to see you. We've got to own this one. Otherwise the president is going to have my ass. And yours, too. Not that anyone would care. I'll send you some goodies for Hani to show we love him. Try to soften him up when he gets back. Big Daddy will be out soon to finish the job." "Are you sure that makes sense?" Ferris had a sinking feeling, partly that he would be losing his handle on the Berlin operation, and partly something else that he couldn't put in words, even to himself. That wasn't how things worked in this part of the world. You couldn't kick someone's ass and then assume they would cooperate. This wasn't the KGB. Arabs helped you because they trusted you. They would do everything for a friend and nothing for a stranger, and less than nothing for someone who treated them with disrespect. He was going to try to talk Hoffman out of the trip when he heard a click on the other end of the line and realized that his boss had hung up. Chapter 3. Balad, Iraq. When Ferris had first heard the name Suleiman, He was beginning what was supposed to be a one-year assignment at the CIA's base in Balad, Iraq. Hoffman had resisted giving him the Iraq job at first, wanting to keep Ferris as his executive officer, but Ferris had insisted. If anyone should go to Iraq, it should be him. He spoke the language and understood the culture. He had been tracking this target, one way or another, for a decade, ever since he had become interested in Islamic radicals while he was a student at Columbia. "Iraq is fucked up," Hoffman had said. "So what?" Ferris had answered. "That's what makes it interesting." Ferris wasn't interested in policy. That was for the State Department or people on TV talk shows. He was the one person in America who didn't want to talk about what a disaster Iraq was. He wanted to be there. Working for Hoffman, he had helped devise the tradecraft that was keeping young officers alive. The Arab headdress and robes, the darkened mustache, the cheap shoes, the rickety cars with Islamic beads hanging from the mirrors, Arab music blaring from the stereo cassette player. For a certain kind of person, it was the only job that was interesting. Hoffman knew he couldn't stop his protege, so he arranged an assignment that could actually make a difference. "Your job is to feed the machine," Hoffman told Ferris before sending him off. Ferris hadn't understood what that meant until the day he arrived at the Balad Air Base about 50 miles north of Baghdad. The agency's small fleet of Predators was based there, and most members of the CIA base spent their days watching what they liked to call pred porn. These were the real-time images from the cameras on board the 3 unmanned aerial vehicles that were cruising lazily over Iraq. Ferris got his introduction from the base chief. He escorted Ferris into the operations room and pointed to a giant screen that loomed over them. "My star agents," he said. Displayed in military block letters below the screen were 3 names: Chili, Spec, and Nitrate. They sounded like the names of pets or cartoon characters, but these were the code designators of the 3 Predators operating out of Balad. On a smaller screen were images from the 3 drones stationed in Afghanistan: Pac-Man, Skybird, and Roulette. The pictures were riveting, even when you didn't know what you were looking at. Ferris gazed up at the Iraq screen and saw a dark car poking along a 2-lane road and then slipping onto a side road heading toward the desert. The Predator puttered along behind it, several hundred feet above, silent and invisible. Ferris asked what they were looking at. "Western Iraq, near the Syrian border," answered the base chief. "We think the car is picking up a high-value target." They stood together watching the car for perhaps 10 minutes, and then the picture went dark. The base chief spoke to one of the operators and then advised Ferris, "Dry hole," meaning that the target of whatever value wasn't in the car after all. That was the moment Ferris began to understand the problem. The base chief was summoned for a video conference with Langley, and he left Ferris sitting in his chair in the command platform at the center of the ops room floor. There was a low buzz in the room, with people peering at the banks of flat-screen monitors, doing the rote work of planning and targeting and assessing. The watch officer seated near Ferris was monitoring a half-dozen separate online chat groups that carried the latest raw intelligence from all the birds and bugs around the world. It was the dull hum of intelligence work until there was a sudden whir of attention, and everyone was looking at the Afghanistan screen. "Check out Pac-Man," murmured an Air Force NCO at the desk next to Ferris. That particular afternoon, Pac-Man was lingering over Waziristan in northwestern Pakistan, looking for one of al-Qaeda's elusive chieftains. The drone was almost motionless, above a cave high in the trackless mountains, waiting for its prey to emerge, hovering, searching, lazily looping over the craggy slopes and the snowy summits. "I think something's moving in the cave," said one of the watch officers, and nobody spoke in the big dark room. The people controlling Pac-Man were back at Nellis Air Force Base in California. They were studying the sensors, waiting to launch a Hellfire missile if they saw a tall, gaunt man in the shadows of the cave. Ferris could see more movement in the shadows, and then something broke into the light, and Ferris thought, "This is it." But it turned out to be a yak that had broken out of the cave's deep shadows into sunlight. There were groans around the room. Pac-Man had once again led them to a treasure trove of bats and vermin and animal dung. Still Ferris lingered as Pac-Man moved on toward another set of coordinates, and the camera captured the slow effacement of the Hindu Kush, the ravines and escarpments and roaring rivers. He found himself transfixed by images that normally could be seen only by a hawk or a falcon. Here was the genius of American intelligence, that it could fly its mechanical bird of prey over the world's most hostile terrain. And the folly was that most of the time it didn't know what it was looking for down below. A bird with perfect eyesight and no brain. Feed the machine. Now Ferris understood what Hoffman had been talking about when he made the assignment. Bring in real intelligence, so that the controllers will know where to send the drone, so they will know who is in the sedan meandering along the Syrian border, know which ramshackle bus is carrying the latest group of jihadis from the Damascus airport to the safe house in the Baghdad suburbs, know which battered GMC belongs to the operations planner. If Ferris could gather that information, then the Predator could watch each stop the target made, each accomplice who helped along the highway, every place they stopped to eat or sleep or take a shit. But someone had to feed the machine.
"You're perfect for the job, you poor bastard,"
Hoffman had said, and it was true. Ferris spoke level 4 Arabic. He had the dark hair and complexion that would allow him to pass as an Arab in his robes and keffiyeh, and he had that essential hunger, which he thought he could satisfy by taking risks. On his way in, Ferris spent a week with the ops chief in Baghdad. He was a burly Irishman named Jack, but when he dyed his red hair and mustache and put on a loose jalabia, he could pass for a Sunni sheikh. Jack gave Ferris a tour of the agency's hideaways in the Green Zone, the body shop where they repainted cars overnight, the hundreds of dummy license plates, the back entrances the agency used to slip its operatives out of the zone and into real life, the dozens of beat-up agency cars parked on the other side in the red zone, each raunchier than the last, the locations of safe houses across central Iraq where Ferris would be operating. They drank and joked to keep away the fear.
"Don't get captured,"
Jack said on the last day before Ferris went north.
"That's the main rule here. If they capture you, they're going to kill you eventually. But first they'll make you spill your guts, so don't get captured. That's all. If you see a roadblock and you think they're going to try to stop you, start shooting and keep shooting until you're out of there or you're dead."
"My Arabic is pretty good," said Ferris.
Jack shook his head. "I'll say it again. Don't get captured. You're not going to talk your way out of a fucking thing with these people. Shoot first. That's what they respect. Don't try to be smart. If you shoot enough of them, it won't matter whether your Arabic is good or bad."
On the day Ferris got lucky, he had been in Iraq for almost 3 months. He was scared almost every day he was there, and this one was no different. The base was mortared early in the morning while he was showering, and he had to scramble bare-assed from the latrine near his trailer, with a towel barely covering his privates, and duck under the concrete barrier that served as a shelter. 2 mortar rounds landed, one of them a quarter-mile away. They didn't bother to sound an all clear anymore, because it was never all clear. Ferris went back and finished his shower, but he thought, wrongly as it turned out, that starting the day this way was a bad omen. He was heading back that morning into what his colleagues called the shit, which meant anything outside the walls of the compound. His practice was to spend a week outside, then a week back in. Hoffman hadn't liked that. The most dangerous part of the job was transiting back and forth, and he wanted Ferris to meet his agents inside the perimeter. The Near East Division Chief was genuinely afraid that he might lose Ferris in Iraq, a fight he wasn't sure was worth it. But Ferris knew that caution was useless. Better not to have any agents than to rely on ones who made their way back and forth to an American compound. That was the point about Iraq. There was no way to be half in. Ferris put on his sweat-stained robe and his checkered keffiyeh. He had grown the required mustache in Iraq, and a stubbly beard, never quite shaven or unshaven. With his coloring, he could easily pass for an Arab. Not an Iraqi, perhaps, but an Egyptian, which was his cover identity. He had, in fact, first learned his Arabic in Cairo, during a semester abroad when he was at Columbia, and he still spoke with the soft G of the Egyptian dialect. Ferris wondered what his wife Gretchen would say if she could see him. She always imagined his spy life as a version of James Bond, with nice suits and martinis. If she saw him now, she would tell him to go change. Gretchen liked everything about Ferris, except his real life. Ferris left the compound with the other Arab workers when the night shift ended and the day shift came on base. He knew they wouldn't talk to him. Iraqis who worked at American bases didn't talk to anyone. They were risking their lives for the extra money they could bring home. If the insurgents found them, they were dead men. So they scattered as soon as they were outside the gate, and Ferris scattered with them. An Iraqi car was waiting for him on the outside. It was a beat-up Mercedes from the mid-1970s, purchased back when Iraq was flush with money. The driver was one of Ferris's agents, a young man named Bassam Samarai. He had been living in the Iraqi community in Dearborn, Michigan, and had been dumb enough to believe the American rhetoric back in 2003 and head for Iraq with a fat stipend from the CIA. His family was from this area. They had protected him and pretended to believe his story about coming home to start a new business importing satellite dishes and decoders. One day he would end up with a bullet in his head, Ferris knew, but there was nothing he could do about it. "Ya Bassam, marhaba," Ferris greeted his agent. He slumped into the front seat and rolled up the window. The Iraqi was wearing a cheap leather jacket, and he had his hair slicked back with gel. "How are you, man?" said Bassam. "Are you cool?" He liked American street talk, even though Ferris told him it was insecure. It reminded him of home, in Dearborn. But it wasn't just that. Bassam had a twinkle in his eye today, as if he were dying to tell Ferris something. "I'm okay," said Ferris. "It's good to be out of there. I get sick of Balad. Too many crazy Americans. I'm ready for some crazy Iraqis." "Well, boss, I have someone very crazy for you today. This one, you're not going to believe. Really, man, it's too much." Bassam was sounding like a DJ in his excitement.
"Hot shit," said Ferris. "What have you got?" "The real thing, man. An Al-Qaeda guy from up near Tikrit. I knew him when I was a kid before I left. His name is Nizar. He wanted to come to America, but he couldn't get the papers, so he worked in Saddam's Mukhabarat. He got all messed up in the head after liberation, you know, like a lot of those Tikritis, and he started working with Zarqawi. At least that's what he says. He's scared shitless now, man."
Ferris's eyes were alight. He pulled the keffiyeh a little tighter so people in nearby cars couldn't see his face. This was what he had been waiting for these past 3 months in hell, if it was true. "How did you find this guy, Bassam?"
"He found me, man. Yeah, he's terrified the bad guys are going to kill him. He was supposed to do a martyrdom operation, but he got scared. He knows a lot of shit. He wants us to help him, get him out of here."
"Oh, fuck." Ferris shook his head. "You didn't tell him you're working for Uncle Sugar, did you?"
"No way, man. I'm not dumb. No, he came to me just because I used to live in the States, that's all. He thinks I can fix shit for him. I told him I'd see what I could do. He's up at my uncle's house between here and Tikrit. I told him we'd come see him today."
Ferris looked at his hip-hop Iraqi agent. "You're the real deal, Bassam. You know that? I'm proud of you." They drove with the morning traffic up Highway 1, the main route north that followed the banks of the Tigris toward Tikrit. U.S. supply convoys rumbled past, and like all the Iraqis, Bassam slowed down to let the trigger-happy American soldiers pass. That would be the worst, thought Ferris, to get blown away by some reserve NCO from Nebraska who was riding shotgun for an armed convoy bringing steaks and soda pop to the troops up north. Bassam was playing Radio Sawa, an American station that mixed American and Arab music and was the one real propaganda success the United States had achieved. He was rapping along with an Eminem song when Ferris broke in. "We have to be careful, Bassam. If this guy is as good as you say,
They're going to kill him as soon as they find he's on the lam. You have to get real serious about tradecraft now, brother, you hear me? Yes, boss, I'm cool. No, you are not cool. You're going to get us killed along with your pal, Nizar, so pay attention. We have to move around starting tonight. I can't stay in the same place twice this week, and neither can you. If your man Nizar checks out, he's solid gold. We're not going to get him killed with sloppy shit. We don't get chances like this very often, and I'm not going to blow it. You hear me? Huh? You fucking hear me? Yes, boss, Bassam said again. But Ferris knew that he understood. Bassam's uncle lived down a long dirt road near Ad-Dawr, a few miles south of Tikrit. It had once been a farm. You could still see the irrigation equipment, but now the fields were a mess of tangled weeds and derelict equipment. Ferris told Bassam to park the car behind the main house so it couldn't be seen from the road. A smaller house stood under a eucalyptus tree about 50 yards from the main villa. Bassam said it was empty. Ferris told him to bring Nizar over to the smaller house and not mention to his uncle or anyone else that Ferris was here. Bassam gave him a wink, trying to look cocky, but Ferris could tell that he was scared. Ferris let himself in the little house. It stank of shit. Animal or human, he couldn't tell. It was a coarse fact of Iraqi life that people took a dump in almost any space that was unoccupied. He opened the windows to air the place out, set up the chairs so he could talk to Nizar without being seen, and then he sat and waited. Bassam arrived 10 minutes later with Nizar in tow, talking an Arabic version of the sing-song patois he adopted in English. Nizar was a short man, built like a fire plug, with a big mustache that drooped over his lips. Ferris didn't understand all the Iraqi slang, but he could tell that Nizar was nervous. There was a tremor in his voice, even talking to Bassam, and his eyes darted back and forth, scanning the horizon for the danger he knew was out there. When he entered the little house, he peered at Ferris, trying to make out his face in the shadows. "This is my Egyptian friend," said Bassam, pointing to Ferris. "Maybe he can help you." They exchanged Islamic pleasantries. "Peace be with you. God grant you health." Bassam had brought a bottle of water with him from his uncle's house, and he poured it out ceremoniously into 3 dirty glasses. It took a while to get started, but it was always a mistake to rush anything in this part of the world. "I can help you, my friend," said Ferris in his Egyptian-accented Arabic. "Thanks God," said Nizar. "But why do you need help? What are you afraid of?" "I know too many things, sir. I have traveled with Abu Musab. I know his secrets. They trusted me. They were going to send me outside Iraq. They prepared me. But then, a few days ago, they said, sorry, they needed me for a martyrdom operation in Baghdad. I think they did not trust me anymore. I don't know why. Rumors, maybe. They hear that I know Bassam, maybe. That was when I ran away. They have too many martyrs. I don't want to die. I want to go to America." "I can help," repeated Ferris. "I know people who can get you to the United States. Money, a visa, a green card, everything. But you know the Americans. They are greedy. You must give them something or they will never help you. So what can you give them? You tell me, and then I will know if I can help you." Nizar shook his head. "It is too dangerous," he said. "I will tell only the Americans. I cannot trust the Arabs. They will betray me." Ferris thought a moment. Everything the man had said so far sounded rational, and he was right to think that he could not trust the Arabs. The pitch would have to come from an American. Ferris knew that revealing himself as an American this early was a violation of his ops plan, but he couldn't think of any other way to make it work. He leaned forward in his chair so that his face was in the full sunlight and took off his keffiyeh so that Nizar could see his features. "I am an American, Nizar. I work for the National Security Council," Ferris said in English, and then he repeated it in Arabic. "I can help you to get to America, but you must tell me what you know. Then we can make a good plan."
Nizar studied Ferris's face, trying to make up his mind. Then he did the one thing Ferris didn't expect. He fell to the floor and kissed Ferris's hand. There were tears in his eyes. That's how scared he was that Zarqawi's people were going to kill him. "Tell me what you know," said Ferris, slowly and evenly. "Then I can help you. Tell me the thing that will make my big boss back in Washington, the president, most happy." Nizar closed his eyes. He knew what it was. This was the only card he had to play. Ferris reached out his hand and touched the Iraqi man on the forehead as if he were healing him. He had never done that before with anyone in his life, but in the moment it felt right. "They wanted me to leave Iraq," said Nizar. "Yes," said Ferris, "you told me that. Why did they want you to leave Iraq?" "Because of my training with the Mukhabarat. I know how to make bombs. I know how to run operations. I have all the training. They said they needed it for the operations in Europe. The car bombs, that is their plan, for car bombs in Europe, just like Baghdad. But they do not have enough people. They needed me." He stopped, frightened to continue. "Who needed you?" Ferris looked him in the eyes and then repeated it. "Who needed you, Nizar? Tell me, or I will leave now." "The man who runs Al-Qaeda's new network. The one who is planning the bombings in Europe. The one who frightens the Americans the most. The people here are in touch with him. They wanted to send me to him." "And who is that?" Nizar fell silent again. He sat there, shaking his head, terrified and uncertain what to do. Ferris sensed he might lose him if he didn't act quickly. He rose from his chair as if ready to walk out. "Come on, Bassam," he said. "We're leaving." Nizar said a word, but his voice was barely audible. "Speak up," said Ferris. "Suleiman," he whispered. "That is not his real name, but that is the name they give him. Suleiman the Magnificent. He is the planner." "Oh my God," thought Ferris. "This is it. How are we going to keep this guy alive?" Chapter 4. Balad, Iraq. Ferris called Ed Hoffman on his satellite phone from the derelict house near the Tigris. It would be 4 a.m. back in Washington, but that didn't matter. Hoffman would be furious if he hadn't been awakened when he found out what Ferris had. He routed the call through the Near East Division Ops Center. The watch officer sounded peeved, as if he had been interrupted from the solitaire game on his computer, but he put the call through to Hoffman at home. "What the fuck?" were Hoffman's first words, and then, "What time is it?" "Sorry to wake you up," said Ferris, "but I think we may have found the real thing out here in Dodge City." "Oh, yeah?" said Hoffman, now fully awake. "What have you got?" "I am debriefing an Iraqi walk-in. He's a Sunni from Samarra who used to work for Saddam's intelligence service. He's part of Al-Qaeda in Iraq now, or at least he was until a few days ago when they told him they needed him for car bomb duty. Now he's on the run. He just told me something pretty interesting." "Yeah? Okay, I'm waiting." "He said that Al-Qaeda was going to send him outside to connect up with the man planning their operations in Europe. This is the network that's planning car bombings in Europe. At least he says it is. He had a name for the planner. He called him Suleiman." "You're right. That is pretty damn interesting." Hoffman let out a low growl of excitement. "What else did he say?" "Shit, isn't that enough? I want to get him out, Ed. We need to debrief him carefully." "Sorry, I didn't catch that." "I said I want to get him out. If he stays here, he's a dead man. I told him I would get him out if he gave me the goodies." "No fucking way. This guy is gold. Milk him now. But you've got to leave him in place for a while so we can see his network. Put one of the Preds on him. We can watch everyone he talks to and then nail him." "But they'll kill him. I told you that. He's on the run." "Tough shit.
If they kill him, then we can at least see who's pulling the trigger.
Ferris looked through the window at Nizar, who was standing outside in the sun. There was a hint of a smile on his face. He thought he was going to be delivered into the protection of the Americans.
I don't feel good about this, Ed. I feel we're doing this thing wrong. It's my case. Let me develop it. Sorry, no can do. Debrief him now. Get everything you can in case he does get nailed. But cut him loose today when you're done. We'll watch him for a while and then bring him in. I hate to be a prick, but that's the way we're going to run it.
Christ. Ferris put the phone aside for a moment. There was no point arguing the case, not with Hoffman.
Can I promise him money and resettlement at least? Sure, no problem. Whatever you like.
Hoffman didn't even ask how much Ferris would be offering. He knew he would never have to pay it off. Ferris sat Nizar down in the house again and said he had a few more questions. The Iraqi was in a good mood now, relaxing, decompressing, imagining that his part of the nightmare would be over soon. Ferris had a little digital tape recorder going now to capture the debrief. He asked Nizar for the names of his contacts in Al-Qaeda in Iraq. He asked for the locations where he met with the members of his cell. He asked how he had been recruited, and the Iraqi explained that it had been in Amman, at a safe house near Jebel al-Akhtar, on the southern edge of the town. He recited the address, and Ferris wrote it down carefully in his notebook. If they could monitor the Amman safe house, maybe they could take down an entire network. Ferris asked for the SIM card of his cell phone, and Nizar handed that over too. The little Iraqi talked on for several hours. Ferris sent Bassam out to get some food, and he came back with some kebabs and Heineken beer brewed in Egypt, which Nizar devoured. It was mid-afternoon before they finished. Ferris was getting nervous that they had been at Bassam's uncle's house for so long. People in the neighborhood would know and tell others. When night fell, it would be dangerous for them here. When Ferris had finished all of his questions, Nizar looked at him attentively.
"We're ready to go to Green Zone now, sir?" he asked.
"Not yet, Nizar." Immediately, the Iraqi's hopeful smile dissolved. "It will take my friends a little while to arrange your departure from Iraq. In the meantime, you should go about your business. Be careful. Don't panic. Everything will be okay."
"But, sir, they will kill me. I tell you that when we first talk."
"They won't kill you. We will be watching you and protecting you. We have big eyes and ears." Nizar was shaking his head.
Sir, I am sorry, but you cannot protect anyone. Not even yourselves. How can you protect me?"
"We will take care of you. Your friend Bassam will be close, but he cannot stay with you. Neither can I. Until we come to take you out, you have to take care of yourself." The Iraqi made a low moan. He had given everything and gotten nothing. Ferris couldn't leave him like that. In his depression, he would wander into a trap and be dead before sundown. "I'm going to open a bank account for you now in America. Is that all right?" Nizar's eyes brightened slightly.
"Yes, sir. How much, please?"
"At first, $100,000. Plus, we will resettle you and your wife and kids in America." Now the Iraqi was really perking up.
$1 million, please. I do not have a wife."
Jesus, thought Ferris. A moment ago he was a goner, and now he's dickering over money. "We'll see about the $1 million. Right now I want to talk about how you're going to stay safe." He called over Bassam, and they talked through the security procedures Nizar would adopt over the next week. Ferris gave him a new cell phone to use in emergencies. The Iraqi took it greedily, as if it were a first down payment on the $1 million.
"I want to live in Los Angeles," he said. "I want a house on the beach, just like on Baywatch."
"Sure," said Ferris. "No problem." He shook hands with the Iraqi, who slipped out the door and trundled across the dusty yard to his black BMW, thinking about girls in bikinis. He waved goodbye in their direction and drove off. That was the last time Ferris ever saw him. Bassam picked up word through one of his sub-agents that Nizar had been killed the following morning. Nizar had been taking his breakfast in a cafe off the main road in Samara, a place where people knew him. That was stupid, the opposite of what Ferris had told him to do. When he left the cafe, 2 cars had followed him. The only good news was that he hadn't been captured. He had his own gun and managed to fire enough shots at his pursuers that they had to kill him, which meant they hadn't been able to question him. Ferris waited until late in the evening to call Hoffman. He hid out in a villa behind the police station. It wasn't just that he was angry. It was that he knew what Hoffman would say, and he didn't want to hear it. When it was nearly midnight Iraq time, he picked up the satellite phone and dialed Langley. The watch officer put him through to Hoffman. "He's dead," said Ferris. "The kid I recruited. They nailed him this morning." "Already? Shit. That didn't take long. Did they interrogate him before they killed him?" "Not from what we heard, but we weren't there when he took the bullet. I have it secondhand from one of my guys." "Fuck," Hoffman groaned. What did you get out of him before they got him?" "Good stuff. He talked for a couple of hours before I let him go. How he was recruited in Amman, the address of the safe house, who's in his network here, I have it all on tape. He couldn't stop talking, he was so excited. The poor fucker." Even Hoffman could tell that Harris felt guilty. "Sorry, Roger, but shit happens. I could apologize, but what's the point? He was going to get killed no matter what he did. Because he talked to you, maybe it'll save some lives." "Maybe," said Ferris. "Like you said, shit happens.
The point is, now you've got to get out. We have to assume you're blown, whether this guy talked or not. I want you back to Balad, then we'll see about getting you reassigned. You're too valuable to waste."
"I'm not leaving. There's a war on. I have other agents here. I'm not abandoning them just because we fucked up. That's our problem around here, if you hadn't noticed."
"Don't be sentimental, Roger. It's not safe. I am not losing my best young officer because he feels so guilty about a dead Iraqi that he decides to commit suicide. Sorry. No goddamn way."
"I'm not leaving," Ferris repeated. Hoffman's voice went cold. He spoke slowly, with barely suppressed anger at the fact that Ferris was challenging him. "I want you back in Balad tomorrow, Ferris. That is an order. If you don't obey it, you can find another job, assuming they don't send you home in a bag. Is that understood?" Ferris didn't know how to respond, so he broke the connection. When Hoffman called back, he didn't answer. That alone was enough to get him fired. But in that moment, Ferris didn't care. He tried to sleep, and when he couldn't, he read the dog-eared Charles Dickens novel he had brought along for moments like this. Bassam collected Ferris the next morning outside his little villa. Ferris was wearing his robe and keffiyeh. At a quick glance, he was just another scruffy Iraqi man in his early 30s. Bassam had his hair gelled as usual, but it was obvious he hadn't slept much either. He looked hollow-eyed and nervous, no color left in his cheeks. Stoicism in the face of danger was a code of honor for Iraqi men, so he did his best to sound buoyant. "Hey, Lost Man," he said when Ferris got in the car. "Everything's cool." Ferris answered in Arabic. "No English today, Bassam. It's too dangerous." He looked in the side mirror. A BMW with 3 Iraqis had pulled up behind them. "Pull over, let the car behind pass," said Ferris. Bassam obeyed silently. No chatter now. The BMW idled, and Ferris was about to tell Bassam to gun it and make a run, but at the last moment the Iraqi driver pulled out and passed them. One of the men in the BMW stared at Ferris full in the face. "Shit," he thought. "They know. They've made me." "Head south," said Ferris. "Go to the house Nizar told us about, the one he said is the local headquarters for his cell. If there's anyone there, I want to call in the Predator and take some pictures, see who's coming and going." "You sure?" asked Bassam. He was nervous, Ferris could tell. He thought the American was pushing his luck. He was right, but Ferris didn't care. In that moment, he was determined to finish the job. He was still angry about Nizar, the little fireplug Iraqi who had trusted Ferris and now was dead. They headed south along the banks of the Tigris, a big, ugly river that seemed more mud than water. Bassam knew the directions, knew the house even. In these parts, every family knew where every other family lived. Every space on the checkerboard was covered with something. They turned off the main road, past a grove of olive trees, and toward a half-finished villa a mile distant. It was spooky, dead quiet in the stillness of the morning. No cars on the road, no birds in the air even. Ferris got out his satellite phone and checked the GPS coordinates so he could be sure of the location when he contacted Balad to call in the Predator. Ferris saw a little cloud of dust rise next to the villa when they were about a quarter-mile off. It was a car coming or going, he couldn't tell which, but it was motion. "Slow down," he told Bassam. He got on the phone to his base chief in Balad and asked him to dispatch chili, spec, or nitrate. He gave the GPS coordinates and told the chief to hurry. This was a live target, the operating base of a confirmed terrorist cell. Bassam had slowed the Mercedes to 15 miles an hour. "Should I turn around now?" he asked. "Why?" said Ferris. "We are almost there. Let's check it out." "But, sir, they are coming at us." There was a tremor in the Iraqi's voice Ferris had never heard before. Ferris studied the dust cloud in the distance. It was getting bigger, and you could make out the car now. Bassam was right. Whoever was in the car was heading their way. Ferris couldn't know whether they were coming in pursuit, but he had to make an instant decision. "Turn around," said Ferris, adding in English, "Gun it!" Bassam threw the wheel over, swerved into a quick 180-degree turn, and put the pedal to the floor. Bassam's Mercedes kicked up a plume of dust of its own, obscuring the view of the car behind. As they neared the main highway, Ferris realized they were in deep trouble. The chase car was still behind them, but another car, a faded yellow Chevrolet, lay in wait on the shoulder of the paved road. Ferris popped the glove compartment of the Mercedes where Bassam kept his gun. He hefted it in his hand. It was a small-caliber automatic pistol, almost useless. They were nearing the intersection. "What do you want, boss?" said Bassam. "Turn south," said Ferris, "toward Balad." Bassam surged into the curve, barely missing an oncoming dump truck. The yellow Chevy parked on the shoulder roared to life and took off after them, followed by the car that had been pursuing them on the dirt road. Ferris got back on the satellite phone to Balad. "You got that bird up? We have a problem out on Highway 1. "Roger that, sir," answered the duty officer. "Spec is on the way to the coordinates you gave us, a few minutes away." "Listen, we are in some serious fucking trouble here. I think some bad guys have made me and one of my agents. We're in an old red Mercedes south of Samara coming down Highway 1. We're being pursued by two cars. The lead car is the yellow Chevy. If you can get a gunship in the air, you may save a couple of lives." "Roger that," repeated the duty officer. "Stay on the line. We're calling down to the flight line for choppers. We'll see what we can do." Ferris looked back toward the yellow car. He saw a man leaning out from the backseat window on the driver's side. He had something big in his hands. It looked almost like a television camera, and then Ferris realized, "Fuck, no, it's an RPG. "Faster," he said to Bassam, "as fast as it'll go." Bassam revved it all the way, pushing the needle past 80, then 90, but there were cars up ahead, and he had to slow so that he wouldn't rear-end them. And then, in an instant, Ferris's world nearly flickered out for good. He didn't hear the roar of the RPG as it left the muzzle of the launcher. The rocket moved faster than the sound. He saw a sudden burst of light to his left, just beyond Bassam, and then the shattering sound of the grenade exploding at the front wheelbase, and then everything was white, and things went into slow motion. The car rocked up off its wheels from the concussion of the explosion, swaying once, twice, and then settling back down on its tires. He heard a piercing scream in Arabic from Bassam, and saw that he was spurting blood from wounds across his chest. "Oh, shit," thought Ferris, and he reached out his arm in a strobe-lit motion, and then pulled back in horror. Where Bassam's stomach had been was a mess of blood and intestines. The shrapnel had carved into his gut like a surgeon's knife. Bassam was screaming, but somehow his hands were still on the steering wheel,
and his foot was on the gas pedal. Ferris felt a sharp sting, like he had been bitten by wasps, up and down his leg, and only then did he see that the shrapnel of the grenade had hit him, too. His left leg was blood and bone from mid-thigh down toward his calf. He put his hand to his balls to make sure they were still there. "Can you drive?" shouted Ferris. All he heard back was the screaming, but Bassam managed to steer around the cars that had stopped up ahead because of the explosion and was accelerating into open highway. "Can you drive?" asked Ferris again, but the car was already weaving, and he could see the life going out of Bassam's eyes, and in a moment his body slumped over. Ferris grabbed the wheel and managed to steady the car, but he couldn't move his left leg past Bassam's to reach the gas. The car began to slow. "This is how I'm going to die," thought Ferris. He thought of his mother, his dead father. He did not think of his wife. The car was slowing and the pursuers were coming faster. He heard a loud noise, but he was too dizzy to know what it was. The noise was louder still, and then there was an explosive roar, like another missile coming at him, but his vision was dimming and he could no longer process the signals. "This is it," he thought. "I did it." That was the last thought he had before everything went black. I did it. The noise Ferris heard was a helicopter gunship that had been dispatched from Balad when his call to the duty officer had come in. The Apache took out the yellow Chevy in an instant, and then destroyed the second chase car behind. 2 more helicopters landed and formed the perimeter by the highway. They put Ferris on a stretcher and were going to do the same with Bassam until they saw that he was dead, so they put him in a bag. Ferris was back inside the Balad perimeter a few minutes later, safely across the line that separated life from death, and he was in the emergency room of the Balad Field Hospital 20 minutes after that, where the doctors struggled to save his leg. The first call Ferris received when he woke up was from Hoffman, and he said pretty much the same thing Ferris had said to himself. "You did it." It sounded like an ending, but that was really the beginning of their story. Chapter 5. Washington. Ferris was lucky. They put his leg back together, got him out of Iraq, and found him a private room at Walter Reed. Most of the soldiers in the nearby ward hadn't been as fortunate. They had lost arms, legs, parts of their faces, pieces of their skulls. Ferris was embarrassed by his good luck. He had come out of Iraq on a C-130 with the remains of a dead soldier, Private Morales, someone said, who had died from a mortar round at a forward operating base south of Baghdad. The box that contained what was left of him wasn't really a coffin, more like a metal locker, but it had an American flag draped around it. They received the body in Kuwait with a solemn ceremony. They called it the Patriot Drill. But after they had saluted the dead soldier's remains, the honor guard hoisted the metal locker and shoved it into what looked like a meat truck. The soldiers fell out, and the truck drove it away. The director himself paid a call at Walter Reed soon after Ferris was airlifted home. He looked as sleek and sly as a Venetian aristocrat. Accompanying him was Ed Hoffman, big stomach and spiky crew cut, walking with a stiff-legged strut like a football coach from the 1950s. Ferris was still heavily sedated, and when he awoke he realized that the director was holding his hand. "How are you, son?" asked the director. Ferris groaned, and the director squeezed his hand. "We're proud of you. You hear me?" There was no response from Ferris, so the director continued. "I brought you something. It's a medal for bravery in action. Rarely given. Precious." Ferris felt something heavy land on his chest. He tried to say thank you, but the words didn't come out very clearly. The director was speaking again. He was talking about silent warriors. Ferris was trying to compose a reply when the director said perhaps he should be going so the patient could get some rest. He said the last bit in a jaunty voice. "Get some rest, old boy." Ferris managed to say thank you and then closed his eyes. Before he fell back into his drugged sleep, he saw in his mind the faces of the 2 dead agents he had left behind in Iraq.
Hoffman came back a few days later. Ferris was feeling better now. The sedatives were wearing off, which meant his leg hurt more, but his mind wasn't so dull.
"You did good,"
the Near East Division chief said.
"Your father would be proud of you."
Ferris pulled himself up in bed so that he could see Hoffman better.
"My dad hated the CIA," he answered. "I know. That's why he would have been proud of you. You got some dignity back."
And it was true. Tom Ferris had worked in the agency's Science and Technology Division, laboring on the communications links for several generations of spy satellites, and he had disliked almost every minute of it. After he got fired in the Stan Turner house cleaning of the late 1970s, he had worked for the Washington office of an aerospace company, but he was drinking heavily and screaming at Ferris's mother late at night. Ferris knew that his father regarded himself as a failure, a once talented engineer who had wasted his life in the agency's deadening secret bureaucracy. He would mutter about the CIA when he was drinking. "Mediocrity," he would say. "Mendacity." His words would slur. He was spared by an early heart attack from the knowledge that his only son had joined the enemy. Maybe Ferris's father would be happy to know his boy had gotten a medal out of the people who had tormented him, but he doubted it. "I want to go back to Iraq," said Ferris.
"No way," answered Hoffman quickly. "Out of the question. You're burned. The bad guys know who you are, so forget it."
"Then I quit. Send me back in or I'm looking for another job."
"Don't be an asshole, Roger. And don't threaten me. It won't work. Anyway, I have another idea for you. How would you like to do something for me here that is a little, shall we say, unconventional?"
"At headquarters? Absolutely not. If you try to make me, I won't just quit, I'll defect."
"That's not headquarters, exactly. It's not even on the organization chart. Like I said, it's unconventional. You'd like it, I promise. It's made for a troublemaker like you."
"What is it?"
"I can't tell you unless you're in."
"Then forget it. I went back to Iraq. Like I said, it's that or I'm out."
"Stop it! And grow up! I told you Iraq is impossible. You're making a mistake turning down my proposal, but that's your problem. If you insist on going back in the field, I'm prepared to offer you the next best thing to Baghdad, which is Amman. It's better, actually, because you can do real operations, as opposed to being hunkered down hoping you don't get your ass shot off. I'm willing to send you in as deputy chief of station, which is unheard of at your age. So shut up. Actually, don't shut up. Say, "Thanks, Ed. Amman is a plum. I really appreciate your confidence in me."
Ferris scratched his prickly beard. "When do I leave? If I agree to take Amman, that is."
"As soon as you can walk without falling over, which they tell me will be in about a month."
Ferris looked out the window, across the lawn and down toward the clog of traffic on 16th Street. Pizza Hut delivery boys and FedEx drivers and commuters racing home to catch their favorite shows on television. America was so normal. The bloody mess in Iraq might as well be on another planet. He turned back toward Hoffman, who was obviously waiting for an answer. Despite the Bear Bryant act, Hoffman was like anyone else. He wanted people to tell him good news. Ferris wasn't in the mood. His leg hurt too much. "We're losing this war, Ed. You realize that, don't you?"
"Of course I do. Assuming you mean the little war in Iraq. But we're not losing the big war. At least not yet. The one that could take down everything from Los Angeles to Bangor, Maine, and make ordinary folks so scared they will be crapping in their pants. In that war, we are still holding our own. Barely. That's why I want you in Amman. You came up with the real thing in Iraq before you got your leg blown apart. The Suleiman network is for real. We've gotten collateral the past few days from other sources. We have to take him down. Have to. So stop feeling sorry for yourself and get mended. Do your physical therapy. I'm shipping you out as soon as I can. To Amman. Do we understand each other?
Ferris offered a wan smile.
Do I have a choice? Nope.
Hoffman stood up to go, and then reconsidered and sat back down in his chair. He wanted Ferris to understand. This wasn't a consolation prize. He squinted one eye as if he were trying to focus on something far away.
Remember the first time you showed up in my office, right after you got out of the farm?
Sure.
You terrified me. You flatter me. But here's the thing. From that first meeting, I knew I wanted you working for me. You know why? You had done well in training, obviously. They sent me a report. You aced everything.
Ferris nodded. He had met with Hoffman a few days after graduating from the training facility known as the Farm, perhaps the least secret covert facility in the world. It was a vast, fenced tract of land in the swampy tidewater area near Williamsburg, full of snakes and vermin and burned-out case officers who were assigned there as instructors when their covers got blown. Ferris had founded a kind of glorified scout camp, with training in map reading, high-speed driving, marksmanship, even parachute jumping, elaborately disguising the fact that most graduates were destined to spend their time going to embassy receptions. Ferris had excelled in his courses. He was a good athlete, which gave him an advantage in the brawny activities like hand-to-hand combat, and his tradecraft instructor said he was a born recruiter.
You were a star, continued Hoffman. But that wasn't it. A lot of people who do well at the farm are disasters as case officers. It's like high school. There's a sort of inverse relationship between early success and the real thing later on. No, it was something else that caught my eye. Something so rare I worried it had disappeared in our line of work.
Okay, I give up. What was it?
You were a natural. That's the only way I can put it. You hadn't even started yet, but you already knew what you were doing. You knew there were some scary people out there who wanted to kill Americans. You had studied them. You spoke their language. You knew they were coming at us, which was more than 99% of the people in the agency understood back then. And you had that journalism thing. Most people come to us from the Marines or the FBI or someplace like that, where they learn to take orders and conform to the culture. But you didn't fit the pattern. You were a smart, rebellious kid who had studied Arabic in college and worked for Time magazine, of all things, and realized the goddamn house was on fire and that you had to do something about it. That was what I liked about you. You understood what was going on. And you still do.
I always thought you hated reporters.
I do. They're losers. But I like you.
Ferris shook his head, thinking of all the braggarts and armchair generals he had worked with at time. The news business was still riding high when he had joined the magazine in 1991. They had sent him to Detroit to cover what was left of the American auto industry. He had been bored stiff and was going to quit after a year, but the barons of time were interested in sending him abroad eventually because of his Arabic, so they brought him back to New York to cover Wall Street. That was worse than Detroit, and Ferris was going to quit for sure when Time assigned him to do a short piece on the radical Muslims who had surfaced in the 1991 attempt to bomb the World Trade Center. Ferris began reading the Arabic papers and visiting mosques. The more he talked to the sheikhs, the more obvious it became. These people hate us. They don't want to negotiate anything. They want to kill us. Ferris knew he had stumbled into something important, but Time only ran 1,000 words, and when he complained, his editor lectured him about being a team player. Ferris thought of writing a book about radical Islam, but he couldn't find a publisher who would give him an advance. So he quit and went to graduate school. That was the only way he could follow what had become an obsession. His Arabic professors at Columbia were happy to have him back, although they disapproved of his studying Islamic extremism, as opposed to writing love letters to the downtrodden Palestinians. And then 6 months in, there occurred one of those accidental encounters that in retrospect seem preordained. A former dean who had taken an interest in Ferris invited him to lunch. He beat around the bush for a while and at last, over coffee, asked Ferris if he ever thought of working for the Central Intelligence Agency. At first, Ferris laughed. Thought about it? Hell, he'd been running away from it his whole life. Then it occurred to him, stop running. This is who you are. And now, a decade later, he was in a hospital bed with a steel pin in his leg, pleading to get back in the field. Hoffman was smiling at him. You remember what you said to me at that first meeting? Ferris tried to remember. The day he had graduated from the farm, the director of training had summoned him and said that the head of the Near East Division wanted to meet with him. Right away. He made it sound like a very big deal. Ferris had been planning to spend a week in Florida, baking in the sun and drinking beer. But evidently that was out. He drove like a maniac up I-95, playing loud music the whole way, thinking how cool he was. When he got to headquarters, the guard sent him to an office on the 4th floor. There was an ordinariness about the place that was suddenly obvious, now that Ferris was in. There were bulletin boards with notices of after-hours meetings that reminded him of high school, and there were little signs on the doors. Electrical closet, utility closet, as if they were worried that people would stumble into the wrong one by accident. At the farm, they had told the clandestine service trainees they were joining the most elite intelligence organization in the world. But looking at the overweight, hollow-eyed men and women plying the halls at headquarters, Ferris knew that could not possibly be true. He was wondering if he had made the biggest mistake in his life. And then he met Ed Hoffman. What struck him in that first encounter was Hoffman's size. He wasn't overweight, just bulky. One of those people who took up a lot of space even when he was sitting at his desk. He kept his hair in a buzz cut like a Marine recruit, but he was probably in his early 50s. He peered over the top of his reading glasses when Ferris entered the room, in a look that suggested surprise and impatience, as if he had forgotten that he had summoned Ferris. But that wasn't it. He was curious. Hoffman was still sitting next to his hospital bed at Walter Reed, waiting for an answer. He was a little bigger now, a little softer in the middle, but he hadn't lost that surprising twinkle in his eye, the nimbleness that didn't fit with the heavy body. To be honest, Ed, I don't remember anything I said that day except yes, sir, and no, sir. I was trying to make a good impression. I remember you told me we had something in common. You said we were both related to CIA washouts. I'd never heard my dad described that way, although it was true enough. And you told me about your Uncle Frank, who was station chief in Beirut until he got mad at his boss and quit. I liked that. Where is he now, your Uncle Frank? Playing golf in Florida with everyone else. You're avoiding my question, Roger. Do you remember what you said at the end of our meeting, after I had quizzed you about the Islamic groups and we had talked about bin Laden? You were the only person around headquarters who seemed to know who he was, and you hadn't even gotten your first real paycheck yet. Do you remember what you said at the end of that meeting, when I told you I was sending you to Yemen to work on Al-Qaeda? You remember your response? Honestly, I don't, Ed. It was a long time ago. Well, I remember. You looked me in the eye and said, "This has to work." I never forget that. When 9/11 happened, I thought, get me that Ferris kid. Get him back from Yemen and make him my executive officer. I jumped you over about 30 people. Did you know that? September 11 was a disaster for America. But for you, my friend, it was a good career move. Give me a break, Ed. I'm lying in a hospital bed with half my legs shot off. Hoffman ignored him. What you said back then is still true. Now that we have Suleiman in our sights, now that you're heading out to Amman, these people are killers. They want to bring this war to every shopping mall and supermarket in America. So I'll play it back to you, Roger. This has to work. Gretchen Ferris visited her husband every few days in the hospital. She was a dark-haired beauty with a voluptuous figure that made the other men in the hospital stare at her and shake their heads. She never stayed very long. She always had to get back to the Justice Department. But she was devoted to Ferris in her organized way. They had met as undergraduates at Columbia. She was smarter than him, at least by the conventional measures. She had nailed her law boards and sailed through Columbia Law School while Ferris was horsing around at time. When he joined the CIA, she had come to Washington to clerk with a conservative circuit court judge, and when the Republicans took office, she was offered a job at Justice. She asked Ferris whether that would be a problem, both of them working for the government, and he said no. He was proud of her, just as she was proud of him. She was a believer. That was the difference between them. For Ferris, most assumptions about life were inductive and open to revision. Gretchen worked the other way, from principle to practice. Maybe she had been less certain about things before, when they were younger, or maybe it was Ferris who had lost his bearings. The gap had worried Ferris a little before he went to Iraq, and it had grown wider. Gretchen didn't want to know things that would upset her. When Ferris tried to explain what had been so disturbing about Iraq, she would shake her head, as if Ferris weren't trying hard enough. Whatever their differences, Gretchen knew how they might be bridged. Her appetite for sex was remarkable, and in a way creative. It was something that set her apart from anyone's stereotype of a conservative lawyer. When she visited him in the hospital the first time, she opened her raincoat to reveal a bra, a garter belt and heels, and milky white skin. She wanted to give him a blowjob. Ferris resisted at first, feeling that he was betraying all the wounded Joes on the ward, but not for very long. When Ferris told her that he was going to Amman, she got tears in her eyes, not just about missing him, but about the nobility of what he was doing. She talked about how they were both fighting in the same war, and how they were sacrificing their personal happiness for a greater cause. That's crazy, Ferris thought. Nobody stays married because it's the right thing for the country. Already he was beginning to wonder if it would last. He had become a hero to her, rather than a real person. At the airport, the day he left, Ferris tried to explain that he wasn't sure he could stay faithful, being so far away for such a long time. But she cut him off. "Just don't ever tell me about it, and we'll be fine," she said. She kissed him and told him she loved him, and she meant it. Ferris said the words back. "I love you." But in his mind they sounded hollow. Chapter 6. Amman. Ferris paid a call on Hani Salam at the General Intelligence Department the day after he returned from Berlin. A guard at the checkpoint stopped his armored SUV at the entrance to the complex and then waved him through. The word had evidently gotten around that he was a friend of the Pasha. That was the thing about a country like Jordan, where life revolved around a royal court. Gossip flowed as freely as water. All the courtiers shared the same information, and everybody instantly seemed to know everything. The palace knew within a few days, for example, that Ferris had become acting chief of station a few weeks after his arrival, when Francis Alderson was expelled. That was supposed to be a big secret, but this was a company town, in more ways than one. The GID's headquarters stood atop a steep bluff in Abdun, not far from the U.S. Embassy. The building was hidden from the road, but when you turned a corner it loomed suddenly like a stone castle. Inside the inner courtyard flew the ominous black flag of the Mukhabarat, bearing the Arabic script that translated, "Justice has come." On a clear night, the lights of Jerusalem were visible in the far distance. The GID was vast. Nobody knew how many people were on the payroll of the secret police, so they imagined the worst. Was the person sitting next to you in the restaurant an informant? What about the Bawab who guarded your apartment building? or the person in the next office at work. Probably all of them, and a dozen more who circumscribed every point of your life, but nobody knew. Young Jordanians sometimes played a game in bars, trying to guess who was from the Mukhabarat, but they dared to do so only if Daddy was rich enough to fix things if someone overheard. This was Hani's power, that in the absence of real knowledge, people imagined his men were everywhere. Ferris was carrying a locked briefcase containing a set of NSA intercepts, chronicling the conversations of some members of the king's family who had lately been demanding more money from the palace. The intercepts were Hoffman's idea. They were an offering to Hani, to be presented as soon as Ferris could arrange an appointment. The message was, "We deliver. Now you deliver." Hani's secretary was waiting for Ferris at the front door and escorted him upstairs. Ferris walked past a bright mural on the first floor depicting the young king and his family, and then up a grand stairway. It was a bit like a fancy hotel lobby, decorated in lustrous teak and polished chrome. The elegant interior would have surprised most Jordanians, who imagined the intelligence headquarters as a Kafkaesque prison. But GID officers historically had treated themselves to the good life, sometimes to excess. One of Hani's predecessors had gone to prison after it was alleged that he had been steering contracts to friends who, in their gratitude, had been depositing large sums in a secret bank account. Ferris was escorted to the office of Hani's genial deputy, who proffered tea and made small talk. The director would be free in a few minutes, he said. Eventually, an aide announced that the great man was ready, and Ferris was marched down the hall to a large office decorated with pictures of the young king and his father. Hani rose from his desk and strode toward the American. "Salam alaikum, Hani Pasha," said Ferris. The American leaned toward the Jordanian and kissed him on both cheeks. Hani seemed amused at the show of respect. He took a puff of the cigarette in his hand and blew a perfect smoke ring in Ferris's direction. "You are most welcome, Roger. We are sure you must be an Arab. You have such good manners. That is why we like you so much." "I'm not an Arab, just an American who can speak the language." "Perhaps a little bit. Long ago," Hani smiled. "A grandmother, a distant grandfather. I know it. I am never wrong." "This time you are." Ferris smiled amiably. He never talked about his background. The agency frowned on giving away too many details, but it wasn't just that. Ferris didn't think his personal life was anyone else's business. "Yalla! Come, sit down." Hani motioned for him to sit on the couch. He looked especially like Dean Martin this morning. He was dressed in a tweed jacket, an open-neck shirt, and an elegant new pair of suede loafers he must have bought on a recent trip to London. "You look well," said Harris. It was true. The man was in the bloom of good health. He must have treated himself to a very high-class hooker in Berlin as a reward for his exploits. "How is your leg, my dear? You are limping in Berlin. You tried to hide it, but I could see. I hope you are healed. I worry about you." "I'm fine. All the better for seeing you, Hani Basha." "I got back yesterday from Germany. An excellent country. But they do not have an intelligence service. I don't think they ever realized I was there. When I got home, my people told me you wanted to see me. Right away." Hani raised his eyebrows. "It's Milan. The Europeans are going crazy. The White House is going crazy, and everybody's screaming at us." "And at me." Hani threw up his hands. "I have put off liaison meetings with the Italians, French, and British this morning so that I could see you. Everyone wants results tomorrow. I think they do not understand intelligence very well. It is not a microwave oven. Ed Hoffman understands. He knows that what is done quickly is not done well." Your Berlin operation definitely got Mr. Hoffman's attention. He asked me to congratulate you. I think he was very impressed. Ferris stopped. He was on the verge of lying. Tell Ed that I am grateful for his praise. Someone else, I would think it was just flattery, because he wants something. He offered a thin smile, which rippled his lips like a shark's fin breaking water. We want to move fast on this, Hanibasha. As you can imagine, Mr. Hoffman has lots of questions about the man we met in Berlin, Mustafa Karami. Oh, yes, I can imagine. Specifically, Mr. Hoffman wanted to know how your second meeting went. Ferris didn't want to seem pushy, getting to the point so quickly, but you never knew how much time you had with Hani. The king had a habit of showing up at odd times, causing the intelligence chief to disappear for hours on end. The case is complicated, answered Hani. It's a good case, but complicated. Why? You had that guy cold. Talk to your mother. Best pitch I've ever seen. And you're going in a direction that interests us. Ferris left the threat out there for Hani to pick up, but he did no more than register Ferris's praise. We do have him cold, as you say. The second meeting went well, and so did a third one I had just before leaving. He is our boy now. We own him most certainly, but it's still complicated. Ferris waited for Hani to explain, and when he didn't, he asked again. Why is it complicated? Because Al-Qaeda is complicated. There are layers and layers and layers. Anyone who tries to move from one layer to another is suspect. You don't do anything on your own. You wait to be asked. But we can't wait. You know that, especially after Milan. We hope you'll put Mustafa in play quickly. Oh, we can't wait. I agree. Waiting could get more people killed. But then, on the other hand, we must wait. I'm a patient man, even when I am in a hurry. I took too much time setting up this operation to be rushed now, even if Ed Hoffman wants me to move quickly. Ferris paused before responding. Hani was being so careful. This was the right time to offer the gift he had brought along. Mr. Hoffman wanted me to give you something. You've been asking for these, I think. They're transcripts of phone calls in Europe and America from some of the members of the royal family who have been worrying the king. You will be interested especially in the ones with the Lebanese banker in Paris who is handling some of the royal accounts. Ferris opened his briefcase and handed Hani the stack of transcripts. Ah, yes. Hani glanced at a few pages and then closed the folder. He narrowed his gaze. Well, that is very nice. His Majesty will be interested, I am sure. How nice of Ed to be so generous. Hani seemed slightly miffed at the gift, although Ferris wasn't sure why. The king himself had muttered to the director about his wayward siblings the last time he came to Washington. He wants to see you. He's coming to Amman. Yes, I know. He needs something, and I am wondering what it is. Hani smiled and lit another cigarette. Ferris didn't ask how he knew. Maybe Hoffman had told him. Maybe he was only pretending he already knew. It didn't matter. He's going to want to talk about the case, said Ferris. He is welcome. Alan wa salam. Just so long as he doesn't try to run the operation. He will make mistakes. That is why we like you, Ferris. You know what you don't know. You are young, you are smart, you speak Arabic, you respect your elders. You are a secret Arab. Hani gave him a wink. Can we get your debriefing of Karami? Asked Ferris. That would help me with Hoffman. No. I am very sorry. That would not be appropriate. But I will summarize for you what he told us. Karami has contact with a man who was in the training camp in Afghanistan. This man is based in Madrid. They meet in Budapest. A man in Dubai who sends him money gets it from someone in Karachi, but we don't know his name yet. Karami was a courier in the USS Cole operation in 2000. He traveled once to Yemen, but they haven't used him on any operations since then. He's a sleeper. They are keeping him in place for something. Or maybe they have forgotten about him. I am sorry to say, Habibi, this man by himself is not going to take us inside the tent. If he tries to go see the big man, they will say no. But I have another idea for him. What's that? Ferris suppressed a frown. I can't tell you, said Hani. His face was so smooth, his black hair so full, his grey mustache so well trimmed. Though that's not true. Of course I could tell you if I wanted to, but I don't. Why not? We're chasing the same target here. I'm sure of it. Why not cooperate? Because it's my operation. You will share the take, but you need to let me run it the way I want, because, let us be honest, my dear, because you have no choice. Hani smiled. Ferris found him irresistibly charming, even when he was saying things that would make Ferris's life difficult. Hoffman won't be happy, said Ferris. Mahalesh. Too bad. He'll get over it. Who loves the Americans more than me? Langley is paying a lot of bills around here. Is that a threat, my dear Ferris? How delightful. You are becoming a real chief of station now. Just don't make the same mistake as your predecessor, or we will have to throw you out, too. The Jordanian smiled. The eyes sparkled with perfect confidence. Nobody wanted to talk about the transgressions of his predecessor, Francis Alderson, but nobody seemed to have forgotten them either. Hani patted Ferris on the back. You are representing the big boys at Langley. I understand that, but you are only showing your weakness when you threaten me in this way. So do not raise the subject again. And tell your division chief that if he so much as mentions money when he visits, he will regret it. We do not need to talk about this any more, do we? No, said Ferris. But I can't predict how Mr. Hoffman will react. You'll be fine. You are at war. You have to trust your friends. Well, drink your tea. Ferris went home that night to his apartment in Shmaisani. It was on the top floor of a building owned by a retired Palestinian engineer, with a nice view of the milk-white city and the hills beyond. Ferris walked to the balcony. It was early evening, and he could see the play of shadows across the hills of Amman. He poured himself a glass of vodka and sat on his terrace, staring toward the faint twinkle of light that was Jerusalem. He liked being alone, normally, returning to the warm emptiness of a solitary apartment. People need safe houses in real life, but not all the time, and for Ferris, not that night. Ferris thought briefly of his wife. Gretchen sent him love letters that mixed romantic passages she might have cribbed from Cosmo with descriptions of life in the Office of Legal Counsel. She had a compartment for everything: sex, law, politics, and she was adept at all of them. He wanted to think fondly of Gretchen, but the image of her just drifted out of his mind. Ferris couldn't hold on to it any more. The crazy glue had come unstuck, and now her spirit presence floated away over the hilltops of Amman, back to America and her big oak desk at the Justice Department. Ferris realized that he didn't care if she was having sex with someone else. Perhaps that was a sign that he was already unfaithful himself, in his heart. Into the empty space in Roger Ferris's life had fallen a woman named Alice Melville. They had met 3 weeks ago in Amman. Ferris had liked her instantly, and he had removed his wedding ring before taking her to dinner, something he had never done before. He asked her home afterward. "Don't push your luck," she had said. When Ferris got a glum look, she kissed him on the cheek and whispered, "I take that back. Do push your luck, but not tonight." He liked Alice partly because she was so different from his wife. Gretchen was a person for whom life's important questions were settled. Alice gave the sense that the basics were still up for discussion. She worked with Palestinian refugees and spoke about the suffering of the Arabs with great passion. Ferris's colleagues in the station would have instantly mistrusted her if they had met her, which Ferris was determined they would not. Most of all, Alice was mysterious. With Gretchen, everything was right there, cash on the table. Brains, beauty, ambition. Alice was more elusive. Ferris sensed that she was like the Arabs. Beneath her seeming openness was a deeper guile, and she never told you everything she knew. Alice had sent Ferris a letter just before he left for Berlin. It was a continuation of a conversation they had been having the last time they were together, when they were drunk and talking about politics. The tone was serious and frivolous at the same time. That was Alice's style, Ferris suspected, but he didn't really know her yet. He had been keeping the letter in his pocket. He took it out and reread it in the dim light of his terrace, suspended in the black night. "I hate this war, Roger," she began. "When did it begin, anyway? Did it begin in 2001? Or the Crusades? Or what? And who are these bad guys your friends at the embassy are always talking about? I assume it isn't all Muslims, but even if it's only the Muslims who hate America, that's still a lot of people. What are we going to do, kill them all? And how will we ever get any of them to like us if we keep on killing them? Maybe I'm stupid, but I don't get it. I hope we can have dinner again. We can go dancing at this new club in Shmeisani. Don't work too hard. I miss you. Do you miss me? Even a little?" She had signed with a dramatic flourish of ink under her name. Sitting on the terrace, nursing his second glass of vodka, Ferris knew that he missed her quite a lot, actually. He tried her cell phone, but she wasn't answering. Was she with someone else? Or away traveling? Or just mysterious? Ferris knew he needed to write a letter. Not to Alice, whom he would be seeing soon enough, but to Gretchen. They were in an impossible situation. They both knew it, but neither wanted to admit it. If she had come with him to Amman, or if he had refused the assignment and stayed in Washington, they might have stood a chance. But in that case, they would have been different people. Gretchen didn't really want to be his wife. She would never have admitted that, but in fact, she was too busy to be anyone's wife. She liked the idea of it, certainly. Being married to an intelligence officer fit her self-image. They were a couple of warriors in her mind, except that they weren't really a couple. Do it now, Ferris told himself. He went inside and sat down at the laptop in his study and began typing. My dear Gretchen. No. Dear Gretchen, we said we needed to talk when I left Washington in June, but we never really did. Now I think we have to. Our marriage is broken. No. Our marriage is in trouble. We both know it. We've been living apart for months, and there is no end in sight. You don't want to leave your job, and I don't want to leave mine, especially after what happened in Iraq. There is no space for us to be together as husband and wife. If we are not going to be together, then it's inevitable that we will meet other people. No. If we are not going to be together, then I think you should talk to a lawyer. Ferris stopped writing. He thought about the lawyers and the fight over money and the whole nuisance of getting divorced. He saved the document and then deleted it. He hated the idea of negotiating with her. She was smarter than he was. and she would earn far more as a lawyer than he ever would as an intelligence officer. She would quit the Justice Department in a few years, join a fancy law firm, and make $400,000 a year. The only way Ferris could make that kind of money was stealing operational funds, which wasn't his thing. At least not yet. And she wouldn't make it easy. Gretchen's problem was that she was intolerant of people who were weaker than she was, which included almost everybody. When they met at Columbia, she had told Ferris that she planned to vote Republican in the next presidential election. It wasn't a test so much as a warning. Ferris didn't care. Politics bored him, whereas Gretchen excited him. She was dazzling in her self-possession, with the easy confidence that used to be associated with ambitious young men. What was it that had made Ferris fall in love with her? It was partly that sheen. She knew how to be successful, and she made him feel as if he were somebody just being with her. But she also understood what was under his skin. When he began chasing radical Muslims for time, she was one of the few people who got it. "They're dangerous, Roger," she said. "Do something about it." They stayed close because they were perfect. She always told him that. She was gorgeous, the sort of girl you would want to walk up Fifth Avenue with at Christmas time. She liked to wear red, listen to U2, get bikini waxed at a fancy spa. She had a delightfully trashy, slow-eyed fuck-me look when she got drunk, and she was almost proprietary about her right to pleasure, as if she were depositing it all in a lifetime orgasm bank. When she wasn't making love, she slept like a cat, and Ferris would lie awake, wondering why he felt lonely. They got married because it seemed like the right thing to do. Their friends were all getting married. It was like a momentum trade in the stock market. Everyone else is buying, so you buy too. He certainly didn't love anyone else. She had waited for him 2 years while he was off in Yemen, and when he returned, she said, "It's our time." They found an apartment in Adams Morgan, and she started working at Justice just before September 11th, 2001. She had always been patriotic, but after 9/11 she had a sense of personal mission. There's something that happens when ambition fuses with principle that's like a chemical reaction, and it made her a subtly different person. At Justice, her ferocity began to attach itself to issues that Ferris dealt with in his own career, and it disturbed him. One evening, she had asked Ferris about interrogation techniques. She was very specific about it. How much did you have to hurt someone before they would talk? How long did it take people to recover after interrogation? It wasn't an idle conversation about interrogation, if there could be any such thing, and Ferris suspected she must be doing legal research. He said he didn't know much, other than what they had taught him at the farm, and she looked disappointed. She had pressed him, and Ferris had finally explained that the only time he'd seen a rough interrogation was in Yemen. The local security service had captured an al-Qaeda suspect and had beaten him over 3 days with a cricket bat. That was the detail that stuck in Ferris's mind. They had let him stay just conscious enough to appreciate each new wave of pain that was coming. Finally, in a spasm of fear, the prisoner had begun shouting the answers he thought the interrogators wanted to hear. But that had only made them more angry, so they had beaten him harder. Eventually he died from loss of blood and trauma to the head. Ferris had watched. "Did you tell them to stop?" Gretchen had asked. "No. I kept thinking it would work. But then he was dead." "Don't ever tell anyone else what you just told me," said Gretchen. "It was illegal. Technically." When Ferris asked why she was so interested in interrogation, she didn't answer. She went off and made some notes, and then came back with the top buttons of her blouse undone. The discussion had upset Ferris, and he wanted to believe that it had bothered Gretchen as well. But he wasn't sure. He had begun to realize that for her, The law was another kind of conquest. It was about removing restraints so that your client, in her case the President of the United States, could do what he wanted. There was something sexual about it, a kind of reverse bondage. The law for her was about untying people so they could have their way. She was proud of Ferris when he got wounded in Iraq. He had thought the scars would disgust her, but she liked to touch them, almost as if she were experiencing the event vicariously. But she couldn't. Ferris had seen into the abyss in that moment on Highway 1 when he thought he was about to die, and he had realized that she wasn't there with him. How could he tell her that? The sense of separation stayed with him during his convalescence, and it made him realize that there were things he didn't share with Gretchen, and never would. Ferris called Alice's cell phone number once again, and on the fourth ring she finally answered. It was a sleepy voice. She had been dozing, and at first she seemed to have forgotten who Ferris was. He tried not to sound peeved. He had no right. She didn't belong to him. "I've been trying to reach you," he said. "Where have you been?" "Here mostly, and I went to Damascus for a day. I don't answer my cell phone sometimes." "What were you doing in Damascus?" "Shopping," she answered curtly. "I was wondering what happened to you, actually. I thought maybe you didn't like me." "I was away. I had to leave the country, too." She said doubtfully. "I want to see you. Soon. Are you free tomorrow night?" The next evening was Thursday, the start of the Muslim weekend. There was a long pause. "I don't know," she said. "What do you mean?" Ferris held his breath. "I don't know if I can wait that long." She laughed at the trick she had played on him. When he put down the phone, Ferris went back to the terrace. Night had fallen, bringing the sudden chill of the desert. Amman was a bowl of light against the black sky. He felt, if not quite good, certainly less bad. Chapter 7. Amman. Ferris picked Alice Melville up at her apartment. It was down in the old quarter, by the Roman amphitheater. Ferris didn't know any Americans who lived there. She was blonde, wearing a sundress and sandals, with a sweater thrown over her shoulder. At first sight, her hair seemed to float in slow motion. "Hey, you," she said, bounding into the passenger seat and immediately changing the channel of the radio. God, she's beautiful, thought Ferris. He took her to dinner at the Italian restaurant at the Hyatt Hotel. It was the most romantic place he could think of. They sat outside under the stars, with a gas heater next to them to ward off the evening chill. It glowed yellow and blue like the embers of a fire. Ferris ordered a bottle of wine, and when they finished that, another one. The wine made her talkative, although Ferris didn't think that would be a problem even if she were stone sober. She was describing her work with Palestinian refugees. That was her job. She worked with an NGO that did relief work in the camps that still housed many poor Palestinians. Ferris referred to it as Save the Children, though it was actually called the Council for Near East Relief. "The refugees have no hope, Roger," she whispered, as if that were a secret. "What keeps them going is rage. They listen to the sheikhs from Hamas and Islamic Jihad. They buy those bin Laden cassettes. When they go to sleep at night, I think they must dream about killing Israelis and Americans. And now Italians, for heaven's sake." "But not you," said Ferris. "They don't want to kill you." She was being so serious, but all he could do was look at her. The light of the gas lamp was giving her hair a reddish glow. He leaned over the table toward her as if to listen. When she talked, he could see her breasts rise and fall through the opening of her dress. "No, not me. They respect me, because I listen to them. Do you listen to them, Roger? Does the American government listen to them, or do we just want to shoot them?" Ferris had told her that he worked in the political section at the embassy, which was his cover job. "Of course I listen to them. The ambassador listens to them. We all listen to them. I even talk to them." He rattled off a few sentences in fluent Arabic, telling her that she was very beautiful in the moonlight, and that he hoped she would come back to his apartment that night. To his surprise, she answered in decent Arabic. She told him that he was handsome, but that his fate depended on the will of God. Then she added, in English, "And don't try to sweet-talk me, Ali Baba. More people have tried to hit on me than—" She thought a moment. "Than Kurt Schilling, and it won't work." "Red Sox fan?" "Of course." "Ugh, I won't sweet-talk you. I just have this problem that I am irresistibly attracted to blondes who speak Arabic." Alice rolled her eyes and looked at the Arab men seated around the restaurant. "Welcome to the club. But seriously, Roger, I want to know what the embassy tells people. Do you tell them you're sorry that America is killing Muslims? Do you tell them you're sorry their houses have been bulldozed and their children have been killed? Do you tell them it only looks as if we've allied with these right-wing kooks in Israel? Do you tell them we made a mistake invading Iraq and busting it into 1,000,000 pieces? What do you tell them, anyway? I'd like to know." Ferris groaned. He wasn't a diplomat, he was an intelligence officer. "Do we have to talk about this?" "No, you can tell me it's none of my business. Then I'll go home." Ferris was startled at the thought that she would leave him. "Okay, let me think. When people complain, I tell them I appreciate their point of view. I tell them I don't make U.S. government policy. Sometimes I say that I'll put their views in a cable. How's that?" "I'll put your views in a cable." He was trying to make a joke, but it didn't work. "You really don't get it. You sit in the embassy all day, and I'm out on the firing line. I mean it, Roger. I have to listen to these people screaming at me every day. Do you know they applauded in the camps this week when they heard the news about the car bombing in Milan? Applauded. Friends had to come over and protect me. They want to kill us. Don't you see that?" The argument had colored her cheeks, so they, too, had the reddish glow of the gas fire. He knew he should be giving her better answers, but one of Ferris's problems was that he was bad at policy debates. They reminded him of what he had hated about journalism. Policy debates were for real State Department officers, or op-ed columnists, or people like this mysterious Alice who worked in refugee camps and wore a sundress to dinner. But he had to say something, or she would give up on him. "I do see it, Alice. More than you might think. I'm on the firing line, too. We all are. That's what life is now." She looked into his eyes as if she were searching for something. Did she know what he really did? Had she guessed it? The thought made him uneasy. He excused himself to go to the toilet. As he walked there and back, he tried to disguise his limp, but his leg was bothering him in the evening cold, and she noticed it. "What's wrong with your leg?" she asked when he returned to the table. "Are you hurt?" "I was. Not anymore. I'm fine now." "What happened, if you don't mind my asking?" Ferris thought a moment. He did mind her asking, but if this relationship was going to go anywhere, he was going to have to tell her more about who he really was. "I got shot in Iraq. That was my last assignment before here. I was riding in a car and a grenade went off, and I got a lot of shrapnel in my leg. I'm fine now. I just have this limp sometimes. It's made me much better in bed." She didn't laugh at his last little joke. She was still studying him. "What were you doing in Iraq?" "I was in our embassy. I was supposed to be there for a year, but when I got wounded, they sent me here instead. Then I met you. See? I'm lucky." "You weren't in the embassy when you got shot?" "No, I was outside the green zone, on a road north of Baghdad." She took his hand, held it in the half-light, and then let it go. "You don't work for the CIA, do you?" "Of course not."
Don't be ridiculous. I used to work for Time magazine before I joined the Foreign Service. Look it up on Nexus. I'd never let an ex-journalist work for the CIA.
That's good, she said, because then we'd have a problem. Ferris felt a tingle in his arms, the little hairs bristling. He normally didn't mind lying about working for the agency. It was part of his job. But this was different. I admire you for being so brave, Roger. I just wish you could be brave for something else. I feel as if this war is destroying our country. People want to love America, but they see us doing these terrible things, and they wonder if we've become monsters. I'm frightened. What's going to happen? I'm worried, too. Ferris rose from the table and took her hand. It's a bad time. He pulled her gently toward him. She stayed in his arms for a long moment, and then moved away. Ferris drove her down Prince Mohammed Street toward her building in the old downtown quarter. She was quiet in the car, staring out the window. Ferris was worried that she was angry with him when she suddenly said, "Turn left. I want to show you a place you've never been." She rattled a quick string of directions, back and forth in narrow streets of the old city, and in a few minutes they were several miles from the center of town, in a district that had none of the international patina foreigners usually saw. The streets were dank and ill-lit. Donkey carts trundled along the edge of the road. Walls were decorated with Palestinian flags and ancient, peeling posters of Yasser Arafat and crudely drawn anti-American graffiti. "Stop," she said, when they reached the crest of a hill and a small road, not much bigger than an alleyway, which was the entrance to a warren of stucco and cinder-block houses. Ferris scanned the area warily. It was a Palestinian refugee camp, one of the old ones, where people had first arrived after the wars of 1948 and 1967. Ferris recognized it from a security briefing. This was one of the places where an embassy official absolutely should not go, the security officer had advised. "I work here," said Alice, opening the car door. "I mean, it's one of the places where I work. I wanted you to see it. I thought maybe you would understand me better. Intimacy, you know." Was she mocking him? Alice strode toward the entrance to the camp. Ferris peered down the dusty roadway. Strings of twinkling lights were hung along the scattered light poles like Christmas decorations. A cafe was open just inside the wall, along with a few stores down the way. A few men were sitting in the cafe sharing a nargileh, sucking on the stem and blowing out smoke. They had been talking, but when they saw Ferris and his big SUV, they stopped. Ferris was edgy. Common sense told him they shouldn't be here this late at night. "Come on," said Alice, walking toward the cafe. "Maybe some of my friends are here." Still, Ferris lingered. It was like being in college when someone who had been drinking wanted to drive, and you had to decide whether to be a spoilsport and say no, or go along. "Come on, silly. I'll protect you." She grabbed Ferris's hand and pulled him toward the cafe. They sat in two plastic chairs on the concrete terrace, under a wooden arbor that kept off the sun during the day. The other men looked at Ferris guardedly and then began talking again. Ferris saw one of them gesture in his direction and heard him say in Arabic, "Who's the Jew?" After a minute, the owner came out. Alice greeted him, and he responded warmly. She asked in Arabic if Hamid was around that evening, and the owner answered no, he was visiting his mother in Ramallah, thanks be to God. "That's too bad," said Alice, turning to Ferris. "I wanted you to meet Hamid. He's one of my main contacts in this camp. He's one of the smartest people I know. You'd like him." "You think so?" asked Ferris. "How come?" "Because he's like you. He knows things, and he's tough. People here respect him. I thought maybe he would say some things better than I could." "You know, Alice, I'm not sure your friend Hamid would want to meet someone from the American Embassy. We're not very popular around here." "That's okay. You're with me, and I'm popular. I'll protect you." The look in her eyes said she meant it. This was her place. Yes, but he might get the wrong idea. Or other people might get the wrong idea. What idea is that? Asked Alice. He had trouble seeing her face in the dark. Did she know what he really did? Was that what she was saying? Never mind. Ferris was still tense. He scanned the perimeter, looking for signs of trouble, but it was quiet. Maybe Alice's nonchalance, her obliviousness to the possibility that it might be dangerous to be sitting in a Palestinian refugee camp late at night, was her protection. Or perhaps it was something else. Maybe she really did belong here, and in a lot of other places that were closed to Ferris. The cafe owner returned with Turkish coffee, bittersweet like a bar of dark chocolate. They drank it down slowly. Ferris let himself relax a bit. How come you don't have a boyfriend? He asked. A girl as pretty as you must get asked out all the time. She didn't answer at first. She took a last sip of her coffee and then turned over the cup and let the grounds dry for a moment on the side of the porcelain. She held the cup up to the light as if she were a fortune-teller. Good luck? Asked Ferris. Maybe, if you believe luck is written in coffee grounds. My old boyfriend believed that, and a lot of other crazy things. So you did have a boyfriend. She looked away from Ferris, down the little alleyway and into the dark shadows. It was 10 long seconds before she turned back to him. I loved him, she said. He was a Palestinian, very proud, very angry. I loved him, but he mistreated me. Ferris reached out his hand for her, but she was too far away. How did he mistreat you? All the ways you can think of, and other ways, too. My God, I cannot imagine anyone hurting you. He couldn't help it. He was so angry. It wasn't me, it was everything. That's what I've been trying to tell you. These people are really angry with us. We think we can lie to them and steal their land and treat them like dirt and they'll just forget about it, but they don't. Why didn't you leave Jordan after that? I mean, how could you stay here after he had treated you that way? I'm stubborn, Roger. That's probably something we have in common. And the more I thought about him and his anger, I thought, no, don't run away. That's what he would expect, and all the other Arabs too. That we pretend to care about them, and then when real life bruises us a little, we run away. So I stayed. That's how I got over it. I kept loving the people who had hurt me. I wouldn't leave. I won't leave. Ferris felt the unfamiliar sting of tears. He wiped his eyes, trying to disguise the gesture, but she took his hand and smiled in a way she never had before. He kissed her on the cheek, his own still slightly wet. Neither of them wanted to leave. Ferris asked her about her work in the camps, and Alice tried to explain. Helping these people was a matter of logistics. She purchased school books and medical supplies. She funded water projects and dental clinics. She arranged scholarships at American colleges. It was a job. She was good at it. But the animation in her voice made clear that she was doing the one and only thing in the world that mattered to her. Ferris looked down the ruined street to the darkened houses and the hidden places an outsider could never enter. He wished he could share Alice's belief that decent people could prevail with enough school books and dental clinics, but he knew too much. This was a world seething with hatred. Its smiles were false ones. Its true hunger was for revenge. The people had been damaged by Americans, Israelis, and the Arabs themselves. They were rats in a cage. Alice, brave as she might be, could not know the horror that was germinating in places like this. She didn't understand that these people wanted to kill her. Yes, her. It wasn't a misunderstanding that would be made right with more love. This was hatred. And it was the job of people like Ferris, who knew, to destroy the cells and networks and hiding places of the killers so that people like Alice could survive. "Don't look so serious," said Alice. "You'll spoil the party." Ferris tried to smile. "Be careful, sweetie. That's all, just be careful. The world isn't as nice as you are." "I know what I'm doing, Roger. You underestimate me. I know where the lines are. It's you who has the problems. You're the one who practically got his leg shot off, not me. You're the one who needs to be careful." Ferris took her hand again and whispered in her ear, "I want to hold you, but I can't here. Let's go back to your place." She smiled and rose from the little table. Something had changed. They drove back past the old Roman ruins and the gold souk, and up the hill a few blocks to Alice's building. Something told Ferris not to press his luck that night, but he didn't want to let her go. As he walked her to the door, he asked if he could come up. "Not this time, but maybe another time," she said. "Tonight was special. I haven't been this way with anyone for a long while. I just want to be sure I'm ready." "I really like you," said Ferris. He wanted to say love, but he knew that would sound crazy. He had only known her a few weeks. "I like you too, Roger. I'm glad you came with me to the camp tonight. Now you know who I am. A little." They moved into the shadow of her doorway, away from the light of the street. He kissed her on the lips, and she responded, her lips parting slightly and then wider. He took her in his arms and felt her body against his. As he kissed her, he could feel her moving, softening. "I want you," she said. Her voice was low and suffused with desire. "You can have me." "Not yet." She stepped back so she could look at him. "You're strong, but I think you're soft, too, in this place." She patted his heart. "Are you? Do you have a soft heart?" He wasn't sure how to answer that, so he just nodded. She kissed him on the cheek, her lips lingering on his skin, and then turned her back and walked up the stairs. He was standing there looking up at her apartment when he saw the light go on and a face in the window. He walked away in a kind of daze. It was partly the rush of emotion that he felt for her, but he was disoriented by what she had said. It had never occurred to him that he had a soft heart. He wondered if she was right. Chapter 8. Amman. Ed Hoffman arrived in Jordan a few days later. He was the big American. Big hands, big chest, big ruddy face with the short bristle of hair on top. He was wearing sunglasses, which gave him the look of a Las Vegas tycoon, the sort of man who peels off cash from a wad of $100 bills. He arrived on a white Gulfstream jet whose only marking was the tail number. Ferris met him at the military airport, but Hoffman told him to go back to the office. The division chief went to his hotel to get some sleep, then to his favorite kebab restaurant. He finally arrived at the embassy in the early evening and immediately summoned Ferris to the secure conference room. He was waiting at the table, massaging his temples, when Ferris entered the room.
My head hurts," said Hoffman. "I should remember never to drink the red wine at that restaurant."
Ferris extended his hand.
Hoffman embraced him in a bear hug. "How's the leg?" he asked.
"Pretty good. They had me doing exercises. I'm fine. I just feel bad for the guys left in Baghdad."
"Well, don't. They couldn't begin to develop the rapport you've got with Hani. This Berlin thing is a big deal. You handled it just right."
"Thanks, but I didn't do anything except watch. It's Hani's baby."
Hats off to Honey, definitely.
Hoffman pulled a foil package of peanuts from his pocket and popped a handful into his mouth.
But now it's our turn. I want to run it.
You got a problem, then. Hani wants to keep control. He wouldn't even give me a transcript of the debriefing. He says it's his operation and we can share the take. That's it.
I know.
Hoffman ate more peanuts.
And that's fine, because we don't really have to run it. We just have to manipulate it a little. That's why I'm here.
I don't follow you. That was the truth. Ferris had no idea what Hoffman was talking about.
Play it. Influence it. Make use of it.
Sorry, but if it means screwing Hani, I'm against it. Hoffman smiled.
Touching sympathy for your liaison brother. But you'll see. We can steer your pal Hani by controlling the information he gets, so he sees what we want him to see. Simple. Actually, it's not simple. It's pretty goddamn complicated, but the idea is simple. Believe me, he'll thank us for it when it's over.
But Hani owns the agent. He can target him however he wants, and we don't have diddly.
There's where you're wrong, Junior. We have more than you think. I'm going to tell you a secret. You probably know it anyway, but you're not supposed to. The fact is that since September 11th, we have captured a whole lot more Al-Qaeda members than you realize. We have done all sorts of unpleasant things to get them to talk, which everyone is indignant about, but fuck them. And by the way, thanks very much to your wife for helping write the cover-our-ass memo. She is still your wife, right?
Yes, I guess so. We're sort of separated by the distance.
Whatever. The point is that we have a lot of information. We know which of these little bastards hates the other. We know who's paying off whom and who thinks he got a raw deal in the payments, who's screwing who else's temporary wife. We know where the rivalries are, where to plant the seeds of doubt. We have invisible strings on these guys because we know so much about them and because they don't understand how much we know. See, they don't even know who's been captured. They don't know if Abdul Rahman from Abu Dhabi has been captured or quit or taken a better offer or just decided to jerk off full time. They keep getting email messages from people they think maybe we've busted, but they don't know. That's the thing, which allows us certain opportunities for deception. Oops, I said it. We have never been very good at that fancy dance stuff, but you know what? We're getting better. And with the help of our Jordanian friends, we're going to get better still. And it's going to take us to you-know-who.
Suleiman?
Amen, brother. This is your case. You have a leg full of shrapnel to prove it. Hani is chasing the same thing you are. We're just going to give him a little help.
Ferris was silent for a moment, thinking about what Hoffman had said. Beyond all the razzle-dazzle, he was proposing that they deceive Hani. That sounded like a bad idea.
You're the boss, he said.
But if you're planning to play games with Hani, my advice is don't. We need our friends now. After Rotterdam, Milan, the next Milan, jerking Hani's chain sounds like a mistake to me. In this part of the world, you have to trust people or you don't get anywhere.
Wrong. In this part of the world, you can't trust anybody because they're all liars. Even Brother Hani. Sorry, but that's a fact. I have been in the Camel Corps a hell of a lot longer than you have. And you're right. I am the boss.
Ferris shook his head with resignation. He'll be pissed if he finds out, and I'll have to take the flak until he throws me out the way he did my predecessor.
Well, obviously he would be pissed if he knew, but he's not going to find out because we won't tell him, will we? America is paying the freight here, so it seems to me we can do what we like. And please, you are not Francis Alderson.
Ferris had wanted to ask the question for several months and had never had a chance until now. Why did the Jordanians PNG Francis? Nobody has ever explained that to me. There's nothing in the files, and nobody back at Near East Division will tell me anything. What did he do? Hoffman closed his eyes and thought a moment. I'm not going to tell you. For your own good. Why? What did he do? Screw somebody's wife? Hell no. Everybody in Jordan does that. I wish it were that simple. So what is it? Ask Honey. He won't tell me. Hoffman smiled as he pushed his chair away from the table and got up to leave. That's a good sign. Oh, yeah? Well, here's my nightmare version based on zero information. I worry that Hani tossed Alderson so that I would run the station. I'm young, and I don't have much experience. He thought he could manipulate me, so he trumped up something against Alderson. That's why he took me to Berlin, so he could get more leverage over me. You're paranoid, my boy. A useful quality on occasion, but in this case it's a reach. Hani didn't have to trump up anything on Alderson, believe me. So what did Francis do? Come on, I want to know. I need to know. Hoffman scratched his head and thought a moment. Okay, I'll tell you, but only to keep you from imagining things. Francis Alderson's fuck-up was that he tried to recruit one of Hani's deputies. He had gotten friendly with the guy, invited him out to dinner. The guy seemed ready for a pitch, so Francis pitched him, offered him some money. It's normal. We do it every day of the year somewhere around the world, but Hani went batshit. He said it was a betrayal of our relationship. We tried like hell to cover it up. Francis said the money was for the guy's kid to get an operation in the States, but Hani knew that was crap. He had us cold, so he PNG'd Francis to make a point. And the point was, don't fuck with me. Precisely. And now we're fucking with him. Look, Roger, for Christ's sake, lighten up. I told you, you have to cut me some slack on this. And like I said, he'll thank us for it in the long run. Hoffman and Ferris went to see Hani the next morning. The Jordanian intelligence chief was at his most charming. He was dressed in a dark suit and tie to receive his distinguished visitor, but he loosened the tie and draped the jacket over the chair after they had talked a few minutes. He seemed to have a long history with Hoffman, to judge from the banter. Hoffman teased him about a woman he called Fifi, who seemed to have figured in one of their earlier joint operations. A wonder of nature, Hoffman said, winking at Ferris, who had no idea what particular natural wonder he might be referring to. When Hoffman offered Hani a cigar, the Jordanian brought out his humidor and insisted that the visitor share one of his. They lit up the stogies and both puffed away contentedly, sharing anecdotes about recent operations. But Ferris knew that the bonhomie was a delaying tactic on both sides before they got down to the business that had brought Hoffman all the way from Washington. Hani didn't bring up the Berlin operation. He was too polite, perhaps. Or maybe he wanted to force the American to ask, which Hoffman finally did. Maybe we should talk Turkey, the division chief said. I know you're a busy man, and the king is probably waiting for you. As you like. I know with Americans there is always this Turkey. The tone of his voice implied that he had indeed won a small victory by forcing Hoffman to go first. You want to talk about Berlin, of course. I assume that Mr. Ferris has given you the details. As far as they go. I must say you did a hell of a job spotting and developing this guy. It's a nifty operation, just nifty. But I'm frustrated. Why are you frustrated, Ed? The Jordanian was solicitous and impenetrable. I'm frustrated because I want more input. I want to help you target the Berlin boy, Mustafa Karami. I want to see if we can steer him into the center of the center, to the network that is doing these car bombs in Europe. This is life or death stuff for us, my friend. These guys want to kill Americans. That's why I'd like to ask you, as a special favor to the United States, to run this as a joint operation." Hani paused a good 10 seconds. He didn't like to disappoint Hoffman. "I am sorry, Ed," he said eventually, "but this is impossible. As you know better than anyone, there is no such thing as a true joint operation. There is always one side that knows more and one side that knows less. So let me run it. I know my business. Have I ever failed you in the past?" "No. This is the first time, and I don't like it. We want to help you run it. We can bring a lot to this case. It happens that we know quite a lot about this guy, Karami. NSA has had him on watch lists for a long time." Hoffman took a red folder marked with a string of code words out of his briefcase and put it down on the table. "I want you to do this right. But the problem is, I don't want to share my goodies unless you share control." Hani looked at the folder and then at Hoffman. Ferris could see that he was struggling with himself. "I am sorry. I do not want to play any games with you, Ed. I could tell you we will run it jointly to make you feel better, but it would not be the truth. We found him. We recruited him, and we will run him. You will share in everything that we learn. I am sorry, that is the only way we can do business." Hoffman scowled. He looked at Ferris as if deliberating whether to send him out of the room, and then turned back to his host. "I would hate to have the President call His Majesty and complain about this. We are allies. That is why the U.S. Congress is happy to authorize covert payments that account for most of the operating costs of your service, and other, shall we say, activities of the Jordanian government. I would hate to do that, but you are putting me in a pickle, honey. You are making me eat the shit sandwich, and I don't like it." "Don't threaten me, my friend," the Jordanian broke in. His voice, usually so decorous, had a sharper edge. "Don't ever threaten me, Ed, because it won't work. The king won't stand for it, and neither will I. We would rather have none of your money than let you think that for a few $100 million you have bought us. I told that to your young man here, Mr. Ferris, and I assumed he would tell you." "Roger advised me against making this request. He told me you would be pissed off, and he was right, but I still want some control." Hani shook his head. "You can't have it. As I told Mr. Ferris, this operation is complicated. It takes time. If you try to force it to get the big payoff, you will get nothing. That is why you must be patient." "I know it's complicated. I'm not an imbecile." Hoffman patted the manila folder before him. "I've read the intercepts." He smiled. "So should you." Hani looked at the folder again. "I'd like to," he said. This was the real card America had in the intelligence game. Not its money, certainly not its humint, but its ability to overhear almost any conversation in the world. "How good are the intercepts?" the Jordanian asked. "Very good. They show that this guy Karami has been in contact over the past 6 months with an AQ operations man in Indonesia by the name of Hussein Amari. We heard about him from the Singaporeans. Is he on your radar?" "Amari," Hani thought a moment. "No, I don't think so." "Well, he should be, because we think Amari is very dangerous. He's connected with the operations planner who we think is running these car bombs in Europe. We call him Suleiman. If Amari is also linked to Karami, that means he's more in the operational line than you seem to realize." "This is Very interesting, said Hani. He looked off balance. Yeah, said Hoffman. Isn't it, though? Can I have those files? Asked the Jordanian. They may be helpful to us. As you say, we share the same enemy. What's in it for me? Same as before. You share the take. The point is, we'll run a better operation if we know more, and you'll get more out of it. If there are ways to share more of the operational planning down the road, why not? I do not think His Majesty will object. But for now, we will run it, and we will be most grateful for the help of the United States. Hoffman picked up the file. Ferris wasn't sure whether he was going to put it back in his briefcase, but after several seconds he handed it to Hani. I like you, he said. You play tough. Ahlan wa salam, said Hani. You are most welcome. Don't screw me on this, said the American. We are allies, my dear Ed. We have a common enemy. We treat each other with respect. He held the file close as if he had just won it in a fight. They shook hands, talked a while more, and the Americans eventually departed. Neither Hoffman nor Ferris said a word on the ride back to the embassy or the walk down the corridors. They talked only when they were back inside the bubble of the secure conference room. How did you do that? Ferris asked. By the end, you had him begging for the thing you came all this way to give him. Easy. You just have to be a manipulative son of a bitch. That has never been a problem for me. Were those intercepts real? More or less. Amari and Karami have definitely been in contact. The first contact was, long after the Jordanians started surveillance of Karami's apartment in Berlin. How did you know they had him under surveillance? We're not completely stupid. Or at least, I'm not. You see, the Germans don't like people conducting unilateral operations on their territory. So when they noticed something, they let us know. Hani thinks the Germans are clueless. Well, that's one of his mistakes. He's a genius in his own environment, but that makes him a little arrogant when he leaves home base. Sorry to say. Ferris was scratching his head. He was still trying to understand how the pieces fit together. These conversations between Karami and Amari, who initiated them? Amari, of course. Why do you say of course? Hoffman pulled Ferris toward him. Even in the secure conference room, he couldn't be sure that he wasn't being bugged. I know because Amari is our guy, whispered Hoffman. That's the game here. He's our guy, and the Jordanians are going to make his bones in Al-Qaeda. They're going to plug him into Suleiman's network, and then it's showtime. Jesus Christ, said Ferris. That's a nice piece of work, except for tricking the Jordanians. Can't be helped. I tried to be reasonable and run the operation together, but your friend Hani refused. He shouldn't have, but he did. So we played another way. I didn't make him take the intercepts. He practically grabbed that file. Anyway, this will be great for them. It'll be the best operation of Hani's career. Yours, too. Wait and see. You just have to understand your country is at war. Different rules now. That's what my wife keeps telling me. Well, she's right. We are at war with a ruthless enemy, and we cannot rely on the charity of our friends like the genial Jordanians anymore. We have to fight our own war, which means we need our own unilateral ops against Al-Qaeda. Now. We have no choice. If we wait, people are going to get killed. I hope this works. Ferris closed his eyes as he said it. It will work. It's a good operation. And if it doesn't, we'll try something else. That's what you do in wartime. You improvise. So stop worrying, my boy, and get with the plan. I'm counting on you. Can I count on you? Of course.
Totally. And I'm not worrying, I'm thinking. They're different. Well, don't think too much. It's bad for the nerves.
He put a meaty hand on Ferris's back.
Go get a bottle of whiskey and some ice. I need to get seriously drunk so I'll fall asleep on the flight back.
You're flying back tonight?
Uh-huh. I promised Ethel I would take her to a show tomorrow night. The Lion King. I don't get it, frankly. I mean, how do you turn a kid's cartoon into a Broadway show? But she wants to go, and I'm a pussycat.
The notion of Hoffman being henpecked by a wife named Ethel pleased Ferris. He thought not of his own wife, but of Alice, and how much he would like to take her to a Broadway musical, or a movie, or anything that would help them forget they were living on the sharp end of a knife in these dry, dusty hills. Ferris departed to go get the whiskey, leaving Hoffman smiling beatifically in the secure conference room, like an anti-Buddha. Chapter 9. Amman. Alice Melville flew back to Boston for the funeral of her aunt. Ferris drove her to the airport. She was dressed in a lime green A-line skirt and a white blouse. She had a ribbon in her hair. The only thing that was missing to complete the effect was a circle pin. "What's with the sorority girl outfit?" asked Ferris. It was a side of her he had never seen. "I don't want to scare my mother," she answered. "She thinks it's okay for me to be in Jordan because the king went to Deerfield." Alice had cherished the dead aunt, a doughty public interest lawyer who had applauded her decision to go off to Jordan when everyone else was telling her she was mad. "Aunt Edith was even crazier than me," she wrote Ferris in an email the night she arrived back home. She sent a few silly messages the first few days, including a short cartoon video she had found on the internet in which the United States drives Osama bin Laden crazy by hounding him with telemarketing calls. Then she went silent. She was too busy, evidently, or too sad about her aunt's death, or perhaps back home in the nest of privilege she had forgotten all about him. Ferris buried himself in his work. Hoffman's visit had been a shock to his system, a reminder that this was a business where any action was sanctioned so long as it worked. He asked himself whether he was doing everything he could to break into Suleiman's network with the tools he actually had in hand. He had only one, really. The address of the safe house where one of Suleiman's operatives had recruited Nizar, the unlucky young Iraqi who managed to get himself killed less than 24 hours after he met Ferris. The house was a villa in Jebel al-Akhtar on the southern outskirts of Amman. The agency had maintained fixed surveillance there ever since Ferris first landed the intelligence. They had run a covert SIGINT operation to tap the phone line and had data mined every detail they could gather about the Jordanian family that lived there, looking for links to known al-Qaeda operatives. But so far it had been a dry hole. The house was a simple villa, built of concrete blocks and surrounded by a dirty masonry wall. The owner was a Jordanian man in his early 60s named Ibrahim Alusi, who had worked for an Arab construction company in Kuwait and recently retired. His two sons worked as engineers for the same construction company here, and their wives and children shared the villa. The family were all practicing Muslims. They went most Fridays to the mosque and rose each morning at dawn for the Fajr prayers, but they had no apparent connection with any of the Salafist groups in Jordan. Ferris's men had watched and waited and tracked, but they hadn't found any hint of a link to Suleiman or his network. Maybe the Alusis were just being careful, but the ops chief at Near East Division had advised Ferris to end his surveillance. It was expensive, and it wasn't producing any intelligence. But Ferris hated to give up his one good lead, purchased at the cost of several human lives. And he thought the Alusi family was almost too clean. So innocent-looking they became suspicious. Ferris decided it was time to take the offensive. He had been waiting for Suleiman to show his hand. Now he would provoke him. He would throw something at the Eleusis, a tantalizing provocation, and see how they reacted. And it happened he had the right bait to dangle in front of this prey. His predecessor, Francis Alderson, had recruited a young Palestinian named Ayman from a town in the West Bank called Jenin. He was living in Amman now, and like most Palestinians, what he wanted most was a visa for America. The consulate had flagged him for the CIA station as a potential recruit, and Alderson had okayed a pitch right before he got booted. Now Ayman was on the books as an asset, but without any operational role. Ferris would give him one. Ferris met Ayman in a room at the Intercontinental Hotel at the Third Circle. Back in the 1980s, when the U.S. Embassy had been across the street, the hotel had been the hub of Amman's social life, but now it was safely out of the spotlight. Ferris was waiting in an upstairs suite when Ayman knocked on the door. The sun was shining bright through the window, glinting off the water in the pool down below. Ferris could tell from the young man's wide eyes that this was probably the fanciest room he had ever seen. He had the hard look of a young Arab, sinewy arms, taut facial bones, bad complexion partly hidden under the stubble of his beard. He was wearing a prayer cap of knitted white wool. He was perfect. Ferris gave the young man his instructions. He was to go to the house in Jebel al-Akhtar and ask to see one of the Alusi brothers. If they weren't home, he should ask when they would be back and return. When he was with one of the brothers, he should tell them one sentence only. "I have a message for Suleiman." If they asked what the message was, he should tell them to come to an address in Zarqa the following day at 7 p.m. That was a hook. If anyone in the house had any link to the network, someone would have to follow that message up, if only to confirm that it was bogus. Ayman looked uneasy as Ferris went through the instructions a second time. Ferris knew he needed to brace him, or he might crack. "Do this right," he told Ayman, "and you'll have your visa to America. Make a mistake, and we'll turn you over to the GID. The Alusi's house was built on the side of a steep hill. It had 2 stories. Rusting steel reinforcing bars on the second-floor roof suggested that the old man had planned to build 3 stories, but run out of money. The neighbors walked the streets with their heads down, wrapped in their abayas or kafiyas, deaf and dumb. The wind whistled up the dusty streets and blew loose pebbles off the hillsides into the streets. Ferris had fixed surveillance across from the house so he could watch on his monitor as Ayman approached the door. A woman answered, and then the old man, and Ferris shook his head, thinking the boys must be away. But eventually a young man arrived at the front door, dressed in a dirty blue tracksuit. He looked at Ayman warily, and then invited him in the villa. Ayman was inside for nearly an hour. Ferris wasn't sure if that was good or bad. In an hour, they could ask enough questions to shred the thin legend Alderson had assembled for his young agent. But when Ferris debriefed Ayman late that night, he said the long wait hadn't been anything important. In fact, nothing had happened at all. He had passed the message just as Ferris had asked. "I have a message from Suleiman. Meet us at this address in Zarqa." But the Alusi boys said they didn't know anyone named Suleiman. How could there be a message from Suleiman if they didn't know any Suleiman? It must be a mistake. Ferris asked what had taken so long then, if they didn't understand his message. They had given him coffee and tea, to be friendly, Ayman explained, and asked him about his family in Jenin and his friends, and if he had ever been arrested by the Israelis. Ayman seemed happy to have completed his assignment, whatever it was. When could he get his visa? Ferris told him it would be a few weeks, a month or 2. The GID found Ayman's body 3 days later, stuffed in a metal dumpster near the address in Zarqa where the meeting was supposed to take place. His tongue had been ripped out, leaving a blood-crusted stump at the base of his mouth. There were other signs of torture: broken ribs, missing fingers. One of Hani's assistants brought the pictures of the body to the embassy in an envelope with a note that just said, FYI. They knew Ferris had been in contact with Ayman, obviously. Ferris made himself look at the photos. He owed the poor boy that much. Ferris called Hani's deputy and said he needed a favor. He gave him the address of the Alusi house in Jebel al-Akhtar and asked him to raid it immediately and arrest anyone who was there. He said he would explain everything later to Hani. But when the GID team arrived at the villa an hour later, nobody was home. The residents seemed to have fled hurriedly in the night, out the back alley, throwing a few clothes in suitcases and running into the night. Hani's deputy called Ferris and said the GID would try to find the Alusis, but Ferris suspected they were already across the border, to Damascus or Riyadh or somewhere. Ferris's dangle had worked. The safe house had been real, all right, but now it was blown. Whatever use they might eventually have gotten from their surveillance was lost. Hani never called, and Ferris was relieved he didn't have to explain how the young man from Jenin had ended up in the dumpster. He had learned something from his operation. The adversary was even harder to penetrate than Ferris had imagined. He had reached a wall, and none of the bricks were loose. Perhaps Hoffman was right. The only way to get inside was deception. But he didn't see how. Ferris waited for Alice's return. He hated the bureaucratic side of his job. Everything needed reports and permissions and cables sent in the cover identities CIA officers called funny names. In the cable traffic, Ferris was Hanford J. Sloan, a pseudonymous identity that would have allowed him to invent a whole imaginary life of bogus operations and recruitments, if he chose. But Ferris actually liked the job of espionage. It was the paperwork he found dull. The office tedium was relieved by a classified cable from his best friend from the farm, Andy Cohen, whose funny name was Everett M. Farkas. Cohen was a former grad student in Chinese who, like Ferris, had been suffering terminal boredom in the library before he joined up. He was tall and had a wispy goatee, which the instructors initially made him shave off, but kept growing back. Cohen liked to badmouth everyone and everything. Unlike Ferris, who knew from his father how ordinary the agency could be, Cohen had imagined a world of Pierce Brosnans and Sharon Stones. When he met his dumpy, middle-aged instructors, he whispered to Ferris, "You gotta be kidding." Life at the farm convinced Cohen that something was deeply wrong with the CIA. The night before graduation, he told Ferris, "You know, these people are total losers." But he had stayed in, sending Ferris regular reports on the incompetence and absurdity of his colleagues. Cohen's first overseas post was Taiwan, where he had ignored the cautionary advice of his station chief and actually gone out and recruited Taiwanese agents. For that unforgivable display of initiative, he had been punished with an assignment to the asset validation staff back at headquarters. Created in the early 1990s to reduce waste and bureaucracy, AVS had become something of a cottage industry, providing employment for dozens of paper-pushing case officers. Its job was to vet agents and, where appropriate, decommission those who were no longer productive. Since Cohen regarded nearly all the agency's assets as useless, he was ready to fire the whole lot. But he had no interest in the AVS paper chase and its tedious scrub of each agent's personal record questionnaire, so he did as little real work as possible, which left him time for trading foreign currencies online in his E-Trade account and sending tirades to Ferris. "My colleagues in AVS are as dumb as bricks, Roger," the latest missive began. "They frighten me. I mean, this is where the people from the farm who were too stupid to read the maps ended up. And the scary thing is that they get to decide who's worth keeping on the books. It's fabulous, really. The man in the next office is a Mormon from Salt Lake named Stan. He told me yesterday that one of the case officers he was vetting should be bounced because he had admitted on a polygraph that when he was a kid on the farm in Nebraska, he had sex with a sheep. Ridiculous, right? But Stan was really upset. He said the guy was a security risk. What did he think? That the sheep was going to blackmail him? Can you believe that? But just wait. Remember Aaron Fink from our CST class? Okay, next thing Stan decides that Fink's recruitments in Lima may be bogus because so many of them have Jewish names. Holy shit! I mean, Aaron is definitely a member of the tribe, but does Stan think he was recruiting these guys on orders from Baron Rothschild? Scary. So I looked at the list of Aaron's agents, and most of the names were like Sanchez or Ruiz, just ordinary Spanish names, not Schickelgruber or Gottbaum, for God's sake. So I said to Stan, "Hey, buddy, I think maybe you're out of line here. These aren't Jewish names, and even if they were, so fucking what?" And Stan says, "The names could have been changed." Yikes! This is what we're dealing with here. Not just morons, but full-blown anti-Semitic morons. I mean, really, the place is falling apart. Don't come back. Stay in the field as long as you can and then trade that bum leg for a full disability. I'm going to go work for Fox News so I can make shit up for real. Love, Everett M. Farkas. Ferris sent him a brief reply and attached some jokes he had found on the internet. Cohen had a point. Much of the agency was laughably incompetent. But Ferris wasn't, and Hoffman certainly wasn't. So he would forget about the rest and get on with it. To amuse himself, Ferris visited the library at the British Council. One of his hobbies was reading about World War II intelligence operations. He had read nearly every book there was about Bletchley Park and the Wizard War of the scientists, and the double-cross system the British used to deceive the Germans by manipulating their captured agents in Britain. The British had been losing that war, Ferris reminded himself. They had suffered the disastrous retreat at Dunkirk and the ravages of the Blitz. Their enemies were stronger than they were, and more ruthless. The Brits had little in their favor, save one thing. They were good at puzzles. Ferris pulled books down off the shelves, hoping he would find something that would encourage him, or at least distract him. A week after Alice's departure, Ferris was in his big, empty apartment, eating another solitary meal. A late October wind was rattling the window panes, a cold, dry breeze off the desert that settled in his bones. Gretchen called, as she usually did each week around this time. The conversation was more than usually empty. Ferris couldn't talk about work, and he didn't know what else to talk about. Gretchen was whispering hoarsely, telling him what she wanted to do when he came home. Ferris told her to stop. He said his line was probably tapped, but that only seemed to arouse her more. "I hate this," Ferris said, by which he meant not just sex talk on a tapped line, but the entirety of their relationship. "Oh, you're just in a bad mood, honey," said Gretchen. "Call me back when you're not such a grouch." "Admit it," he told himself when he had ended the call. "You miss Alice." And there was something else. He was worried that she wouldn't find him interesting anymore, after she had been back home in Boston mingling with the overachiever talent pool. His life was a perverse mirror image. He was married to one woman whom he didn't love, and he was falling in love with another woman who he was afraid might become interested in another man. Ferris lay in bed waiting for sleep. As happened sometimes, the tape rewound to a moment in his life that was fixed in his memory. It was a wrestling match during his senior year at George Marshall High School in Fairfax. He was well ahead on points and could have coasted to victory in the third period. His opponent was exhausted. But Ferris wasn't taking it easy. He was determined to pin the other boy and win outright. He had his opponent in a headlock,
and was driving his arm and shoulders down hard so he could push the shoulder blades onto the mat. There was a groan from the boy, not quite a word, and then he heard a sudden snap and a piercing scream, and he knew he had broken the other boy's arm. The crowd was stunned and silent as the boy staggered off the mat, cradling his wrist, and then a few people started to boo. Not many, but people had sensed that something bad was going to happen, that Ferris wasn't just determined to win, but to destroy his opponent. What Ferris remembered, when this scene came back to him, was the moment just before he heard the snap, when the boy groaned and tried to tell Ferris to stop. Ferris shut his eyes against the image. He had been living with this memory for almost 20 years, and it still upset him. Violence itself wasn't the problem. It was the unintended violence, the possibility that he might unwittingly expose someone to harm. Ferris put the thought out of his mind. He could do that, will his conscious self away from what bothered him, and eventually he was asleep. Alice returned after 10 days, and the first thing she did when she landed at Queen Alia Airport was call Ferris. "I'm sorry, but I missed you," she said, as if she were admitting to a character defect. "I've thought about you a lot while I was gone, Roger. All the time, basically. That's why I didn't call. I was nervous." "Yeah," said Ferris. "Me too. Is that good or bad?" "I don't know. Good, I think. But we're going to have to find out." "Right. When do we start?" "Well..." She paused, as if she were really deliberating the matter. "How about tomorrow night? I need to get some sleep. The man next to me last night snored all the way from Boston to London, and he had B.O.
"What time should I pick you up?"
I hate that date stuff. Can you cook?"
"Sort of. Not very well."
"That doesn't matter. Buy a steak and 2 potatoes and some red wine and we'll be fine. Can you do that? And some green beans, too, if they have them. Or broccoli. Or carrots, okay?" Ferris promised to do the shopping and hung up happily. He spent the next 24 hours in a pleasant state of desire, thinking not just about having sex with Alice, but about the pleasure of having her with him again. The bright, blue, bottomless water that was Alice. He had the housekeeper throw away the old newspapers and other accumulated debris and sent her out to buy the food and lots of flowers. He put little candles in the bedroom and then decided that was too much and put them away. Alice arrived a half-hour late. When Ferris opened the door and looked at her, he shook his head. Her face was radiant with its own glow of anticipation, and her blonde hair seemed almost to sparkle against the blue-black evening sky. "God, you are so pretty," he said. "Let me in the damned door. It's cold out here." She entered the apartment, gave him a kiss, and said, "Be right back. I want to take a look." She gave herself a tour, checking out every room, pausing in the master bedroom to give it a close review. She returned, shaking her head. "God, you must be a big shot. This place is enormous." "Embassy housing. They assume people have families, so the apartments are pretty big." "Pretty big? It's huge. I'll spare you the lecture about how many needy Palestinian families could fit in here. So, come on, do the host thing. What have you got to drink?"
"How about champagne?"
She nodded, and Ferris fetched a bottle of Dom Perignon he had taken that day from a stock left by Alderson after his hasty departure. She studied the label. "Is that supposed to impress me? Dom Perignon?" Because I have to say it totally does impress me. A girl doesn't trust a man who buys cheap champagne. What's the point? It's like a woman buying cheap underwear. You know what I mean? Of course you don't.
Ferris poured 2 glasses, which they drank quickly, sitting on the couch, while she talked about her trip home and her parents, siblings, and cousins. Ferris filled their glasses again, and then a 3rd time while she talked. She had told the family about Ferris, she said, although she wasn't sure why. That was why she had come back to Oman so eager to see him. She wanted to understand why she had missed him so much. Ferris slid toward her on the couch and put his arm around her. She relaxed into his body and then pulled back to look at him. I know you, Roger. You think I don't, but I do. You're open, but you don't talk about yourself. You're brave, but you're scared of something. You worry that you have to take care of everything, but you don't. Tonight, you just have to be with me. Ferris didn't answer. He put his hand to her face and gently traced the outlines of her cheek and lips. He pushed the hair back from her forehead. It was so soft and fine, almost like a baby's hair. He pulled her toward him. She tensed for a moment, then relaxed and turned her lips toward his. His kiss was gentle, his lips just touching hers. She opened her mouth and their tongues met. Ferris was aroused, and he pressed closer to her. Her eyes widened and then closed. Not yet. I have to make you dinner. Alice cooked the steak and potatoes, and the lima beans, which was what the maid had brought back from the market. She sang "It's Raining Men" while she cooked, in a surprisingly good voice. Ferris thought she was the most unself-conscious person he had ever met, and he tried to imagine what such a woman would be like in bed. She caught the expression on his face. "Open the wine. Make yourself useful," she said, and Ferris went looking for the corkscrew. They dined on the enclosed terrace. "Turn out the lights," she ordered. That side of the apartment faced away from the city, and in the inky desert night it seemed you could see every star in the heavens. "Hold my hand," she said. Why? Ferris was hungry. Because we have to say grace. Pay attention, Roger. This grace has been in my family for 300 years. I want to say it because this is a special night. You have to learn it yourself by Thanksgiving. Close your eyes. For thy tender care, dear Father, and thy blessings free, we would now with loving hearts render thanks to thee. Amen. Say amen. Amen, said Ferris. She gave his hand a squeeze and then let it go. Ferris opened his eyes and looked at her. He felt suddenly guilty. She was so loving and so trusting, and he knew that he hadn't been honest with her about something important. The most important thing, maybe. They ate for a while as Alice talked about her trip home. She devoured her steak and potato but left the lima beans. When she had finished, she pushed the plate away and gazed dreamily at the stars, then turned back to him. She kicked off her shoe and began running her toes gently up his calf. I have to tell you something, Ferris said awkwardly. What's the problem? Don't you like girls? She giggled. No, it's something serious. Oh, good. What is it? He shook his head. I don't know how to say this. I'm ashamed to say it. But I'm married. I know that. She shook her head. God, how dumb do you think I am? How did you know? I never mentioned it, and I haven't worn my wedding ring since I met you, because it's obvious. A single guy would have tried to jump me on the first date, but you were more patient, mature, married-like. That was one thing. I did want to jump you on the first date, and the second and the third. It's not just that. There's something sad about you, even when you're having a good time, like you need something that somebody hasn't given you. Not sex, but love.
So that says to me, unhappy married man.
That's true. I do need love. And I am an unhappy married man. He reached out his hand to touch hers, but she pulled it back.
Plus, I asked.
What do you mean you asked?
I asked at the embassy. One of the secretaries goes to my yoga class. I said I had met this really cute guy named Roger Ferris, and she said, watch out, he's married. So I knew. But the other stuff is true. That's why I waited so long. I wanted to see if you were worth the trouble.
You're not mad at me for not telling you right away that I was married?
No, because you did tell me, eventually. I might not have been willing to go to bed with you otherwise.
No, that's not true.
I still would have. But it's better this way. And you're going to dump your wife.
It's true. I'm asking her for a divorce. I'm going to tell her when I go back to Washington the next time.
You should get a divorce, Roger, if you're not happy. It's not about me, it's about you.
I'm happy now.
Yes, but not as happy as you're going to be.
She took his hand and led him back toward the bedroom. There was a candle next to the bed. She had put it there secretly when she made her first tour of the apartment. Now she lit it.
Hold me,
she said. Ferris touched her hair, and then her lips, and pulled her toward him. As they kissed, she fumbled at his belt. While she tugged at his trousers, he put his hand under her dress. The soft fabric between her legs seemed to have dissolved. Their clothes came off in a pile, and he laid her body gently down on the bed and looked at her in the candlelight. Her cheeks were alabaster smooth in the light of the flickering candle. One hand modestly covered her breast, but she let it fall. She saw the wounds on his leg. In the candlelight, the welts of scar tissue were little hillocks, soft to the touch. She opened herself to him, to his eyes and his gentle hands and the heat of his skin against hers.
I want you,
she said, the words muffled in the breath of desire. She took him in her hand and guided him toward her. He entered her slowly, but she pulled him deeper. Her body moved quickly, and she cried out for him. Before he could answer, their bodies reached the same sudden precipice of desire. He could feel her tightening around him, and then he lost himself in a shudder of pleasure that carried them together into white space. He laid his head on her breast, wet with his saliva, and listened to the beat of her heart. Chapter 10. Aman. Several days later, Hani summoned Ferris to his office. Ferris went alone around that bend in the road to the fortress set against the mountainside. Two sergeants led him upstairs this time, flanking him almost as if they were guards. And for once, he was not taken to the holding chamber of Hani's deputy, but brought immediately to see the Pasha himself. Ferris wondered what was going on. There had been no sign that Hani had been upset. Indeed, he had heard nothing from Hani at all for days. When Ferris entered Hani's office, he could see immediately that something was wrong. The Jordanian had none of his usual bravado. He had a heavy growth of beard and deep circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for several nights. Hani gestured for his guest to sit in the chair opposite his desk, rather than on the couches where they usually sat. He waited for the door to close, and then waited a moment more to compose himself. Mustafa Karami is dead, said the Jordanian coldly. Our man in Berlin. He was murdered a week ago. Hani spoke the words with a deep anger. It was an expression of frustration, of hurt, of regret at so much wasted effort. It wasn't the loss of the life so much as the man-years of work that had gone into setting up the operation, and the lives that might have been saved. Ferris wondered what to say. Who killed him? He asked finally. We believe it was one of his contacts from Al-Qaeda. They got him in Madrid. What we do not understand is why he was killed." The Jordanian looked Ferris square in the eye. "Do you have any idea?" Ferris paused a long moment. Too long. "I have absolutely no idea," he said. "Absolutely no idea. That is more than a no. And it makes me ask a question. Why do people feel it necessary to add extra words to their denials? When it would be enough to say no, why does someone say absolutely not? It is strange, don't you think? Okay, honey, I'll give you the simple version. I don't know who killed Mustafa Karami. Until I walked into your office, I didn't know that he was dead." Hani was still musing about words. "With Arabic, there is something about our language that makes every statement a bit of a lie, you know? Even when you are telling the truth. Ours is a language for poets, not engineers. But English is simple. It is a language of yes or no. When people add something, it is for a reason. When someone says to me, 'Frankly, honey,' or 'honestly, honey,' I always suspect that he is lying. If he were telling the truth, he would not need those extra words of emphasis. He would just say it. Am I right?" "Yes, honey, you are right." "But I believe you when you tell me that you do not know why Karami was killed. Because how could you know? I do not know myself." "Thank you. But, my dear, we are going to find out. Isn't that good luck? You and I are going to find out why Mustafa Karami was killed." "How are we going to find that out?" Ferris was suddenly nervous. He could feel his heart racing. "By interrogating the man who killed him. The Spaniards seized him in Madrid and gave him to us. His name is Ziad. He has been here almost a week. He is here now, right below us, in the prison beneath this building." "The Palace of the Ghosts," said Ferris, for that was what Jordanians sometimes called the prison beneath the GID's headquarters. It was said you never left the prison the same person who went in. "That is nonsense, my dear Ferris. There are no ghosts and no broken bones. You know better than that. We do not torture people. The best interrogation technique is to let people break down themselves, or bring in one of the imams to read the Quran with them. They are much more effective than we could be." "Not when you need information in a hurry." "No, my dear Ferris. It is especially when you are in a hurry that you must be patient. That is the way I have behaved with Ziad. When we brought him in a week ago, he was screaming that he would never talk. By Allah, he would shit on the mustache of the king before he would tell us a word. He was kicking and screaming to show how tough he would be in resisting what he thought must be coming. I think he actually wanted me to beat him, to get his adrenaline going, but I walked away. I refused to say a word to him." "Not a word, honey?" "Nothing. To him, only silence. The only sound was my praying at prayer time. I came back the second night, and he was the same, but not quite so crazy. I sat behind him in the interrogation room and watched him for more than an hour. You could hear screams down the hall, but we always do that. The screams are recorded. He babbled for a while, telling me how tough he was. He said he was glad that he had killed Karami because he was a traitor. He was glad. He shouted at me. He was waiting for the torture, but still it did not come. And I said nothing. Before I left, I prayed again, but not a word to him. He was disappointed. You wounded his dignity. You are precisely right, Roger. This is the Arab in you. Ziad thought he was so important that we would have to beat him like a dog to get his information. But we were ignoring him. He could not understand it. It was an insult to his dignity, as you say. I came back last night and sat with him again. He had stopped screaming. I sat behind him again, just behind his head, so he could hear me breathing. I was silent for many minutes. Perhaps another hour, maybe more, I don't know. Finally he spoke. He wanted to know if I was going to ask him any questions. That's when I knew he was ready to talk. He was asking to be interrogated. So what did he say? Nothing, because I still wouldn't talk with him. I whispered in his ear that he was in a great deal of trouble. I took off his hood and put a picture in front of him. His mother, of course. Be careful, I whispered. And then I walked away again. I wanted to give him 24 more hours of nothingness, so that he would truly need to confess to me. And now I think perhaps he is ready. He has been up all night again. Yes, I think this is a good time. Shall we go and see? Yes, said Ferris. He knew he didn't have any choice in any event. One thing. And what is that? Can I call headquarters to let them know that Karami is dead? No. Honey's eyes were as sad as a dog's. I am afraid you cannot call your headquarters. That would be quite inappropriate. Why not? Asked Ferris. But Honey ignored the question. Then, for the first time since he had arrived in Jordan, Ferris felt afraid of his host. He was Honey's prisoner, and he had no doubt that for all the Arab man's subtle wordplay, he would kill Ferris if he decided it was necessary. Honey rose from his desk and led the way out the door. Aides immediately jumped to assist him, but the boss waved them away. A guard at the end of the corridor mumbled deferentially, "Ya Sidi," as the chief passed. Honey nodded, then punched a code into an electronic lock, opening a heavy door. Ferris followed him into the Palace of the Ghosts. Just past the door was a small elevator with no buttons. Honey put a key into a lock and the elevator door opened. Inside there were just 2 buttons, up and down. This was Honey's private elevator to the prison. They descended a long time. Ferris wasn't sure whether the elevator was slow or they were going very deep underground, but it seemed to take almost 30 seconds. Finally, the door opened, and Ferris looked down a long, dank, concrete corridor. A group of powerful Arab men, the sort who looked like they might shoot you on a whim, stood in the corridor. Honey approached them and said something that Ferris couldn't hear. The American shivered slightly. It was cold in this underground pit. A man might freeze here if he wasn't given adequate clothing. Honey beckoned for him to follow down the corridor. There were heavy metal doors every 10 yards, with tiny openings. "You can look, if you like," said Honey. Ferris peered in one hole. He saw an emaciated man in his underpants, so glassy-eyed that he seemed barely alive. The smell in the cell was of human excrement and urine. "A hard case, that one," said Honey. "But he'll come around." Ferris didn't want to look in any more cells. He was not a sentimental man, and he had seen before what America's friends and allies were capable of when they decided to put the screws on someone. By comparison, Honey was mild. But he did not want to be in this place. They reached an intersection where corridors of cells stretched 100 yards in either direction, and then another, similar intersection. Jesus, Ferris thought, half this country must be in prison. "Here we are," said Honey when they reached a third intersection. He walked to the left. There were no cells along this corridor, but small rooms that appeared to be used for interrogation. He could hear the sound of a man screaming. It began as a sudden wail of pain and shock, as if a bone had been broken, and then grew in intensity, as if someone were grinding the broken bone back and forth. Ferris didn't know whether it was real or fake. There was a pause, and then another horrifying shriek as the victim whimpered and pleaded in Arabic. Honey opened the door and gestured for Ferris to take a seat. Before him was a one-way glass panel, and just beyond that the interrogation room, brightly lit by a fluorescent light overhead, with a desk and 2 chairs. The walls were painted blue. That was it. The Blue Hotel. On Ferris's side of the glass was a small speaker so that he could hear what was said in the other room. "It's lucky you understand Arabic," said Hani. "I don't think this would translate very easily." He left Ferris, entered the interrogation room, and pulled his chair back against the wall, perhaps a dozen yards from the other chair. A moment later the far door opened, and 2 guards led in the prisoner. He was unshaven, exhausted from lack of sleep, but otherwise appeared unharmed. The guards sat the prisoner in his chair and strapped his arms and legs to the metal frame. Then they left the room. The prisoner looked at Hani almost plaintively. Ferris waited for Hani to say something, but the Jordanian was silent. "What do you want from me?" the prisoner asked. He repeated it, this time almost a wail. Still, Hani was silent. Several minutes passed. The prisoner stared at Hani with a haunted look. There were tears rolling down his cheeks, and then he was choking back a sob. "What do you want?" he pleaded. At last, Hani answered. "Tell me, Ziad, why did you kill Mustafa Karami?" His voice was soft. From the corridor came the sound of ceaseless screams. "Because he was a traitor," the prisoner answered. "Because he was a traitor, because he was a traitor." Hani let the silence in the room build. It was like the pressure against the skull when a diver is too deep under water. After 10 minutes, Ziad grew desperate enough to speak. "Please, it is the truth. Mustafa Karami was a traitor." "But Ziad, how do you know that Mustafa was a traitor?" Hani's question was almost a taunt. "You are tricking me. You already know." "That is not true. Tell me." "Because he was working with the Americans. He was a traitor working with the Americans." Hani paused to register the words. "And how could you be sure of that?" The voice was as impossible to escape as a dream. "You know the answer. You know. "Of course I know, but I want to hear it from you. You are an important man. I must hear it from a sincere man I respect, like you." "You see, we were sure he was a traitor because he was in contact with their man, with Hussein Amari, who works with the Americans in Indonesia. That is how we knew that Karami must work for the Americans." "Yes, the Americans." Hani's eyes were hard points of rage. "But how did you know?" "We knew because Karami contacted Amari. At first it was the other way around. Amari calling Karami. He even asked us about it. Who is this Hussein Amari? Why is he calling me? But then later we learned that Karami had contacted Amari. He wanted to help Amari to travel to Europe to meet with some of us. He asked about someone named Suleiman. And then we knew. You and the Americans were trying to insert him into our network. That was your trick. You were using Karami to put someone into our most secret places.
That was when we knew that Karami could not be trusted. He was working for the Americans. And for you.
Honey was staring at the prisoner. Ferris could see the tautness in his face as he struggled to maintain his composure. "Why didn't you kill Amari?" Honey asked.
"We tried to, but we could not find him. He disappeared. The Americans were clever. They hid him. They are very clever, the Americans, but they are Satan, and God will punish them."
Honey looked toward the glass mirror, at the spot where he knew Ferris must be sitting. "Yes," he said quietly. "The Americans are very clever." He rose from his chair and left the room. There was a suppressed violence in his step, like a professional boxer walking toward the ring. He opened the door to Ferris's listening post. Ferris wondered if the Jordanian was going to shoot him right there. Honey was clenching his fists, not as a prelude to violence, it turned out, but to regain control of his emotions.
"I do not ever want to speak with you again," he said, his voice wavering slightly. "We had a good and careful plan for Karami. He could have been a great asset for us both. Perhaps he could have taken us where we want to go, and now he is lost because of your foolishness and your lies."
He looked at Ferris, still in shock.
How could the Americans have been so stupid?
He shook his head. It was over. He turned toward the door and then stopped and looked back at Ferris. "I know what you have been doing. We have an expression for it in Arabic called taqiyya. It comes from the time of the Prophet. It is the lie you tell to protect yourself from the unbelievers. They are the ignorant ones, so you can tell them any lie you want. That is what you and Ed Hoffman have been doing to me with your deceptions. Taqiyya. But you have made a very bad mistake."
"I am sorry,"
said Ferris. "Do not say another word, Mr. Ferris. If you speak to me again, I will kill you." He turned again for the door and walked out, leaving Ferris in that foul pit deep in the mountain. Through the window, Ferris watched as the guards unshackled the prisoner Ziad and took him away. They would exploit him now that he had cracked, bleed him of every contact he had ever had, every pot he had ever pissed in, but the Americans would know none of it. Ferris waited for a time, wondering if someone was going to fetch him, or if he would be left there to join the detritus that was rotting here under the ground. Eventually, 2 soldiers came to collect him. They were the same 2 who had escorted him when he first arrived. They led him out a different way, down corridors that were dirty and ill-lit and stank of shit. He could hear screams from cells as he passed, people who were in pain, or who had been here so long they had simply gone mad. They came finally to an old gated elevator, big enough to hold a herd of cattle. This was the prisoner's elevator, Ferris realized. It reeked of men who had shat their pants in fear as they descended into the house of the dead. The elevator made a slow, clanking ascent. The door opened to more dirt and debris, foul smells of captivity, a few faces caught in the lurid fluorescent light. The guards walked him toward a bolted door. A prisoner was pleading with Ferris, thinking he was a foreigner who might save him. The door opened and the guards gave Ferris a nudge. Darkness had fallen, and there was no moon in the bitter sky. His SUV was across the road. He got in and started the engine, half expecting that it would explode. But no, that wasn't Hani's style. Ferris drove back to the embassy, sent a cable to Hoffman in the special channel, and then an hour later talked with the division chief briefly by secure phone. Hoffman sounded upset, but not contrite. The next morning, Ferris was on a flight back to Washington. He stopped at Alice's apartment and woke her up on the way to the airport. She could tell that something dreadful had happened. "What's wrong, darling?" she asked. That was the first time she had ever called him darling. "Something bad at work. They want me to come home, talk to people at the State Department." "Are you in trouble?" "Something awful has happened, hasn't it? I can see it." He looked at her stray wisps of hair across her sleepy face. "Nothing's wrong. Nothing that matters, but I have to sort out these work problems. And talk to my wife." She nodded. "When will you be back?" A muscle twitched in Ferris's face. He shifted weight off his bad leg. He didn't know when he would be back. If honey meant what he had said, it might be never. "As soon as I can," he answered. "I'll call you whenever I can while I'm away. Is that okay?" "Of course. So long as you're really coming back." He didn't answer at first. Pledges of commitment, in his experience, were only spoken if there was reason to doubt someone's fidelity. He thought of what Honey had said. Every extra word adds a measure of insincerity. "I don't want to leave you." Each word carried the emotion he felt. "Oh, Roger." She shook her head. There were tears in her eyes. "Promise me something. If you decide you're not serious about me, you must tell me. I don't want to be hurt. I have a nice life now that makes me happy, and I don't want to be unhappy again." "I could never hurt you," said Ferris. She nodded, and then turned her back. As she walked away, Ferris thought to himself, so this is what it feels like. This helpless feeling. This is love. Chapter 11. Langley, Washington. A car bomb exploded in Frankfurt while Ferris was on his way back home. He called the watch officer in Near East Division during his stopover in London, asking whether he should turn around and return to Jordan, and was told no, that Hoffman wanted him in Washington ASAP. You could tell, just by watching people at Heathrow, how frightened they were. They were crowding around the televisions in the airport lounges to watch the news. Several flights were canceled because of the heightened security alert. Ferris called Alice from London. She hadn't heard the Frankfurt news yet. Ferris told her to be careful, and she laughed out loud. "Me? You be careful. I'm not the one making the trouble." Ferris laughed, but it ached. He wanted to be back home with her. Not once in his marriage with Gretchen had he wished to hide away with her and let the world disappear. She was of the world. That was the point about Gretchen. She was mint-perfect, coin of the realm. Alice was in another space, still mysterious to Ferris, and he wished he could be there now. Ferris brooded on the long London-Washington leg of the trip. They were losing ground. They had bungled their few precious chances to get inside the enemy network. Ferris himself was no better than Hoffman. He had been impatient and greedy, and he had lost the trail of his adversary. The thought of returning to CIA headquarters was depressing. It wasn't the flat linoleum feel of the place or the instantly dated 1960s modernist look of the architecture. It was the civil service culture that permeated the corridors like dry rot. Ferris had heard the elite Band of Brothers rhetoric when he joined. The agency had to be less smugly bureaucratic than Time, Inc., he reckoned. But he had been wrong. It was worse. It was a culture that had been lying to itself for so long that people had lost the ability to differentiate between what was real and what wasn't. Failure wasn't acceptable. So, as far as the agency was concerned, the CIA never made mistakes. These were people who believed their own PowerPoint presentations. Ferris had brought along a book from the British Council Library, and he read it now for comfort. The Brits had bungled, too. Damn near crumpled in 1939 in the disarray of Dunkirk, yet when they realized their very survival was at stake, They had found a raw ruthlessness in their steely trimmer character. The fumbling chess players and common-room eccentrics proved to be killers. That was the message of the intelligence histories Ferris liked to read. Facing an enemy they couldn't defeat head-on, the British found other ways. They raised lying to a form of warfare. They stole their enemies' Enigma cipher machines and recruited their oddest and smartest to break the codes. They captured German agents and played them back, creating a network of lies so intricate and believable that, for the Germans, it became reality. Knowing that they would not prevail unless America entered the war, they launched a covert action program to destroy the isolationists in America, spreading lies and gossip to defeat members of Congress they didn't like. The Brits maintained their guise as genial patrician bumblers until they bumbled their way to Berlin. They succeeded, lie by lie, day by day. Ferris read the slim volume he had brought along about one particularly audacious piece of British deception, and as he turned the pages he thought about his own adversary. Lacking a face to put to the name Suleiman, he saw pure black when he closed his eyes. But he heard the sound of explosions. Car bombs in Rotterdam, Milan, Frankfurt, and coming soon, no doubt, to Pittsburgh and San Diego. The failure to destroy Suleiman wasn't the agency's failure, it was his own. He had grabbed at one of the far-flung routes when he recruited Nizar at the beginning of the year in Iraq. In Berlin, with Hani, he had touched one of the nodes. And with Hoffman, it had seemed so easy to insert a probe into the enemy's flank. In his mounting frustration, he had imagined he could tease the enemy out of hiding in Amman. But all he and Hoffman had accomplished with their schemes was to sever the few connections they had. And all the while, the bombs kept going off. They were back to the starting point, and they were running out of time. The Frankfurt bomb would make people panicky all over again. It was a particularly brazen act in the middle of Europe's financial capital. It told people there was a network so cleverly constructed and well hidden that the CIA and its friends didn't know where to look. Your shield is gone, these car bombs said. You are helpless before your enemies. In the drowsy stump of the long flight, Ferris pondered what Hani had said about taqiyya, the necessary lie. In the Islamic texts he had studied back at Columbia, the term usually applied to Shiites, who were taught to dissimulate when necessary to avoid danger. Indeed, this slipperiness was one reason Sunnis viewed them as inveterate liars. But there was a deeper meaning that went back to the Quran. It concerned a companion of the Prophet named Ammar bin Yasir, who was imprisoned in Mecca with his family after the Prophet fled to Medina in the Hijrah. Bin Yasir's parents were tortured and killed for their allegiance to Islam. Bin Yasir was more devious. He tricked the infidels by pretending to worship their idols, and then escaped to Medina where he rejoined Muhammad. When he asked the Prophet if he had done the right thing by lying, Muhammad assured him that he had done his duty. Bin Yasir had surrounded the truth with a bodyguard of lies, as the British put it many centuries later. He had treated the infidels with the contempt they deserved. He had gone into the heart of their encampment and deceived them so that he could fight another day. In the time of the Prophet, deception was the essence of survival. Another story concerned the head of an Arabian tribe who was plotting to kill Muhammad. The Prophet advised his companions that the assassin's weakness was his vanity. So when they visited him, they complimented the sheikh on his fine perfume and asked him to lean a little closer so they could savor its pleasing scent, and a little closer, handsome sheikh, and a little closer. And then they chopped off the vain man's head. The story illustrated an eternal truth of warfare. Facing a difficult adversary, it is sometimes best to play upon his arrogance. Lure him forward, draw him in, the right pressure on just the right spot, and he will collapse from within. That was what the Muslims had done to America in Iraq, wasn't it? But it could work in reverse. The British book was still open on Ferris's lap, and he returned to it now with greater attention. The operation it described had been as much theater as warfare. In 1943, the British had needed to disguise their true plan to attack in Sicily by convincing the Germans they would be landing in Greece. They had created an illusion so perfect that the Germans had leapt at it, thinking they were discovering a great secret, not realizing that it was a lie. And it had worked. Ferris sat upright in his airplane seat. He ordered some black coffee from the flight attendant and began scribbling notes to himself. By the time the plane landed at Dulles, Ferris had the beginning of an idea. Hoffman was sitting gloomily at his desk when Ferris arrived. He looked awful. The ruddy face had turned doughy, and there were dark ruts under the eyes from too little sleep and too much drinking. Even his brush-cut hair was limp. He didn't look like a tycoon anymore, but a bookie whose bets had come up wrong. His deputy was sitting at the conference table looking at a thick binder, but when Ferris arrived, Hoffman asked the deputy to leave and closed the door. Hoffman spoke in a low, raspy voice. He looked down at his desk rather than directly at Ferris.
I could apologize, but that would be bullshit. Nonetheless, I should have warned you in advance that the shit was about to come down on your head with Mustafa Karami. That was a mistake.
Ferris was startled. What do you mean? You knew that Karami was dead? Before I saw Hani?
Yep, I heard it from the Spanish. At the same time, they told the Jordanians. That's how we managed to get Amari out. We had a head start.
Shit. You know what, Ed? You're right. You should have told me. Why didn't you? Ferris was furious. He thought the situation couldn't get worse, and it just had.
Because you would have told the Jordanians. Nothing wrong with that. I would have told them too in your place, but I couldn't risk that. And don't start sulking. I told you I was sorry.
Actually, Ed, I think you said apologizing was bullshit. But it doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter? Everything matters.
Because Hani won't talk to me. I thought he was going to kill me when he realized what we had done to him. He was furious. I'm dead out there.
Don't be too sure. He likes you. And you're a better bet than the next guy we'd send, so maybe he'll wise up. And for the record, I apologize.
Hoffman puckered up his tired, beat-up face and made a kissing noise. Then he gave Ferris the finger. Ferris laughed, despite himself. It was weirdly reassuring that Hoffman could still act like an adolescent after a disaster like this. He decided to let his anger go. You really think they'll let me back in, Jordan? Back to Alice's place. Ferris's place.
Not entirely impossible. Let's wait and see.
Hani is worth the trouble, Ed, if we can get past this flap. Not that you need my opinion, but I watched him break the man who shot Karami. It was the damnedest thing. The guy confessed to everything. The hit, the fact they knew we were running Amari without Hani ever touching him. He's good.
Yeah, I know. He's a superstar, and we fucked him over, etc. I'm sorry you had to be there and take his anger. I'm sure that wasn't fun. He called me up and screamed at me, too, for what it's worth. I told him to calm down. Bad things happen in war sometimes. Friendly fire. Get over it.
Did he calm down?
Not really. But he shut up. I asked him to take you back, but he seemed to be off in another world, thinking about something. Long pauses. Very strange. But he'll come around. He's a pro.
Ferris looked at his boss, wondering if he should say any more. That's what bothered me, to be honest. Hani is a pro. He worked hard on that operation, set it up, pitched the guy, And we were establishing a little trust, him and me. That's the one thing I've learned with the Arabs. It's all or nothing, total trust or zero. But we lost that. We became nothing. He trailed off. Hoffman put his ruined face in his hands and rubbed his sleepless eyes. When he spoke again, there was an edge of anger in his voice.
Okay, we did screw the guy. It was in a good cause, but if I were Hani, I would be pissed off. And if I were you, I would be pissed off. You had misgivings, you told me, okay? We're all clear on that.
The division chief stood up. His bulky form loomed for a moment above his chair, and then, in an impulsive burst of frustration, he pounded his fist down against his desk.
But I am not Hani, goddammit. And I am not you. I am me, and I have a job to do. And I am not going to guilt-trip myself into dropping the ball. We are at war, for Christ's sake. These shitheads are setting off a new bomb almost every day while we jerk off. We've got things going you don't have a clue about. And you know what? They're not working either. The president asked the director at the briefing today whether the CIA had taken a permanent vacation.
Jesus Christ,
Hoffman muttered as he shook his head. These people are trying to kill us, and we are running out of tricks to stop them. This Amari thing took me as long to set up as Hani's little operation did, and now it's all pissed away. So I'm going to worry about that, thank you very much, and not about how much we fucked over our Jordanian pals.
Silence settled on the room. Ferris waited for another thunderclap from Hoffman, but he was sullen and withdrawn. His boss was losing it. They all were losing it. Hoffman was right. They were running out of tricks. They were waiting to get hit again, hoping they could find somebody in one of the networks and beat the crap out of him in time to disrupt the next attack. That wasn't a strategy. It was slow-motion defeat. Hoffman was still silent, and it occurred to Ferris that he was waiting for a suggestion. Ferris turned over in his mind the idea that had been forming on that long, gloomy flight back to Washington. He thought of Hani's word, takia. When the truth isn't working, you lie. When you're losing on one field of play, you create another. I have an idea, said Ferris. His words fell into a pit of silence. Maybe it's crazy.
Say what?
Asked Hoffman. He wasn't used to Ferris making operational proposals. I said that I have an idea. It came to me on the plane. I'd been thinking about it before, but it seemed too weird. Now maybe not. Want to hear?
Yeah. Sure. What have we got to lose, other than the whole fucking country?
Okay. We have to get to Suleiman. If we don't, he's going to eat us alive. Just look at us. We're a mess. We have to get something going, am I right?
Obviously. What's the idea?
It's something Hani said to me before I left. At the very end, before he threw me out, he talked about this Muslim thing called taqiya. It's the lie you tell to get what you want. And I was thinking, suppose we just lie. Suppose we make Suleiman think we've already done it, that we're already inside the tent. We know we're failing, but he doesn't. For all he knows, we're sleeping under his bed, waiting for the right time. We lie. That's basically it. We pretend that we have him by the balls, and then we exploit his fear. Does that make any sense?
Maybe, said Hoffman, if I knew what you were talking about.
I'm talking about deception. Turkey is the only way we're going to penetrate Suleiman's network. We've been trying, and we haven't gotten anywhere. We could keep on trying. We could dangle people at every Salafist mosque in the world and wait for someone somewhere to take the bait, and maybe it would work, eventually. But we are running out of time. So if we don't have time to recruit a real agent, then let's pretend we've recruited one and run him as a virtual agent.
It won't be a real penetration of Al-Qaeda, but a virtual penetration. But what's the difference, right? If we don't have the cards, let's pretend we have the cards. Let's bluff the guy. Make him think we're inside, that we're running an agent. Hell, if we wanted to, we could pretend we've recruited Suleiman. We can pretend anything we want. If we're brazen enough, it will work. Hoffman shook his head. He was smiling again. The gloomy thunderhead had lifted. You know, I am going to have to revise my opinion of you. I had no idea you were this devious. This puts you in a whole new category in Eddie's book. I'm desperate, said Ferris. So are you. That's a fact. So, how do you propose we begin this razzle-dazzle, assuming I was interested? That's what came to me on the plane. I was reading this book about a British deception operation in World War II when they really, totally needed to snooker the Germans, and I thought, maybe we could play that game too. Okay, Mr. Peabody, what's the book? The Man Who Never Was. Hoffman closed his eyes and let it sink in. He saw it instantly. The dead body, the false message, the layering of lies. He went to his bookshelf and took down a dog-eared copy of the book Ferris had just mentioned. Operation Mincemeat. That's what the British call it, right? I must be getting old and stupid, that I didn't think of this myself. Just old, said Ferris. You know what? I like you, Ferris. You're a pisser. You really are. Thank you, sir. To do this right, we would have to plug you into a new circuit. I have some people doing some pretty unusual stuff already. I tried to get you to join that shop after you got wounded in Iraq, but you blew me off. We can still make a fit if you're really game, but don't raise your hand on this one too quickly. This isn't the clandestine service trainee bullshit from the farm. You sure about this? Ferris didn't think before he answered. We never do when we make the decisions that change our lives. We have to get to Suleiman. This could do it. Takia, said Hoffman, still savoring Ferris's suggestion. He laid one of his big hands on the younger man's forearm. You said it a long time ago, Roger. This has to work. We cannot lose. If we can't break Suleiman's network, a lot more people are going to die. He relaxed his grip on Ferris's arm and told him his secretary would call in a few days to set up another meeting. He had to make some arrangements, do some rewiring before he could plug Ferris into that new circuit. Chapter 12. Washington. Ferris slept in a hotel his first night back in Washington. It was a rickety little inn off DuPont Circle that reminded him of the places where he had lived before he joined the CIA. And he needed to be alone, away from anyone he knew. He didn't want to see Gretchen until he had figured out what he wanted to say. She had a way of overruling his plans, or simply ignoring them. This time he wanted to set his own course. He called her at 6:30 the next morning, which he knew would be just after the shower, just before the makeup. Hi, Gretchen. Roger? She was surprised, but happy. I'm back home, he said. No, you're not. You are certainly not home. I am home. You're somewhere else. Where are you? In a hotel. What on earth are you doing there? I'll explain. Can we meet for dinner? Don't be ridiculous, darling. Come home to your apartment and your wife. I have to work today, but I'll be home at 7. You have a key. Of course you have a key. It's your apartment. So let yourself in and get some rest. You're going to need it tonight. Ferris wanted to caution her that it wasn't that kind of visit, but she was in a rush to get ready for work and hung up, telling him that she loved him and was so happy he was back. And she meant it.
There wouldn't be any way to make this easy. He just had to tell her and get away. The apartment was in a white-glove building in Kalorama, just off Connecticut Avenue. It suited Gretchen's sense of style. Rich people lived nearby, people with old money and social connections. Gretchen was like another daughter. She got to know the neighbors, visited them when they were sick, brought them little gifts from her trips. She had decorated the apartment lavishly. When they had lived together, she would always be dragging Ferris off to auctions and antique shops to add new bits of finery. When they invited the neighbors in for cocktails, the men always seemed to know what Ferris really did for a living, without asking him. Gretchen was a self-taught aristocrat. That was what pleased the older neighbors, that this bright young thing was making an effort to join their world. Her father had sold insurance in Indiana, and he was a good, solid citizen, but not a man who had ever dreamed his daughter would join the Sulgrave Club. She had an older brother who had stayed in Indiana and worked as a regional sales executive for John Deere. That wasn't for Gretchen. She had put on her rocket pack at the age of 18, headed off to Columbia, and created a new life. Ferris could admire her act of self-creation, but he no longer enjoyed being around it. Ferris said hello to the doorman, who looked surprised to see him. He took the elevator upstairs and warily opened the door. In the entrance hall was a new writing credenza, he noticed, a fussy French thing with curvy legs that wouldn't be much use for actual writing. The apartment was tidy. Traces of any other life she had been living while he was away had been removed. He went into the bedroom. Silver-framed photos sat on the two bedside tables. He studied the picture of himself, looking rakish and still vaguely like a journalist, taken before they were married. There was no dust on the frame. Had she been polishing it or taken it out of storage? What he noticed as he walked the apartment was that the artifacts of his own real life had disappeared. There was no beer in the refrigerator. His subscription to Sports Illustrated had evidently been canceled. The clothes he had left behind had been removed from the closet to make more room for hers. Maybe this would be easier than he had expected. He was gone already. Gretchen called just before 6:30 to say that she had been delayed at work but would be home at 7:30, and then once more at 7:30 to say that she was just leaving. She finally returned home a few minutes before 9. He pushed open the door and said, "Hi, honey, I'm home," as if he had never been away. She was sorry to be so late, but it couldn't be helped. The Attorney General had a crash project to finish, and she couldn't escape. Tried to, but it was impossible. It wasn't an apology so much as an assertion of a higher calling. Ferris examined her. She looked the same as before, only more so. The lustrous black hair surrounding her face in the style of an Italian movie star. The big bust, which was the first thing most people noticed about her, men and women, and which she used to intimidate or seduce, depending on the needs of the moment. The stylish suit, with the silk blouse cut low enough to show some cleavage. She was waiting for a hug and a kiss, but when Ferris delayed, she moved in and hugged him, pressing herself against him. He hugged back, but without much feeling. She knew something bad was happening, but tried to downplay it, hoping it would go away. "What's wrong, Raj?" she asked. "Jet lag?" "We have to talk," he said. "About what?" She had a worried look in her eyes. "Let's sit down." "Do you want a drink? I'll go fix you something." "No, not right now. I want to talk." "Here, sweetheart." She sat down on the couch, plumped a pillow, and waited for him to join her. The pillows were new, Ferris noticed. They had a brocade edge that matched the cords on the drapes. Ferris took a seat in the easy chair next to the couch. He needed some distance, or he would never get it out. He tried to think how to begin, and when she started to fill the silence with chatter, he blurted out the words, "I want a divorce, Gretchen." We don't have a marriage anymore." "What did you say?" That was her last protection, to pretend that she hadn't heard. "I said I want to talk about divorce. We are living apart, and that's because we have grown apart. I think maybe it's time to end it." Her face looked as if she had been slapped. "You bastard," she said. Her cheeks reddened, and then she began to cry. Somehow, Ferris hadn't anticipated this. He thought she would scream at him. She got up and went to the bathroom to blow her nose. She stayed there almost 10 minutes, and when she returned, she had put on new makeup and regained her composure. She was in charge again. "You can't do this, Roger," she said. "I won't let you destroy what we have together. We have the kind of marriage that people dream about. We're perfect for each other. You've been under a lot of stress. I understand that. I don't know what you think is wrong, but we can fix it." "We can't fix anything if we don't live together. And I don't hear you offering to move to Jordan." "I can't leave the department. You know that. I know how hard it is on you. I wish I could just pick up and come to Amman like those other wives, but I can't. Don't make me feel guilty about doing my duty." He shook his head. This wasn't about guilt. "You aren't understanding me, Gretchen. I don't want to be married anymore. Our marriage is broken. I don't think it can be fixed. Anything can be fixed if people try. If there's something wrong, we need to repair it rather than just throw everything away. You have to believe in yourself." She wasn't listening to him. She was acting as if his desire for a divorce were a sign of weakness that could be overcome by force of will, hers if not his. Ferris realized he would have to try a different approach. He had hoped he would be able to avoid it, but he couldn't. "I'm seeing someone else, Gretchen." He waited a moment, expecting more tears, but her eyes were dry. "That's wrong, if we're still married." "I told you!" She stopped. There was a controlled fury in her voice. "I told you that I don't care who you're seeing while we're apart. You can have as many little fuckmates as you want. I just don't want to know about it." "This isn't a fuckmate. I like this person. Don't be ridiculous, Roger. I don't care who she is, but she can't make you happy the way I can. You know that. I am not happy with you, Gretchen. I haven't been happy for a long time." She ignored him. She was already off in her own space, plotting how to reel him back. "I was worried before. I was afraid you didn't love me, but if it's just another woman... Frankly, I had assumed that was happening. I would be surprised if it wasn't. I understand what men are like, including you, Roger. You aren't as virtuous as you pretend to be." Ferris began to respond, but she wasn't listening. "Go make us a martini," she said. "I'll be right back." She walked toward the bedroom before Ferris could protest. He sat in his chair for a while and then decided he did need a drink, even if she had suggested the idea. He went to the bar and fixed 2 vodka martinis. As he shook the mixture, he could feel his fingers stick to the bitter cold of the shaker. He added an olive for her, a twist for himself. In a perverse way, he really was back home. He wondered if he would be able to restart the conversation. Maybe he would just have to walk away. He carried the drinks back to the living room and waited for her to return. What was taking so long? But he knew, and he didn't move. He took a sip of his martini, and then another. The taste was quicksilver cool on his tongue. Eventually he heard the bedroom door open. She was dressed in a lacy black nightgown. As she walked slowly toward him, her heavy breasts swayed back and forth under the fabric. Roger shook his head no, but he looked at her body. I don't want to argue any more. She sat down beside him and let the gown slip open a bit, so that the voluptuous curve of her breast was visible, and then relaxed on the couch so that the gown spread open all the way and exposed her nakedness. There was no hair between her legs, Ferris saw. That was new. He didn't want to be aroused by the sight of her, but he was. I need you, she said. I need my husband. She leaned toward him, her bosom brushing against his shirt, and began to unzip his fly. Don't, he said, taking her hand away. This is the wrong time. Stop teasing, I want you. She moved her hand back to his zipper and then pulled at it. He couldn't stop her now, he realized. It had been too late the moment he had agreed to make drinks and let her leave the room. He made one last effort and pushed her away again. This time it made her angry. What's wrong with you? She said, pulling back. I've been waiting for you for 5 months and you don't want to touch me. She thought a moment, as if recalculating her strategy, and then gave him a pouty look. I'm so lonely, she said. Her legs spread slowly apart. She was waxed, smooth as pink marble. Ferris tried not to look, but she had him now. Stop it, Gretchen. He was surrendering. This was how she always won arguments. She undid the buttons of his shirt and then removed his trousers, shoes, and socks. He was helpless. She took him in her mouth, and then straddled him so that his head was buried between her breasts, the nipples grazing his eyes. She rocked on him up and down until she came with a wail. Then she led him to the bedroom and made him do it again. And again. Early the next morning, when Gretchen was in the shower, Ferris gathered his clothes and snuck away from the apartment. He felt disgusted with himself. He was too weak to resist the feral power of his wife. Next time he would have to let a lawyer speak for him. As he closed the door of his apartment, he knew it was for the last time. Chapter 13. Langley. Ferris spent 2 days in the flipperless pinball machine that was headquarters, waiting for a summons from Hoffman. Because of the Frankfurt bombing, the lights were blinking red from every overhead sensor and watch list. There were meetings and briefings and urgent summons from policymakers. The Frankfurt bomb had been parked across the street from Citibank's German headquarters and detonated during the afternoon rush hour. 12 people had died. 3 times that many were seriously injured. Ferris found a cubicle in the Near East Division's ops center and tried to manage things back in Amman, long distance. Every few hours he stopped by Hoffman's office down the hall, but the division chief was never there. The deputy chief would ask solicitously if he could help, but Ferris would shake his head. After a while it got embarrassing, and Ferris stopped checking. If Hoffman wanted him, he was easy enough to find. Hoffman eventually sent a brief email on the secure system. Meet me at Mincemeat Park at 9 o'clock. Ferris smiled. Already Hoffman had appropriated his idea. A separate message from Hoffman's secretary provided directions to a part of the headquarters complex Ferris had never visited. In the new building, on the other side of the cafeteria, near the north loading dock. Ferris wondered why they weren't just meeting at the usual Near East Division office on the 4th floor. When Ferris reached the specified door the next morning, he found Hoffman's secretary waiting for him. It turned out this location wasn't his actual destination, but a false address. The secretary led him back along a long corridor to an unmarked door, where she punched in a code, applied her thumb to a biometric scanner, and waited until the door clicked open. Inside was a key-operated elevator. They descended for perhaps 15 seconds. When the door opened, she led Ferris through another set of cipher-locked doors that opened onto a large workspace, a windowless underground cavern decorated in blues and greens and filled with banks of computer screens and big monitors. Dozens of people were working at desks and cubicles in a room the size of a basketball court. Ferris looked up to the cool, white fluorescent lights above. He reckoned they must be somewhere under the north parking lot. Hoffman was standing by an open office door halfway down the room. He beckoned for Ferris to join him. "Mincemeat Park?" asked Ferris. Hoffman beamed. "Cute name, don't you think? Bletchley Park and all that. I was going to call it Tequila Park, but I was worried that nobody could pronounce it." He gestured to the large room and its busy employees. He looked pleased with himself, given all the bad news. "This office doesn't exist. If you ever tell anybody you were here, I'll swear you were lying and then have you fired. Just so we're clear." "Got it. But what is Mincemeat Park now that I'm here?" "We used to call it the Near East Operations Advisory Group until yesterday. NEOAG. That sounded vague and bureaucratic. The short version is we run the division's black ops here. The serious CT ops." "What's the long version? If you don't mind telling someone who has been doing unserious ops." "Don't be an asshole, Roger. By serious, I mean off the books. The counterterrorism operations we run out of this room are, shall we say, unofficial. They are deniable because the president isn't notified about them in any formal put-it-in-writing sense. And being officially unaware, how can the president tell Congress? Mincemeat Park is what the CIA would be if it wasn't so fucked up. It is a clandestine intelligence organization. As such, it can take risks, break laws, ignore bureaucratic requirements, tell people who aren't cleared to fuck off. And it's invisible, tucked away under the green parking lot. We're like Track 9 in those dumb Harry Potter movies, just a brick wall until you punch the invisible cipher lock and see what's really there. And then, poof, you are inside another world where the wizards still have some magic. So what do you think? Come on, admit it, you're impressed." "This is where you've been when I couldn't find you?" "Yep." He was beaming. Ferris scanned the room. It had the feel of the operations room at Ballade, only funkier. There were big screens on the back wall and the unmistakable, flickering images of pred porn. But the real action was in the pit, where the operatives worked. They didn't look like any collection of CIA people he had ever seen. They were young, in their late 20s or 30s mostly. They were dressed in jeans and T-shirts and tight skirts. There wasn't a necktie in the room. And the walls of the cubicles had the look of a whacked-out college dorm, with pictures of various bearded adversaries, maps showing the locations of known operatives, the spidery lines of link analyses connecting members of the underground network. The analysts were hunkered over their desks like submarine chasers studying their sonar, trying to locate the unseen killers and force them to the surface. "You built your own CIA," said Ferris. Hoffman nodded. "Yes, I did. These folks may not exist, officially speaking, but they're working their invisible asses off. And I'll tell you why. Because they know they are the last best hope. They know that one of these days the bomb that goes off in Milan or Frankfurt or New York is going to be a nuclear bomb. And if they don't find it, it's going to take 1 million people with it. So they're working every hour, every day to find that bomb and kill the people who want to plant it. That's why I love them. Every overworked, maladjusted one of them. They may not look like killers, but they are." Ferris surveyed the rows of cubicles. Women occupied at least half of them. They did look wired, you could see that, snapping on their chewing gum, tapping their toes. You could tell a lot of them would be smoking cigarettes if it were still allowed. Some had a tough, worldly look, a bit too much makeup. You could imagine them as blackjack dealers in Vegas. Others had a deceptive sweetness, but in their eyes was the stone-cold look of an adder.
"Hey, Gwen!"
Hoffman turned to a 30-something brunette at the closest desk.
"Tell him what you're working on."
She looked quizzically at him. Hoffman nodded. "I'm tracking a cell in Syria. They were in Damascus last night. Today they're in Deir al-Zor on their way to the Iraqi border. But something tells me they aren't going to make it over the border to Hasbaya. We have ninjas nearby. Something tells me that as soon as I get a lock on them, they're dead." She smiled the cool, thin smile of a professional assassin. Ferris turned to Hoffman. "Who do the ninjas work for?" he asked.
"Nobody. That's the point. That's the only way we're going to get out of this mess. People like Gwen here."
Hoffman took Ferris's arm and pulled him toward an open office door.
"Come on, there's someone I want you to meet."
Inside the office, a thin, dark man in wire-rimmed glasses was typing furiously at a computer terminal. He was dressed in a black cashmere sweater and appeared to be in his late 30s, perhaps a few years older than Ferris. As Ferris got closer, he saw that the man was an Arab, a North African, to judge from the honey-brown tint of his complexion. The man looked up at them over the top of his glasses and then back at the screen. His fingers continued dancing over the keyboard for another 15 seconds, and then he stopped, hit enter, and looked up. "Sorry to keep you," he said. "I just liquidated the bank account of a Salafist leader in Riyadh. He's going to think another man from his prayer group stole his money, and if we're lucky, he will try to kill that man." He smiled at the thought of all these good outcomes flowing from a few keystrokes on his computer.
"Meet Sami Azhar," said Hoffman. "He runs day-to-day operations down here in the pit. He's much too smart for people like you and me."
"Certainly too smart for you, Ed," said Azhar, looking over the top of his glasses again. "You appear to be smart, but you're simply over-caffeinated, when you aren't over-intoxicated. I don't know about your guest. We'll have to see." He stuck out his hand and greeted Ferris.
"Hami used to be a quant on Wall Street. He was born in Egypt, but he came to America to go to graduate school. He has a doctorate in mathematics and another one in economics. He got very rich working for a hedge fund. So rich that he decided to give something back to his adopted country. Have I got this right, more or less, Sami?"
"It is true that I was well compensated, Ed, but I also invested wisely."
Sami used to do some fancy freelance work for the agency and the NSA in the 90s, helping us understand the crazies who were trying to kidnap his religion. But after 9/11, he realized that the world had gone off its rocker, and that only a complete idiot would keep working for a hedge fund. As a Muslim, he felt a special responsibility to help stop the Loomis. Am I right?
"Yes, indeed. Or as you would say, Ed, fuck yes."
"Right. So he asked if he could do something important for me. Off the books. Because I knew Sami, I thought he might be just weird enough for what I had in mind here. I'd read the file on him. A math genius when he was a kid in Egypt. Got a scholarship to go study in America. Made so much money on Wall Street he stopped counting zeros. He was an oddball, in other words. One of a kind. Smart and ruthless. But he also gave a shit. He was special."
"Actually, you are wrong, Ed. I am not special. Most people on Wall Street are smart and ruthless. The difference is that I am less selfish, at the margin. I should also point out that I am not especially weird for a mathematician. I'm just angrier. There's a difference." Azhar turned to Ferris. "I tease Ed, but I truly enjoy working here. We are attempting what everyone always talks about but rarely accomplishes, which is to think outside the box. In fact, we are so far outside the box that I am not sure we will ever find our way back in again."
"Enough bullshit," said Hoffman. "We need to talk."
He closed the door, sat down at the conference table, and motioned for the other two to join him.
A large screen was mounted on the wall across from Ozhar's desk. "Here's the drill. We are creating something new, from scratch. To do that, Roger, I'm going to read you into some secrets that are very close hold. Even around here. Just want to be sure you understand what the deal is." Ferris nodded. "The deal is that I will not disclose the information to anyone else, even within the agency." "Well, yes, obviously that, but I was talking about something else. After you leave here, you're going back into the field. That's why I didn't tell you about all this stuff before. It's dangerous. I can't share it with people who might get caught. But I've thought about it, and I don't see any other way. So the deal is, if some bad shit happens and you are captured, you cannot reveal this information. You must take appropriate measures. You follow me?" Ferris sat back with a start. He thought he understood what Hoffman was saying, but he wanted to make sure. "Appropriate measures," he repeated. "If captured, you would have to take appropriate measures if you thought you couldn't resist interrogation. And let's be honest, nobody resists interrogation for very long, despite what they tell you at the farm. So we give you a gel bridge to put in your mouth when you get back in the field. If you're in extremis, so to speak, it will do the trick. When you bite down hard on it, it releases a poison very quick, very easy. It even tastes good, or so I'm told. I haven't had the pleasure, although I take one of these little suckers with me every time I travel. Anyway, do we agree on that? I won't think you're a pussy if you say no. I'll just end the conversation here." Ferris thought a moment. He had been pulled into a world that hadn't existed for him 15 minutes ago. It was the zenith of his chosen vocation. Or perhaps the nadir. But it didn't matter which. It was at the farthest edge. He thought fleetingly of Alice, and then her image slipped out of his mind. "I'm in," Ferris said. "Good boy." Hoffman shook his hand. "Fact is, I would never have asked you unless I was sure you'd say yes. Okay. This is the conspiracy right here. The three of us, and that's it. Nobody else will know all the pieces. Are we clear on that?" The two co-conspirators nodded, and Hoffman continued. "I briefed Sami on your off-the-wall idea, Roger. And guess what? He loves it. And he thinks they will swallow the bait. Isn't that right?" Ozhar nodded. "A very creative idea." "So the first thing we need to do, obviously, is find a body. Any suggestions, Roger?" "He has to look like a case officer. That's the main thing. He should be about my age, early mid-30s, someone who would be assigned to handle a penetration of Suleiman's network. He should be Caucasian, healthy, good muscle tone, and certifiably Christian." "Meaning what?" "Meaning he shouldn't be circumcised. If the bad guys don't find a foreskin, they'll think he's an Israeli." Hoffman shrugged and turned to Ozhar. "That right, Sami?" "I'm afraid so. Arabs are, so to speak, Jew-crazy. I'm sorry." "That's what the body should look like," continued Ferris. "But how do we get one? Can the FBI find a body in a morgue somewhere?" "God, no," said Hoffman. "I wouldn't trust the FBI to find a stray dog. This is a job for our military brothers and sisters in special operations. They'll just do it, deliver the body and not ask questions." "So let's tell the military to get us a body," said Ferris. He was beaming. It was really happening. "I already have. Contacted McDill yesterday. It may take a few weeks. You'll probably be overseas again by the time we get our man, so I want your proxy. Sami and I will build a legend, backstop his cover. I already have a name for him, Harry Meeker. It's a clean identity we built for an operation a couple years ago. Like it?" "Any name you like, so long as it's not Roger Ferris." "We've been doing some thinking, me and Sami, while we were waiting to get you wired up here. And we think we need some collateral to make your tequila thing work. We have to really drive these guys nuts, make them think their whole world is coming apart. To do that, we need layers of deception that reinforce each other. Otherwise, Suleiman is going to smell a rat. That make sense?
Sure, said Ferris. But I want to help run the collateral.
That won't be a problem, Roger. As a matter of fact, you are going to be doing most of the work. I'm too old, and Sami is too weird, so that leaves you. Sami, why don't you explain for our contestant what he's just won?
Hoffman flipped the switch and dimmed the lights. Azhar stepped toward the computer next to the projection screen, his curly black hair and cocoa butter face projected in gray shadow behind him. Chapter 14. Langley. Sami Azhar fixed his glasses on his nose and fiddled with his computer, queuing up bits of information he wanted to share. He seemed lost in time for a moment, somewhere between this place, here and now, and the little elementary school in Cairo where he had astonished his teachers long ago with his ability to multiply large numbers in his head. Ferris studied him and thought perhaps he was like the refugees who had helped Britain and America win World War II. Growing up in Cairo, he must have sensed the great Muslim crack-up that lay ahead and wanted to escape it. But it turned out that was impossible. The war was everywhere. "You will forgive me, I'm sure, if I start with the object of our pursuit," Azhar began. "In the months since you heard the name Suleiman in Iraq, the team here has been doing some research. We know a bit more about this gentleman than you might think." Azhar touched a computer mouse, and the first image appeared on the screen. It showed a thin Arab man with a neat beard and a knitted white prayer cap on his head. It was an intelligent face, displaying not the rough demeanor of a killer, but the austerity and asceticism of a scholar. What struck Ferris was the intensity of his eyes. They were small fireballs of rage. "We were very lucky to get this picture. It is from an old passport before he vanished. Now, he is a will-o'-the-wisp. He is everywhere and nowhere. In the radical mosques, people whisper his name as if he is a phantom. They write poems about him. We have even found a few underground CDs that talk about his exploits. But he leaves no traces. In the diffuse world of Al-Qaeda, he has become the true operations planner. He is the man who has fused the class of 1996 from Kabul with the class of 2006 from Baghdad. He is the bridge between the old Al-Qaeda and the new. You have been looking for him. We have been looking for him. The Jordanians have been looking for him. But none of us can find him." Ferris studied the face, wanting to commit it to memory. Part of him was angry that Hoffman had kept this information from him for so many months, but a larger part of him was curious and eager to understand how Hoffman and Azhar wanted to flesh out his idea of Taqiyya. "We know where Suleiman is from," continued Azhar, "even if we do not know where he is now. He is a Syrian, from Hama. His real name is Karim al-Shams. The male members of his family were all killed by Hafez Assad's troops in 1982. Father, uncles, brothers. They were senior figures in the Ikhwan Muslimin, the Muslim Brotherhood. After the massacre in Hama, the Brotherhood in Saudi Arabia adopted Suleiman. He studied electronic engineering and then physics in Riyadh. He also studied some biology. He is very intelligent, I am sorry to say. We have some IQ testing that was done on him when he was at university in Riyadh, and it's quite startling. We also found documents in Afghanistan that show he experimented in considerable detail with both nuclear and biological devices."
"Tell him about Milan and Frankfurt," said Hoffman, "and the car bombs."
Azhar clicked his mouse, and a new slide appeared. It showed what was left of the car bomb that had exploded in Frankfurt a few days before, across from the Citibank office. "We know that Suleiman likes car bombs. We intercepted a message after the car bombs in Baghdad really began to take a toll, saying that a senior Al-Qaeda member, we didn't know who, wanted the suicide bombers to come to Europe and America, to kill Christians and Jews, not Muslims. Suleiman wanted the terror to move to the west. It wasn't him speaking, but it was someone in the network we think is close to him. That was the first connection. And then we had the detonator from Milan. Another click on the mouse, and the screen displayed tiny shards of metal. I won't go into all the forensics, because I don't understand them. But the FBI thinks the Milan bomb has the same signature as the ones the Baghdad station traced to Suleiman's network several years ago in Iraq. The initial forensic reading from Frankfurt is the same, too. Isn't that right, Ed?
Yep,
said Hoffman.
Afraid so. Suleiman thinks big. He has a network of sleepers who can operate under our radar. They are able to build the car bombs, put them in place, and escape. And they know their shit, these guys. They use stolen cars. They wear disguises when they're moving the cars. We have surveillance photographs from Brussels and Frankfurt showing those cars on the way, and in both cases they show the face of the driver. The police in Europe have been going nuts, pounding the pavement, trying to come up with matches, but so far it's been useless because they're in disguise. Their tradecraft is too good. We think Suleiman is coming to America next. Maybe with nuclear or biological. Do you remember the KGB mastermind guy, Carla, and the Le Carré novels? Well, I've decided that Suleiman is Al-Qaeda's Carla. He has all the strings in his hand, and one of these days he's going to pull them.
Does the White House know all this?
Of course not. Remember, we don't exist. And if they knew, they would just go even more batshit. Now, they just know the crap they get from the CT analysts.
Ferris studied the picture. They knew so much and so little. Let me ask the dumb question, said Ferris. Why haven't we been able to get a bead on him? You, me, honey, why is he such a hard target? There was an awkward pause. Ferris sensed there was something they weren't telling him. He looked to Hoffman and made a motion with his hand as if to say, "Come on, say it."
Obviously, that's what the Amari operation was about, said Hoffman. To drive Suleiman up into space where we could listen to him. If Hani's man in Berlin had reinforced Amari's legend, we were going to have him send messages we could track as they made their way to Suleiman. Marked cards. Or if that didn't work, we would have jerked their chain and tried to make Suleiman think we knew where he was, so that he might have panicked and moved or contacted people. That's one of Dr. Azhar's specialties. Tell him, Professor.
The Egyptian nodded. On Wall Street, I dealt in the world of observables. If I could monitor something, I could observe its movement and then correlate that movement with other observables, mapping weather forecasts against the future price of corn, to take a crude example, or bond spreads against oil prices. In my analytical work, I tried to push information that had not previously been quantified or monitored into spaces where it could be observed, so that small differences could be arbitraged. That is how I made my money. What I do now for Ed is to apply that same methodology to his targets.
Isn't he cool?
Said Hoffman, in a tone of genuine wonderment.
Tell him the rest, Sami.
Very well. In dealing with Al-Qaeda, the challenge is to push them into spaces that we can monitor. If they're not talking on cell phones we can intercept, our task is to frighten them into changing their procedures, because every time they move, they throw up new signals. They buy new cell phones without realizing that you can't buy new phones or cards in Pakistan that we haven't tagged. Or they get nervous about their computers, so they decide to buy new ones without understanding how completely we own that space. Thanks to our diligence, there is not an email server in the world to which we do not have access. And as for computers, well, I have to laugh. We can get into anybody's hard drive, anywhere, and thumb drives. Their couriers love to carry those around from place to place, but they have electronic signatures. Everything has a signature. That is the lovely thing about the digital world. It is so precise.
We're driving them into our trap,
said Hoffman, picking up the narrative. "We own the communications space. When we disrupt these guys, it's partly to make them nervous and push them into circuits we can track. Let's say we arrest a bunch of guys in London or Uzbekistan or bumfuck Indiana. What do you suppose we're after?"
"Interrogate them," said Ferris. "Send them to Gitmo, send them to Hani, whatever."
"Well, sure, interrogation," said Hoffman. "That helps. But that's not the real pop. Even if the guy we capture doesn't say shit, the bad guys have to assume he has blabbed. So they'll have to change their cell phone numbers and their internet addresses and even their hardware and get new stuff. And sooner or later, they're going to call someone on our watch list, even if it's a kebab place in Karachi. And then, blam! We've registered whatever new communications device they're using. They just have to touch one hot wire and the whole circuit lights up. Or we force them to change locations. And you know what? Movement is dangerous. We may be stupid, but we're not so utterly stupid that we can't monitor every airplane, bus, and train that crosses a national border."
"But you haven't got Suleiman," Ferris cut in.
"So Suleiman is different, obviously. These techniques you and Sami are describing that worked so well on other people haven't worked with him. He's still maintaining radio silence. That's why we need something new." "Amen, brother," said Hoffman. "Now we have reached ground zero. But you already know the answer."
"Takia,"
said Ferris. "Just so. When you said it the other day, it was like bing, a light went on. Just like you said, we have to make Suleiman think we have done the thing we in fact have been unable to do, which is to get inside his net. And then we can play with his mind. Jealousy, vanity, pride, those basic emotions will crack Suleiman open like a fat oyster. We will introduce information into his sphere that is so upsetting, so confusing, so threatening that he must find out what it's about. And at that point, he must contact others. Must. And then he is observable, quantifiable, destructible." They broke for coffee and to stretch their legs. A message had come in for Hoffman from the director, urgently asking him to call about Frankfurt, so he excused himself and went into his office, adjacent to Azhar's, and closed the door. Ferris took advantage of the break to ask Azhar if he could see the operations room.
"I'll give you the tour," said Azhar, "but you have to understand that a lot of what we do here is to build illusions. We are backstopping a magic show. This room is the back office for the Al-Qaeda shopping mall, which we have created to satisfy the needs of members of the underground so that they lower their guard unwittingly and do their business through us. Let's start with the travel agency."
Azhar walked Ferris to a cluster at the far end of the room. At the desks sat a group of 3 young recruits, none of them more than 30. From their pasty faces, it looked as if they hadn't been above ground in months. To Ferris, they had the look of the super nerds who had won all the science fairs back at George Marshall High School. Azhar turned to the oldest of them, a woman with a bad complexion and gel in her hair that made it spike like a punk rocker's.
"Adrienne, explain to our visitor what you're doing here. I told him you guys were the travel department."
"Well, okay." She looked distressed at the prospect of revealing anything to a new guy, but Azhar gave her a little wave of his hand. "So, like the people in Al-Qaeda have to travel, right? But they know we can monitor anything that has a computerized record, so they're looking for untraceable ways to make reservations, and we've, put ourselves in that business." "Show him an example," said Azhar. Adrienne walked Ferris toward the next computer pod, where a young, brown-skinned man was furiously typing. "Right, so this is Hanif. He oversees a cutout in Karachi, whose real name we don't know, but we call him Ozzy, like Ozzy Osbourne. Don't ask me why. Anyway, our man Ozzy in Karachi specializes in untraceable travel. He's very good. He went to a madrasa. He has good family connections in the Kashmiri underground. If you're a jihadi and you want to make a plane reservation to fly from Karachi to London under a phony name and passport, he's your guy. He'll handle all the arrangements. Cheap, too. People in the underground tell their friends. They love Ozzy. But the thing is, see, we look at all the bookings so we can match up the travelers with people on our watch lists. Ozzy's place is set up with digital cameras so we can monitor in real time everybody who comes into the shop and match faces with people we're interested in. Show 'em, Hanif. The young Pakistani-American toggled a switch on his computer, and they were instantly watching an internet feed from a hidden camera in the bucket shop in Karachi. A swarthy man with a pock-marked face loomed into view, badgering the clerk about a ticket for Morocco. "We'll find out who that is," said Adrienne. "We'll sell him the ticket, let him travel, watch where he goes. Maybe we'll grab his cell phone when he's not looking and copy the SIM card so we know who he's been calling. We are so bad." Hanif and the other kids clustered around began laughing, and so did Ferris. This was a level of the game he had always hoped the CIA could play, but suspected was beyond its reach. Azhar led him to another cluster of desks, which he described as the banking section. Here again it was the same basic mission. Members of the terrorist underground needed to move money around the world clandestinely. America and its allies had shut down all the easy ways. They had pressured the banks and the Islamic charities and even the Hawala money changers. That made it harder for jihadists to move money from one cell to another, and they needed skilled people. To satisfy this demand, Azhar and his bizarre gang had created their own supply. Using a handful of people Hoffman and Azhar had strung together, they had created a chain of people who could move money covertly. Often, they didn't know about their agency contact, but all the information they collected came flowing into Azhar's databases. "You have to think the way they do," explained Azhar. "That's my advantage. I grew up with them. I know how they think, what they need, how they move. And then, once I understand what they need, I figure out a way to provide it. Airplane tickets, passports, money transfers, secret hideaways in strange cities, cell phones, computers. They never see my face, but I am there to serve them every day, 24/7. That's my business plan." The Egyptian gestured to his banks of computers and the hopeful young faces studying the screens, looking for ways to understand and deceive the enemy. Ferris had read about Bletchley Park, the collection of geeks, queers, and other social misfits who had cracked the Nazi codes and allowed Britain to survive and win the Second World War. Hoffman and Azhar had created something equivalent, a system that would tag the cells of Al-Qaeda and watch them as they moved through the bloodstream. It was brilliant, except for one thing. It hadn't forced Suleiman to the surface. Ferris had given him a name, and now he would have the job of luring him into the open. Chapter 15. Langley. Hoffman was back in Sami Azhar's office, wearily rubbing his eyes when they returned from the tour of Mincemeat Park.
"This is what happens when people think they're losing a war," Hoffman said, shaking his head. "Everyone starts screaming, 'Off with his head!'"
He didn't explain, but Ferris could guess. The director had just chewed him out for the lack of progress on Frankfurt, but that was because the president had just chewed out the director, and the news media had just hounded the president. People didn't like being frightened. They wouldn't put up with it for very long. They wanted to fight back, and they felt powerless when intelligence officers couldn't find the enemy. All the shit seemed to be falling on Hoffman for the simple reason that he was the only person in the government who had a clue what to do. Some people tighten up under that kind of pressure, but it seemed to make Hoffman looser.
"The director is having a fit," said Hoffman. "The White House just ordered him to testify before the Senate Intelligence Committee tomorrow on Milan and Frankfurt. Intelligence failures. He told me to write his testimony. I could sympathize with him. Really, I could, if he wasn't so stupid.
A great empire and little minds go ill together, said Azhar. That was the observation of Edmund Burke, I believe.
Cut the crap, amigos. They want me back in the building soon, so we need to finish up. Okay, Roger. This is Tequila 101. We've been working stuff up the past few days to compliment your man who never was, Mr. Harry Meeker. Your idea, with the blanks filled in by me and Sami. I think we've got something that will dig the knife in very deep.
He motioned to Azhar to restart his computer.
Okay, Sami, put up the Siddiqui slide.
Azhar clicked his mouse and a new image came up on the screen. It was a photograph of an Arab man in his late 30s, dressed in a business suit. He had a well-trimmed beard and the look of a man who took fasting and prayer seriously.
This is Omar Siddiqui. He's a Jordanian architect from Ma'an in the south, a very religious and conservative city. He lives now in Amman, where he works for a firm that specializes in Islamic design. He's a good Muslim, active in a bunch of charities the Saudis sponsor. For the past decade, he has traveled regularly to Zarqa, north of the capital, to attend Friday prayers. Several members of his Quran study group have disappeared, and we think they joined the underground. We think Omar himself was approached about going to Afghanistan when he was a kid, but he decided to stay in Jordan and study architecture. This is why people at the mosque trust him, because he's not knocking on anyone's door, not pushing. Some people in Zarqa think he's already a member of Al-Qaeda, but he isn't. He's just a smart, tough, religious guy. Stop!
Ferris held up his hand. I don't want to sound petty, but how do you know so much about someone on my territory? Omar Siddiqui, whoever he is not one of my agents. I've never heard of him. Did you find out about him from Hani? Are you running a parallel station? What the hell is going on?
Jesus, don't be so turfy, said Hoffman. Hani is clueless about Siddiqui. I'm not making the mistake of bringing him into anything again. Siddiqui is one of the good Dr. Azhar's projects. He was thinking of using him as a front for a Muslim architecture and construction ruse, so we could build Al-Qaeda's offices for them, in addition to making their travel arrangements and doing their banking.
Fine, but how did you guys spot him?
Well, let's just say that Sami knows his family.
Meaning what? Meaning that his brother is on my payroll, broke in Azhar. He works in Tehran for UBS, and he's doing a little business on the side. He doesn't realize it's for us. It's what I believe you call a false flag. Saudi investors in my old hedge fund began coming to him, and they brought their friends. Now many people are using him to launder money. That's how I am building out the little counter network I was just showing you, using friends of friends and cousins of cousins. The gentleman in Saudi Arabia told us about his pious Muslim brother in Jordan, and there we are. Ferris studied the photo on the screen and then smiled and shook his head. He saw it in a flash, just as Hoffman had. Got it, said Ferris. He's my Takia. We're going to pretend he's our guy even though he isn't. Are we on the same page?
Yes, indeed.
Hoffman reached over and patted Ferris's cheek.
Honestly, I love this shit. I mean, it's so totally off the wall, it might just work.
It will work if we do it right, said Ferris, his mind spinning with ideas for the great deception. We make it appear that Omar Siddiqui is part of the enemy's network. We move him around, send him on missions, burnish his legend. We make other people worry about him. Maybe we make it look like Siddiqui is horning in on Suleiman's territory. Maybe we make him a car bomber too, a freelancer competing with the master. We make Suleiman jealous, we make him nervous.
We make him crazy,
said Hoffman.
We make Siddiqui seem like such a player that the big man has to find out what he's up to. It's driving him nuts. He's wondering if he's been cut out of the action, or if we've turned his network, or what the fuck. How can he not know about this Omar Siddiqui? And then Suleiman surfaces. He contacts his people. He has to. He thinks he's been penetrated. He doesn't know what's going on, and then we've got him. Sami, next slide.
The screen displayed a building facade in downtown Amman. It was white stone, like everything else in the city. There was a neat sign out front that said in English and Arabic, Al-Fajr Architects, over a corporate logo that showed a rising sun.
This is where Omar works, said Hoffman. His company does a lot of business in the Gulf. We have the address and phone number for you.
Another slide appeared.
And here is a picture of Omar's brother, Sami's friend who works for UBS in Dhahran. I don't think you'll ever need to meet him, but here's what he looks like, in case you get in trouble and we have to bust his balls.
Let's do it, said Ferris. I'll get started on an ops plan.
Work with Sami. He has pulled together some basics. He has you working for a bank that wants to hire Siddiqui to design a new branch in the UAE. When you get back to Jordan, you'll have to put together the other parts of the operation, but Sami can help you with the starter kit.
You keep saying, when you get back to Jordan. How do you know that Hani will let me back in? He was seriously pissed when I left. He said he never wanted to talk to me again.
He's calmed down. He informed the embassy yesterday that you are still welcome as liaison to the GID. Actually, he said that you alone would be welcome. If we try to send someone else, no dice. He says it's too much trouble breaking in a rookie. Besides, he likes you. He's basically demanding that you come back. From a mincemeat park standpoint, it would be easier to run you as a singleton, undeclared to anyone, but we can't afford to fuck with Hani any more than we already have, so you'll be back in Amman when you aren't on the road. Don't worry about that.
When do I leave? Ferris was thinking about Alice and how many new secrets he would be keeping from her.
Hell, I don't know. Whenever you're ready.
I'm ready now. I want to get back to Jordan as soon as I can.
Don't you want to see that wife of yours?
Not particularly. I told you back in Amman that we're sort of separated. I told her 2 days ago I want a divorce.
Fine, whatever. None of my business. Everybody else around here seems to fuck up their marriages. Why not you? You can leave whenever you want. But I want you to stop on the way and see some folks in Europe.
And who might they be?
Our ninjas in this operation. They're from MacDill. They're sitting in Rome trying not to blow their covers while they wait for someone to tell them what to do. That's going to be you, with help from Sami. You'll get a kick out of them. They are some crazy fuckers. Much too out of control to work with our shop upstairs, which is why I like them so much.
Hoffman stood up suddenly.
I gotta go see the director. I can't tell you how much I would prefer to stay here with you, thinking of ways to mess with Suleiman's head, but duty calls. And Ferris, remember what Sam Sneed said. If you aren't thinking about pussy, you aren't concentrating.
Ferris spent the rest of that day and most of the next with Sami Azhar, preparing for his trip. He and Azhar worked up a script for the initial contacts with Omar Siddiqui. They researched the places in Abu Dhabi where the meetings would take place. They even got support to prepare a disguise that Ferris could wear to his meetings with Siddiqui. They began to weave the cloak of false information they would gather around Siddiqui that would make him appear to be part of a network to which he had no real connection. Azhar proved ingenious in tapping lawyers, computer consultants, and financial intermediaries who could, in various ways, burnish the legend. I am afraid we will need explosives to make him truly believable as a car bomber, said Azhar. Not a problem, answered Ferris. I'll talk to the ninjas about that in Rome. Hoffman could not have said it with greater assurance. Anything was possible once you decided to invent a new game. As Ferris prepared to leave, Azhar seemed awkward. Ferris thought at first that he must be envious, that Ferris was going somewhere the ex-quant from Wall Street could never follow. But it wasn't that. He handed Ferris a little plastic box in the shape of a hemisphere, like the kind of box children use to hold their retainers or mouth guards. Inside was the gel bridge, containing its drops of deadly poison. "This is in case," said Azhar. "I trust you will never need it." "Nothing bad is going to happen," said Ferris. "Don't worry, Sami." But he saw that his colleague's hand was shaking slightly when they parted, and he knew he was right to be worried. Ferris was headed into a space that had no boundaries or rules, where literally anything could happen. Ferris realized that he had one more thing to do before leaving Washington, which was to see his mother. Chapter 16. Charlottesville, Virginia. Joan Ferris lived on the western edge of Charlottesville in a rambling ranch house with a view of the Blue Ridge. She had bought it with her husband a few years before he died. He had tinkered and fiddled with it so that there were electrical outlets every few yards and a phone jack in every room and 100 other ingenious features he never had a chance to enjoy. Tom Ferris never quite got the timing right. At his funeral, Roger had read Sailing to Byzantium, which summed up his feeling that his father somehow had been born in the wrong country and wrong century, trying to placate people who weren't worth the effort. Guests at the funeral congratulated Roger for getting through the poem dry-eyed, which made him feel worse. Roger had grown up in Fairfax County, just off the Route 50 highway that connected the Virginia suburbs to Washington. Most of the families in their subdivision were linked in some way with the Pentagon or the CIA. His father had raised the flag in front of the house every morning when Ferris was a boy, and then stopped, as if he had lost faith in the enterprise. Ferris asked him why, and he pointed down the street to the neighbors' houses. "We have too many flags around here," he said bitterly, "and not enough patriots." Ferris's mother took a job teaching English at George Marshall High School, the same school Ferris attended. He grew up with the sense that something was wrong, and that his all-American life had a hidden flaw. His father would lose the job he could never talk about. His mother would tire of her husband's sullen despair and just not come home one afternoon. Ferris wanted to make his parents happy, partly to protect against the risk of family meltdown. He was one of the top students in his graduating class, in addition to lettering in football and wrestling. In both sports, he was known for gutting it out. He was starting linebacker on defense, but he had also played offense the second half of his senior year after the starting fullback got hurt. In wrestling, he had reached the state championships by outlasting better opponents who collapsed in the third period, when Ferris always seemed to be able to summon a last gasp of effort. The favorite quote next to his picture in the high school yearbook was Vince Lombardi's motto: "Winning isn't everything, it's the only thing." His problem in high school, to the extent he had one, was that he was too smart to be a jock and too athletic to be a wonk. That put him in between the various cliques, and he learned to suppress his emotions so that people never knew exactly what he thought. His main secret back in high school was how much he wanted to lose his virginity. But once he put that behind him senior year, he found other things to conceal, especially his ambition. He had no secrets from his mother, however, least of all the fact that he wanted to escape her suburban household and the sense of failure that had settled into the walls. Ferris didn't like coming home, even to the new house in the Blue Ridge. It reminded him of his father, whose memory was an unfinished conversation. Another discomforting thing about the Blue Ridge house was that it was full of memories of Gretchen. They had come here often before and just after they were married, and had made love in almost every room, and much of the outdoors as well. Thinking of Gretchen gave him a chill. He wanted to call Alice, but she had been unreachable the past few days. She was off somewhere, or not answering her phone. Ferris missed her. Joan insisted that he stay for dinner. She made him what she always claimed was his favorite dish, a concoction of ground beef, canned peas, and tomato sauce that she called wheezing hash. It had never been his favorite dish, or even close to it. Something about the name made him wonder if it was very healthy. But he hated to disappoint his mother, who seemed to take such pleasure in making it, as if it proved she was a good mother after all. She was odd that way. "I sometimes feel as if I'm a fraud, and everyone knows," she would occasionally say late at night, talking in the kitchen after dinner. Ferris would try to talk her out of it, but she would get a faraway look in her eye that conveyed that he didn't really understand what she was talking about. Joan Ferris was a genuine intellectual. She read widely and deeply, and Ferris always thought that she would have made an ideal college professor. She loved ideas, and would discuss them for hours with Ferris while his father was off puttering in his craft shop, turning out meticulous woodworking pieces that had absolutely no practical use. Theirs was a house in which no one ever turned on the television Sunday afternoons to watch the Redskins. Joan Ferris had loved it when Roger went to work for Time, and been mystified when he left to go work for the State Department. But she could see that he liked his new job, and of course she knew, after all those years with her secret-keeper husband, where Roger really worked. What was more, she understood that he was evening a score. After dinner, Ferris wandered over to the photo albums stacked neatly in the pantry. He tried to disguise his limp around his mother, but it never worked. "Your leg isn't getting any better, is it?" she said. "It's fine," said Ferris. "I'm healthy as a horse." The albums were stacked and shelved in neat rows, with dates and places marked on the spines. Ferris pulled down the volume marked Grandma and Baba. Those were his father's parents, who had lived outside Pittsburgh. His mother's parents, who had lived in Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, were genteel folk known as Honey and Gramps. There weren't that many pictures. Grandma and Baba had mostly kept to themselves. Ferris had always thought they were embarrassed, that they lived in Pittsburgh, that Baba had worked in the steel mills, that they hadn't melted into the pot enough to suit their assimilated son and his wasp wife. Baba was muscular like Ferris, but darker. His skin had a rich tone, a color like virgin olive oil, and his hair had the tight bristle of a scouring brush. "I wish we knew where Baba's family came from," said Ferris. He had asked his father often enough, but the answers had always been vague. The Balkans, some place that ended up as part of Yugoslavia. The closest he ever got to a precise location was maybe Bosnia. "There's a guy I know in Jordan who tells me I must be an Arab." Maybe he's joking. I don't know. "I think not," she laughed. "Baba said he was from the former Ottoman Empire, which covered a lot of territory. I always imagined he was from someplace unpronounceable, east of the Danube, like Bosnia-Herzegovina or Abkhazia. He said his family had Muslim neighbors, I remember that. But he didn't like to talk about it, and your father didn't press him. Everybody got jumbled together in Pittsburgh, and I guess they didn't like being called Bohunks or Polacks, or whatever they happened to be. So they just thought of themselves as Americans. Or so I always imagined." "Ferris doesn't sound like an Eastern European name, though, does it? Dad told me once it had been changed, but he said he didn't know what it was before." "He told me the same thing before we were married. I think he was embarrassed. He always said there were papers somewhere, but he never wanted to dig them out. I thought that was sad, that your father seemed to care so little about his background. But that's what he loved about the agency. Whoever you had been before just disappeared. I tried to get him to help me do a family genealogy once, but he wasn't interested." "Baba's family was Catholic, right?" "I think so. He always went to Mass with Grandma. He didn't mind that I was a Protestant, but Grandma did. When I told her I was a Congregationalist, she said, 'Not Jewish?' to make sure. They were both quite rare in Pittsburgh, I gather." Ferris studied the photo of his grandfather again. "He looks like me, doesn't he?" "A bit. Though you are better looking, my dear." Ferris put away the album. He had been stalling, wanting to put something off, but it was getting late and he would be driving back to Washington early the next morning. "I've told Gretchen I want a divorce," he said. "We aren't living together anymore, and we weren't very happy before when we were. So I think it's time to be honest and make a break before we have kids and it gets any more complicated." "I see. And what does Gretchen say?" Ferris remembered all the different versions of no that had emerged during his evening with Gretchen. He was still ashamed that he had allowed her to seduce him so easily, and in her mind, at least, to obliterate the resolve he had tried to express about ending the relationship. "She wasn't happy. She claims we're a good match. I'm sure she doesn't want to be bothered looking for another husband. She's very busy." "Oh, yes, I've always known that about Gretchen. She looked busy the first day I met her, at your graduation." "So what do you think, Mom?" "Gretchen is a very successful woman. I wish I had her drive, but I was never sure she made you happy. So if you have decided to make a change and you're ready for all the pain, then I think you should do what you think is right. Follow your heart. And since I'm being motherly, I'll go ahead and ask the obvious. Is there another woman?" "I don't know yet. Maybe. I would want a divorce in any event, but I did meet someone I like a lot in Amman. I hope things work out with her. We'll see." Ferris gave her a kiss and said he was going up to bed. His mother said she would just stay a moment and tidy up the kitchen, but she remained motionless at the table. There was a look of worry and helplessness on her face that Ferris had seen every time he had said goodbye. Gretchen had been calling Ferris's cell phone. He had ignored the calls from her home, office, and mobile numbers and he hadn't responded to any of the various messages she left. But the phone rang again as he was driving back to D.C., and since he didn't see one of her numbers on the display, he answered. He recognized her voice immediately. She was using someone else's phone, and she was almost shouting, "Where are you, Roger? Damn it! Why haven't you answered my calls? You can't do this to me. You can't. I'm your wife. Everybody knows." "I'm driving back from my mom's. I told her we're getting divorced." "We aren't getting divorced. You love me. You know you do." "Let's not go through a whole show, Gretchen. I don't love you. I want a divorce." "You liar. You are so weak and pathetic. How could you fuck me like that the other night if you don't love me? Nobody made you do that. Nobody made you fuck me. What do you think a judge will say about that?" "What does a judge have to do with it? You can't make someone stay married. The law doesn't work that way. Even I know that. Divorce isn't a mutual decision. It's the end of mutual decisions. You came inside me 3 times. Look, Gretchen, I'm sorry that I succumbed the other night. You are very sexy. You always have been. If good sex were enough for a good marriage, we'd be fine, but it's not. You treat me like a whore. You think you can fuck me and then walk away from me, but you're wrong. If you go ahead with this, you will regret it. I'm telling you, I will make it very hard for you. Don't threaten me, Gretchen. I have to deal with people every day who are much scarier than you. Believe me." "Don't be so sure, Roger. You've never made me angry before. When I'm fighting on principle, I do not compromise. I do whatever is necessary. You will regret this. I promise you." Ferris was going to try to calm her down, suggest that they talk to a counselor before he left. But she had cut the connection. Chapter 17. Rome, Geneva. Ferris checked into a small hotel near the Piazza Cavour in Rome, in the gray district framed by Vatican City and the Tiber. The hotel itself was threadbare and anonymous, not fancy enough for Americans or charming enough for Europeans. The arrangements had been made by the kids on Azhar's staff, who must have thought it would be a good place to hide. Ferris was supposed to initiate contact with the ninjas by calling a cell phone number when he arrived and wait for a callback from Tony, the chief of the little Special Forces cell. He made his call the afternoon he checked in, but there was no response that day or the next. That first night he called Alice from a payphone. He wished they could meet in Rome, take long walks in the Centro, live on love and the occasional cappuccino. But as it was, he couldn't even tell her he was there. It turned out she had been away from Amman on a trip to refugee camps up near the Syrian border, she said. Ferris scolded her for taking risks, but she cut him off. "They need me," she insisted. She was all cranked up about the latest news. More dead in Lebanon, more dead in Iraq. What was the world coming to? Ferris had no answer for that. "I love you," he said. He had never used those words with her before. There was a long pause, and then Alice said, "Oh, my." "I told Gretchen I want a divorce." "Good," she responded. "I mean, good that you told her, not good that your marriage is breaking up. If you hadn't told her, I would have worried that you were one of those people who don't know how to be happy, or that you were a chicken." Ferris laughed, and then repeated, "I love you. Come home, so I can love you too." Ferris promised he would be back soon, but it might be another week or 2. He felt something like physical pain when he ended the conversation. Ferris waited 2 days for Tony, walking the cobbled Roman streets to wear down his nervous energy. He tried to imagine his Special Forces colleagues among the crowds of Americans at the Piazza Navona or the Fontana di Trevi. Muscular men, shirts not quite big enough for their chests, necks the size of pine trees, not talking, scanning the pavement through wraparound sunglasses. Everyone in Rome looked slightly outlandish to him, even the bums down by the muddy embankment of the Tiber. Each afternoon he would return to his hotel to find nothing. And then, on the afternoon of the third day, there was a slip of paper in his message box and the name Anthony. Close enough. Ferris called the contact number from a payphone across from the Palace of Justice. "Sorry things got fucked up," said the voice on the other end of the phone. "Security problem. We had to cool down." "So what's the temperature now?" "Cooler. We'll be positively chilling by tomorrow morning." "Where should I meet you?" "Temple of Faustina, Villa Borghese," said the Special Forces officer. He had trouble in pronouncing Borghese. The next day, Ferris took a cab to the Via Condotti, wandered in and out of the shops for a while to see if he could pick up any surveillance, and then took another cab to the Villa Borghese across the river. He told the driver to deposit them near the Temple of Faustina, by a little lake that bordered the zoological garden. There, planted in the ground as if he were wearing concrete boots, stood a burly man who had to be Tony. It turned out his real name was Jim, or at least that was what he said. He was dressed in jeans, a knit shirt, and a V-neck sweater. He looked like a million other young men, except for the set of his eyes, which were continually scanning the middle distance. Ferris shook his hand and studied his face when they were close up. "Do I know you?" he asked. "Possibly, sir, but not likely." "Balad," said Ferris. "Early this year. You were running ops with Task Force 145. I was operating over the wall, until I got banged up." "Well, far out, sir. I guess that makes us buddies." They were instant friends now, having served in the shithole of Iraq. Normally, military people didn't think much of their CIA counterparts, at least the ones who hadn't come out of the military themselves. But Ferris was an exception. He had been in Iraq, and he had nearly lost a leg because of it. "So what's up?" said Ferris. "You said on the phone you guys had a security problem." "Oh, these crazy Italians." Jim shook his head in embarrassment. "One of my guys got in a traffic accident. It wasn't his fault. The Italians don't drive the same way we do. Anyway, the local cops began asking questions about where he was living and what he was doing, and they sent some carabinieri people to our safe house, which all of a sudden wasn't so safe. We were operating out of an apartment over by the university, a mile or so from here. Now we're in temporary lodgings." "Where's the temporary base?" "The Cavalieri Hilton up on Monte Mario." "Jesus! That place is $500 a day." "Roger that, sir." A trace of a smile came over Jim's face. "It's good cover for Americans, with the swimming pool and the girls and all. We don't look out of place. And we shouldn't be fighting the global war on terror on the cheap, sir." Ferris laughed out loud. "How long you guys been here? And cut the sir crap, please." "A month. We haven't done much other than set up cover in Carmel, which I guess we sort of screwed up. The colonel said you would tell us the real drill. He said what you're doing is super black, and the general at MacDill had signed off on it, and we should just do what we're told. I'm not sure the colonel knows. He sounded sort of pissed off about that. The way he talked, he made it sound like somebody had sprinkled you guys with fairy dust, sir." "Let's take a stroll," said Ferris. He gave up the effort to dispense with sir. As far as Jim's little team was concerned, Ferris was the rain god. They walked until they came to a bench that offered a clear view across the water and of the approaches to the lake from the zoo. Ferris motioned for Jim to sit down. "So here's the deal. We are running a very sensitive operation against the folks who are setting off all these car bombs. The operation isn't CIA, exactly. It has its own compartment. My boss has cleared it with your boss, and that's all we basically need to know, right?" "Roger that. But what's going down?" "I can't tell you that, but I want you to be ready to do two things. The first is to be ready to pounce if one of our high-value targets surfaces. How many people do you have in your team?
4, sir.
Plus me. Okay. You need to be ready to move out any time we register one of our bad guys. You should have kit, weapons, the whole thing ready, any time. Have you done any of these takedowns before? The Special Forces officer nodded, the muscles in his neck rippling as he tilted his head forward. Iraq? Indonesia? Good, said Ferris. So you know the drill. Stealth. Nobody sees you coming, nobody sees you leaving. It has to be invisible for 48 hours so we can put the guy on a plane and mess with his network. And whoever we're targeting has to come out alive. I know that's hard, but it really matters on this one. We can't bust this network unless we get intel from the folks we capture. Are your men all good to go? I mean, have they done this stuff before?
Yes, sir. All except one, and he'll be cool. He's from Biloxi, like me.
Well, be sure to remind him about pocket litter. The little stuff they've been squirreling away in their pockets because they're too paranoid to throw it away. Charge slips, phone numbers, cell phone cards, receipts from money orders, thumb drives. You've got to make sure they don't destroy that stuff after you bust down the door. When you do your ops plan, think about multiple entry points so you can stop them from destroying anything.
Roger, sir.
The Army officer was scanning the horizon as he listened, watching for any hint of surveillance. And you need to do a really good search when you grab them, even though you're in a hurry to get out of there. These guys carry everything on them, all their commo, all their files. They're paranoid because they know we're coming after them, so they'll have their laptops with them and their cell phones and a couple of different SIM cards and their address books. They have it all with them, 24/7, which means if we can take them down and grab all the pocket litter and paraphernalia, we're in Fat City.
Heard, understood, acknowledged, sir.
You said there was a second thing? What's that? Before answering, Ferris surveyed the area. He noticed a man walking toward them from a street that bounded the pond on the north side. He had a dog on a leash.
Who the hell is that?
Said Ferris, rising from the bench. They walked 5 minutes more to another bench that commanded the view of a neatly terraced formal garden before Ferris resumed his briefing. The second part is a little weird, he said.
We can do weird.
You're going to need some explosives. They have to be the same type that were used in the Frankfurt and Milan bombings. Same tags. My people will help you get them. And we're going to need detonators. The right kind. We'll give you those specs, too.
Roger, sir.
And, what are we going to do with all this stuff? You're going to make a car bomb. Jim stared at Ferris. For once, he didn't say, Roger that. He just nodded. And what are we going to do with that car bomb, sir? Well, basically, we're going to set it off.
Holy shit.
I guess this has all been approved, right?
Yes, said Ferris.
More or less.
You want to tell me any more, sir?
No. I've told you everything I'm authorized to say. The only thing to add is that if you knew everything I know, you would say that's a pretty fucking cool operation. Ferris left Rome the next morning for Geneva, where he was to initiate contact with Omar Siddiqui. Ferris's cover name was Brad Scanlon, and he worked for a company called Unibank as its site development manager for Europe and the Middle East. He had business cards, fax forms, and internet address for email. He reread the script he and Azhar had drafted. The bank was planning a new branch in Abu Dhabi. Islamic ambience. Need to negotiate the contract quickly. Schedule a time to meet at the site. Need contact numbers. Will send literature. Must respond by week's end. It looked seamless. But then it always did, until the seams pulled apart. Ferris placed the call to Omar Siddiqui the next morning. When the architect came on the line, Ferris introduced himself as Brad Scanlon and made a brief pitch about Unibank and its new branch. He asked if Al-Fajr architects would be interested in bidding on the project. "I don't know," said a cautious voice on the other end of the phone. "Our clients are Arab companies." "You have been highly recommended by our Arab friends." Ferris read off a short list of Arab companies that had retained Al-Fajr, which Azhar had compiled when he first thought of using Siddiqui many weeks ago. "If you're interested in bidding, we would want you to come look at the site in Abu Dhabi. Would that be possible?" "Perhaps, if my manager agrees." He was cautious, but not unduly so. Business deals in the Middle East always began cagily. Ferris needed to make the link before he went any further. "Who would represent Al-Fajr if you decide you are interested?" asked Ferris. "That would be me, sir," answered Omar. "I do all the on-site evaluations for new projects." Ferris didn't want to sound too eager. He expressed regret that the general manager himself would not be coming, and then offered to send the details of the project immediately, by email or fax. Omar requested fax, and was assured the documents would be on their way from Geneva by the close of business. Ferris said he would need an answer within 5 days, and a meeting at the site in Abu Dhabi soon after that, if they were interested. "May I ask, please, what is the fee associated with this project?" Ferris named a handsome figure, a bit more than what such a project might normally command, but not so wildly generous that it would raise suspicion. Omar promised that he would respond within the week. Ferris contacted Hoffman through a new communications link they had established that bypassed Near East Division. Hoffman congratulated Ferris and asked him where he was staying. Ferris gave Hoffman the name of the hotel. "Check your mailbox," said Hoffman. It didn't take Siddiqui long. 2 days later, on a Wednesday, the architect called to say that Al-Fajr wanted to bid on the Unibank project. There was a new tone in his voice, almost of enthusiasm. He wanted to arrange a date when they could meet in the Emirates. Ferris studied his imaginary calendar and then proposed they meet the following Thursday. Omar consulted his real calendar, proposed that they meet a day earlier or 3 days later. He wanted to be home for the Islamic weekend, evidently. Good boy. So the meeting was set for a week hence in Abu Dhabi. The only odd thing was that the Jordanian seemed to want to check his new client's identity. He asked him to spell the name slowly, Scanlon, asked where he was from in the States, seemed almost to want to keep him on the phone. Ferris wasn't worried. His cover identity was solid. Someone would have to know Ferris's voice immediately to make any connection, and the chance of that was close to zero. Ferris messaged Hoffman to report success and ask if he could stop in Amman on his way to the UAE. He wanted to see Alice, but Hoffman said no. That would be insecure. He needed to do his initial development of Omar outside Jordan, where Hani wouldn't find any loose threads. Hoffman sent Ferris an encrypted email a few days later. He had the body. Harry Meeker was on ice in a cold locker in Mincemeat Park. There would be time later to dress and barber him and fill his pockets with the debris of his imagined life. The poison pill had arms and legs and, soon, a personal history. Now it was Ferris's job to create the provocation that would lead the enemy to ingest the pill and swallow it down whole. Chapter 18. Abu Dhabi. Ferris watched Omar Siddiqui make his way through the shimmering midday heat toward the fish market restaurant on Bainuna Street. He was a tall, reedy man with a narrow face and a neatly trimmed beard. He was wearing a gray business suit for his meeting, but it was easy to imagine him in a white robe and keffiyeh. The maître d'hôtel seated him at the table Ferris had requested, while Ferris looked on from across the room, checking for surveillance. He studied Siddiqui's face. He looked composed, purposeful, as if he knew what he was after. The only thing that perturbed the Jordanian was the heavy-set German man a few tables away who was drinking a beer and reading Stern. It must be the beer that bothers him, thought Ferris. That was oddly reassuring. Ferris emerged from the shadows and introduced himself as Brad Scanlon from Unibank. The name wasn't his only camouflage. Ferris was in a disguise that would have confused his own mother. His hair and eyebrows were a sandy blonde rather than the normal dark brown. He had a thin mustache and a pair of black-framed eyeglasses that overwhelmed his features and dimmed the spark of his eyes. Padding around his waist and bottom made him appear 30 pounds heavier. To anyone who knew Ferris from Jordan, he would be unrecognizable as Brad Scanlon. The Jordanian offered a limp handshake, a sign of good manners in the East. Ferris apologized for being late. Siddiqui apologized for being early. A Pakistani waiter was hovering behind them, menus in hand. Ferris studied Siddiqui's face. The Jordanian had a callus in the middle of his forehead from bowing so passionately in prayer each day. The prayer mark hadn't been visible in the photo Azhar had displayed. He was ostentatiously devout. That was another good sign. "I'm so sorry," said Ferris, nodding toward the German. "I didn't know they served beer here. We can go somewhere else." "This is not a problem, Mr. Scanlon. He is not a Muslim. He can do as he likes." Siddiqui offered a wary smile. After the waiter took their orders, Ferris pulled from his briefcase some documents he had brought along. The first was an aerial view of an empty lot in an upscale Abu Dhabi neighborhood called Al-Batin, near the fancy downtown area that overlooked the Corniche and the Gulf. He had a drawing of the site and pictures of some of Unibank's other branch offices. Siddiqui joined in. He emptied his own briefcase and displayed a sheaf of documents about his firm and its work. Ferris saw that Siddiqui had brought along his laptop computer. That was unfortunate. It would complicate things. The Jordanian started his pitch awkwardly, but gained confidence. He showed Ferris photographs of some of the buildings that Al-Fajr had designed. A shopping center in Fahahil in Kuwait, 2 office buildings in Amman, a dormitory for the Jordanian College of Technology in Irbid. They were good, if uninspired, designs. Siddiqui had a second folder of photographs, and Ferris asked to see them. This was Al-Fajr's Islamic portfolio. The firm had designed small mosques in the Palestinian towns of Halhul and Jenin in the West Bank, one in the Jordanian city of Salt, and a big one in Sana'a in Yemen. Ferris remembered that he had seen the Yemen mosque when it was under construction, during his stint as a case officer in Sana'a. The last photos were of 2 big mosques in the Saudi cities of Taif along the Red Sea coast and Hafar al-Batin near the Jordanian border. These were massive, domed structures with spindly minarets that soared gracefully above the buildings. "These are beautiful," said Ferris. "Did the Saudi government commission them?" "We built them for a private Islamic charity," Siddiqui answered. "They are for the believers, not the government." Ferris nodded respectfully and smiled inwardly. He was beginning to understand why Azhar had selected Omar Siddiqui to star in their play. He was connected to the network of Islamic charities that had funded Al-Qaeda in its early days. Indeed, he had all the necessary attributes of a member of the underground. When Siddiqui finished his presentation and closed his portfolio, Ferris saw that his firm's logo was a red Islamic crescent bisected by a bold blue triangle. Below the logo were the words, "The Islamic Design Solution." Siddiqui went to the men's room to wash his hands before the meal, and Ferris was left staring out the window, almost in a trance. Through the glass he could see the white hulls of some of the yachts that were docked in a marina behind the breakwater. The big boats sparkled in the sun. They must have cost tens of millions of dollars each, yet Ferris suspected they were rarely used. They were for decoration. Perhaps once every few months a prince of the desert would take a retinue of pliant Western ladies out for a pleasure cruise, have them stripped down to the buff and entertain his business clients. The marina was part of the show, the theme park of modern life made possible by the shower of oil wealth. It was hard to imagine that the older men seated at this restaurant had, as boys, lived in the harsh desert with their camels and sheep, or dived for pearls, or smuggled cargoes to Persia in their dhows. The Emirates had been so poor in the 1930s that people had worried its economic fortunes would be destroyed forever by the rise of the Japanese cultured pearl industry. Ferris thought of Alice while he waited for the food. The loneliness snuck up on him again. A wish that he could share the place with Alice. A yearning for the sound of her laugh or the touch of her hand. He wondered what she would think if she could see him in his disguise, other than that he looked fat. It would be nice if she could laugh out loud at how preposterous it all was, but he knew she would have a different thought. Ferris was living a lie, wrapped in a lie. His whole world was lies. How could a liar ever make her happy? The waiter brought a traditional Arab meze of ground chickpeas and eggplant, stuffed kibbe, tabbouleh, and halloumi cheese. That was followed by a grilled hamur from the Gulf and some grilled shrimp. Ferris made small talk, but not much. He let Siddiqui fill the silences with polite questions about Ferris's family. The Jordanian offered reassurance when Ferris said he had a wife, but no children. Eventually, Siddiqui got around to what evidently was bothering him. "Why do you want to hire Al-Fajr for this job? We are good for mosques, not office buildings." Ferris had anticipated this question when he and Azhar wrote their script. He explained that the building site was in a neighborhood that had been very Islamic, with only a few expatriates from the West. Now that was changing, with completion of the gleaming Emirates Palace Hotel a mile away. Unibank wanted to put its local branch in the newly fashionable Al-Batin area, but also be respectful of the Islamic character of the neighborhood, and Al-Fajr came highly recommended, so the choice was easy. Siddiqui praised God and mumbled something appropriately humble in Arabic. He seemed content with Ferris's answer and sat back and cleaned his teeth with a toothpick. He was easier than Ferris had expected. Ferris's fake mustache was itching, and he was ready to go back to the hotel, but he had several more items on the agenda. He invited the Jordanian to visit the site, and Siddiqui readily agreed. He had brought along a digital camera and an architectural sketchbook. They headed down by Nuna Street in the rented Lincoln town car, turned left on Sheikh Zayed I Street, and then parked in front of a fenced lot with a sign that said Unibank in big, bold letters. The Abu Dhabi station had done its set decoration handsomely. The afternoon sky had a hazy quality, a pinkish white at the horizon, rising to a thin blue. The asphalt was soft under Ferris's feet, and his scalp was sweating under the wig. A few Mercedes and BMWs plied the streets, their windows rolled up tight, but most people had gone home for their afternoon naps. Siddiqui toured the property, took a soil sample, shot photographs from various angles, and made some measurements. He spent nearly an hour examining the site, and then asked some technical questions. The Jordanian seemed almost to be putting on a show of his own. They sat in Ferris's rented car with the air conditioner blasting while Siddiqui went through his list. How many employees would be using the office? How many customers would it serve? What floor space was desired? How many stories tall? Had Unibank already contacted a local construction contractor? Did it have building permits? Ferris had answers for most of his queries, all drawn from the briefing book Azhar's team had prepared. The Jordanian mulled the matter, but not for very long. When Ferris explained that Unibank had an option to buy the property that would expire at the end of next week, he agreed to submit a bid and some very preliminary sketches by next Thursday noon, before the Islamic weekend. Ferris asked if Siddiqui could meet him in Beirut, where he had other business next week, and the Jordanian agreed to that too. Ferris had just one more request. He wondered if Mr. Siddiqui could come to the office of Unibank's local lawyer, Adnan Masri, and sign a letter of intent. It was a formality, but a necessary one for any new vendors of services. Siddiqui balked at first, but after a cell phone call to someone in Amman, he said, yes, Al-Fajr would sign. Ferris apologized that the lawyer's office was in the Al-Markaziyah district, near the old souk, rather than in the fancier part of town. Siddiqui shrugged. It made no difference to him. The lawyer Masri was an older man, bearded and dressed in the traditional white robe and gold-threaded black cloak of the region. He spoke with Siddiqui in Arabic, offered him tea, explained the papers to him. Soon enough, the paperwork was done. If Siddiqui was suspicious, he didn't show it. And why should he be? He could not have imagined the deception that Azhar and Hoffman had assembled behind this facade. He could not know that Adnan Masri was part of Azhar's network of money changers who moved funds for the underground, or that as Masri talked with Siddiqui, a camera installed secretly in his office was taking pictures of the encounter, or that one of the photographs would soon find its way to the UAE's intelligence service as part of its regular surveillance of Masri, or that a copy of the photograph would land on the desk of an al-Qaeda sympathizer inside the UAE security service who was always looking for ways to protect fellow members of the organization, or that this local al-Qaeda sympathizer would transmit a copy to his contact in the organization to warn him that one of the brethren had been caught in a surveillance by the local mukhabarat. Siddiqui knew none of it. That was the point. He existed in other people's imaginations now more precisely, and certainly more potently, than he did in his own. Ferris lingered at Masri's office before saying goodbye to the Jordanian architect and wishing him a safe flight home the next morning. He wanted to give the support team that had been working over Siddiqui's hotel room time to finish. They were collecting and copying everything they could find. Date book, address book, all the useful pieces of paper in the pockets of the clothes Siddiqui had brought from Jordan. In his finicky architect's way, Siddiqui had been carrying his laptop with him everywhere. But support took care of the computer problem in the middle of the night. Around 3 a.m., one of Hoffman's boys pulled the fire alarm at Siddiqui's hotel. The Jordanian groggily followed directions from the fire marshals down to the lobby. He wasn't gone long, only 15 minutes or so, but that was time enough for the CIA team operating out of a room down the hall to download everything on his hard drive. They got his emails, his personal files, the list of pious Muslim friends to whom he sent cards of welcome at the Eid al-Fitr at the end of Ramadan, even the members of the Ikhwan Ihsan, the Brothers of Awareness, which appeared to be a study group of believers at his mosque. When the new day dawned, the men and women of Mincemeat Park had the additional fabric they needed for their cloak of illusion.